Chapter 470. Among the Southern Domain's 8 great sects, only the Purple Mansion sect and the Tranquil Cloud sect were left right now. Among the Southern Domain's 8 great sects, only the Purple Mansion sect and the Tranquil Cloud sect were left right now. For the Tranquil Cloud sect to be able to preserve their Tao teachings and preserve their sect from destruction, it could be said to be a miracle. Yi Yuan did so many things for the sect, yet the sect practically did not seem to have anything to repay him with. This had to be said to be a very embarrassing thing. Hence, Sky Maple, Luo Qingfeng, and the rest discussed it, and finally still decided to come and give Yi Yuan a big bow, to express gratitude on behalf of the sect. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Grand Elder is killing Yi Yuan. I'm just a Tranquil Cloud sect disciple. Since entering the sect, I've received the various elders and fellow apprentices' care. How can I look on unconcernedly by the side when the sect is in trouble? This matter ends here. Grand Elder mustn't mention it again." Reaching the end, Yi Yuan's tone became a little heavy, and he revealed some unhappiness. When Sky Maple and the rest saw his reaction, their hearts all felt a chill. The power emitted from Yi Yuan's body actually left them at a loss on what to do. Only now did Sky Maple suddenly discover that this young man before him had already unknowingly grown into a great towering tree, and he could shelter the sect from the wind and rain. In the past, Yi Yuan was just an immensely talented junior disciple in their eyes. His future was bright, but his strength was a little lacking. But seeing Yi Yuan again today, Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng discovered to their shock that the aura on Yi Yuan's body was actually not much weaker than theirs anymore. Especially Xiao Jian and Ling Potian, their thoughts and feelings were the most profound. Because that instance just now, they actually had a palpitating feeling. This made them realize that they could very well not be Yi Yuan's match already. Recalling back when Yi Yuan had just entered the sect, the two of them really had a feeling like they were dreaming. All right, we won't mention it. Yi Yuan, in your view, facing the fierce Gale World's invasion, what should we do? Sky Maple also realized the awkwardness and hastily switched the topic. Yi Yuan did not reply straight away. He invited them into the hidden chamber, before saying words that astonished everyone. The Southern Domain can't be defended. While the realm Pares Sageway has yet to link together fully, we should take advantage and move the entire sect to the north, Yi Yuan said coolly. What? Move the entire sect? Move? But Xiao Jian was taken aback in fright by Yi Yuan's words. The Tranquil Cloud sect fought off the Purple Mansion sect's great armies thrice consecutively and barely managed to guard a piece of Holy Land. Now, they actually had to discard it. Although Xiao Jian and the rest's ideals were to return to the Northern Domain, they grew up in the Southern Domain after all. Suddenly hearing this news, they still felt somewhat acclimatized. Hall head Xiao, don't make a fuss over nothing. Listen to Yi Yuan is going to say till the end. Luo Qingfeng was much more composed as he voiced out to reproach Xiao Jian. Yi Yuan said with a smile, the Tranquil Cloud sect is already a lone island. Once there are divine traversing realm experts appearing, the Tranquil Cloud sect will be the first to bear the brunt. The Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array is only a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array. It can't withstand the attacks of a divine traversing realm powerhouse. But, since that's the case, why didn't Yi Yuan you move north earlier? Why did you persist on holding fast to this land? Luo Qingfeng opened his mouth to ask. Those Northern Domain's major powers most likely still don't know the Purple Mansion sect's origin and think that the Southern Domain's great change was just the Endless World's internal affairs. The fierce Gale World has been blocking off the news the entire time. The goal also lied here. It's already late for the Northern Domain to prepare now. If the Purple Mansion sect rules the Southern Domain and lays down a solid foundation for the fierce Gale World's invasion, the Northern Domain will be caught even more unprepared. At that time, with the fierce Gale World using the Southern Domain as a springboard, the Endless World most likely wouldn't even have the strength for a single battle. Furthermore, Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, and the rest of you all were still in the Purple Mansion sect's hands. How could we move north without careful consideration? Yi Yuan explained. It was hard to leave one's homeland. Moreover, Sky Maple and the rest still did not have a clear understanding of the fierce Gale World's might. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, they still said rather hesitatingly, "Didn't you send Mai Zhen to the northern domain? When they get the news, they should attack in retaliation right away, no? Our endless world is rich in resources. In terms of strength, we shouldn't lose to the fierce-scale world martial artists, right?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Although the fierce-scale world is scarce in resources, the martial artists' combat strength is extremely powerful. Same-rank martial artists, the endless world might not be their match." Yi Yuan picked out a few of the important information and knowledge from the fierce-scale world for Sky Maple they all to listen, including the matter of the Grand Yang Tru sect sacrificing the entire sect's 6 sovereign-level powerhouses back then to lay down the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. After listening finish, the facial expressions of Sky Maple and the rest became grave. Moreover, the fierce-scale world's most thornyent. 1. Tai was still the Wind Emperor, Zhao Tianyan, after all. Actually, I don't hold much confidence in Elder Mai to be able to convince those Northern Domains heavyweights. That's why counting on them to pull the Purple Mansion sect up by the roots is simply impossible. The best situation right now is also just the two worlds' martial artists confronting each other with the endless forest in between, Yi Yuan said. Only then did Sky Maple and the rest realize the jeopardy of the situation. They exchanged glances, and Sky Maple said, "All right then. Yi Yuan, we'll listen to you completely." Yi Yuan did not decline, saying with a nod, "Okay. I estimate that the Realm Par's Sageway linking together is just a matter of this half a month too. We should make preparations early. Hall Head Xiao, these few days, you should bring a batch of people and set off first to be the advance party for the sect's retreat. The Northern Domain's territories are all places with owners. Some conflicts are bound to be unavoidable when we migrate the whole sect. Hall Head Xiao, after you go, don't pick those places rich in essence energy. The top priority is to find a place to settle down. Also, there is a need to send some people to find that batch of people from before." Towards Yi Yuan's tone that carried a slightly commanding style, the few people did not say much. Yi Yuan had this qualification now. Most importantly, they all knew that Yi Yuan would not harm the Tranquil Cloud sect. Xiao Jian nodded and said, "Okay. I'll go and pick a batch of disciples right away and set off these 2 days." Yi Yuan said to Luo Qingfeng, "The other matters will have to trouble Sect Master Luo." Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, "All right. I'll go and handle them right away." Everyone was just about to leave when a disciple came forward to report in a slightly excited manner, "Grand Elder, Sect Master, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi, newsbearers came from the Northern Domain." The eyes of Sky Maple and the rest all lit up as they said excitedly, "Oh? Who came? Quickly bring us to meet them." But Yi Yuan's gaze flickered and did not seem to be interested in this. To Yi Yuan, he never placed hopes on those Northern Domain sects. In the world of martial artists, relying on others was pointless. Only one's own strength being formidable could preserve oneself. But the Northern Domain reacting so swiftly had indeed exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. "Hang on." Sky Maple and the rest were just in a hurry to leave when they were halted by Yi Yuan. "What is it, Yi Yuan?" A messenger came from the Northern Domain. "It probably isn't nice to neglect them, right?" Luo Qingfeng said. But Yi Yuan did not answer, asking that disciple instead, "Did Elder Mai come back together with him?" That disciple was stunned, shook his head, and said, "No. Didn't see Elder Mai." A total of 3 people came, saying that they are the Northern Domain's myriad sword sect's disciples. Hearing this name, everybody's faces including Tian Yu's, all changed. Chapter 471. This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be stunned. "Grand Elder, this myriad sword sect." Sky Maple's expression was very ugly. But he still replied, "Back then, the ones who forced our Tranquil Cloud sect out of the Northern Domain was precisely the myriad sword sect." Yi Yuan frowned when he heard that and said, "If the messengers are from the myriad sword sect, Elder Mai he. It's all my fault, only thinking to notify the Northern Domain and didn't think that such a thing would happen." Mai Zhen and Yi Yuan went through thick and thin together along the way. If something really happened to Mai Zhen, Yi Yuan definitely would not let this myriad sword sect off. "How can this be blamed on you?" This matter, only I, Qingfeng, and the 5 of them know. Maijun himself didn't know either. Sigh. Hopefully, it's just a coincidence. So many years have said since the incident. Maybe this matter has already faded from the myriad sword sect's memories. After all, we don't pose any threat to them at all right now, Skymaple said with a sigh. Go. Let's meet with these people, Yi Yuan said. The group came to the main hall. But the moment they entered, their expressions changed abruptly. Several tranquil cloud sect disciples were lying on the ground groaning endlessly. 3 youngsters sat on the highest 3 positions in the center of the main hall. The 3 of you. Insolence. Xiao Jian was a forthright person. How could he tolerate it when he saw this sort of situation? He directly wielded his sword and stabbed towards that youth in the center. But the youth on the right seat curled his mouth and said with a sneer, "Violet rain cool breeze is it? I know it too." As he said, he leaped up and actually executed the exact same move as Xiao Jian. Careful, Xiao Jian. Luo Qingfeng was greatly alarmed and hurriedly yelled out. But it was already late. The 2 persons' attacks clashed together swiftly. That youth was a 7th level sea transformation realm. Xiao Jian was already half-step soul sea realm at present. Yet, that youth's attack actually arrived first despite being executed later. The speed was even a little faster than Xiao Jian's. Clank. The sound of metal colliding echoed. Xiao Jian actually gave a fled groan and was sent flying out. Skymaple and the rest were greatly startled seeing the situation. Luo Qingfeng went up to catch Xiao Jian. Executed by Xiao Jian, a half-step soul sea realm, he actually sustained injuries in one move. Entirely not on the same level. This young man was too strong. How do you know the violet rain cool breeze? Luo Qingfeng asked gravely. Violet Rain Cool Breeze was an extremely powerful move in the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword ARTC transformation realm. This young man before him was actually even more skilled in it compared to Xiao Jian. This had to be said to be a kind of immense irony. The young man said with a faint smile when he heard that, "You're the Tranquil Cloud Sect Master, right? Introducing myself, I'm Myriad Sword Sect Disciple, Li Junjie. These 2 are my seniors. The one sitting on the left is Jiyu Tianyu. The one in the seat of honor is our eldest senior brother, Qin Yang. As for why I know Violet Rain Cool Breeze, very simple, because what I cultivate in is also the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword art." A faint smile hung on the corner of Li Junjie's mouth from start to end. Except, that smile had a somewhat mocking undertone no matter how one looked at it. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's foundation was the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword art. But Li Junjie defeated Xiao Jian with the Tranquil Cloud Sect's cultivation martial technique. This was seriously a tremendous blow to the Tranquil Cloud Sect members. Indeed, hearing Li Junjie's words, Skymaple and the rest's faces revealed sorrow. How did Li Junjie know the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword art? This was not hard to guess. When the Tranquil Cloud Sect moved south in a haste back then, many cultivation methods and martial technique were all lost. Very clearly, the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword art was obtained by the Myriad Sword Sect. The Myriad Sword Sect's core cultivation method was not the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword art. But this did not impede their disciples from cultivating this cultivation method. One had to know that the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword art was a true blue Tier 5 cultivation method. It could let martial artists train to peak divine traversing realm. The Myriad Sword Sect's own core cultivation method was merely like so as well. TSK. Back then, my Myriad Sword Sect did not exterminate your Tranquil Cloud Sect to the last person because of a variety of reasons. Originally, we thought that you all could progress a little coming to the southern domain. Who knew that you would deteriorate with each passing day? Jiyu Tianyu said with a pitying look. Yeah. Your own sect's cultivation method actually can't even beat me. That person just now seems to be your Tranquil Cloud Sect's upper echelon, right? To actually not even be this disciple's match. Sigh. Li Junjie said. Recalling back then, the Tranquil Cloud Sect commanded the wind and clouds in the northern domain. Who dared to provoke the sect? Now, it actually declined to such a degree. Truly makes people feel regrettable, Jiyu Tianyu said. The two people chimed in one after the other. Hearing it sounded like pitying the Tranquil Cloud sect, but actually it was simply picking a quarrel and completely thought nothing of the Tranquil Cloud sect people. The Tranquil Cloud sect's face was already thrown on the ground by these two, trampled again and again. While Luo Qingfeng was composed, how could he still endure at this time? Luo Qingfeng took a step forward and said with an ill-intent look, "You three are so unbridled in my Tranquil Cloud sect. Do you really take my Tranquil Cloud sect to have no body?" Li Junjie seemed to have been frightened. He said in shock, "Senior apprentice brother Ji Yu, turns out that the Tranquil Cloud sect actually still has a Soul Sea Realm expert. How incredible." Jiyu Tianyu said indifferently, "What do Soul Sea Realm experts count as?" "Just a first-level Soul Sea Realm. Our Myriad Sword sect has a large bunch with one grab. If he dares to make a move against us, the Myriad Sword sect will come to the southern domain to exterminate them right away. Furthermore, whether he is eldest senior brother's match or not, it's really hard to say," exclaimed Jiyu Tianyu. As Jiyu Tianyu said those words, his eyes looked over towards eldest senior brother, Qin Yang. Qin Yang did not say a word from beginning to end. But since this Li Junjie was already so strong, their eldest senior brother naturally would not be too weak. Qin Yang was only at the 9th level sea transformation realm. Such strength was simply clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of a Soul Sea Realm expert. Stepping into the Soul Sea Realm was truly stepping into the rankings of the middle three realms. It was completely not what sea transformation realm martial artists could compare to. Any random Soul Sea Realm expert that came could freely crush 9th level sea transformation realm martial artists. Let alone that Luo Qingfeng's strength was even considerably stronger compared to ordinary Soul Sea realms. But Jiyu Tianyu said that Luo Qingfeng was not Qin Yang's match. These words were truly a little too presumptuous. Luo Qingfeng's expression changed, and he said with a cold smile, "Fine. Then today, I'll have a direct confrontation with this eldest senior brother of yours and take a look at how a sea transformation realm usurper says a Soul Sea realm." At this time, a figure flashed, blocking in front of Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng was stunned, but saw Yi Yuan turn around. Yi Yuan said to him with a smile, "Is there a need to use a butcher's knife to kill chickens? These disciples, haven't gone up yet. How can we let Lord Sect Master take the stage personally? Our Tranquil Cloud sect is also a former Northern Domain's great sect no matter what. Where is the logic of bullying the weak with the strong? Better for me to square up against the Myriad Sword sect's three senior brothers then. It also counts as interacting a little with the present Northern Domain's great sects. Don't horse around, Yi Yuan. Quickly come back for me." Luo Qingfeng actually had a seldom-seen reproach of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled but did not have the intention of moving aside. He knew that Luo Qingfeng was worried about his safety. But how could he pay attention to 3C transformation realms? After Luo Qingfeng returned to the sect, he had not witnessed Yi Yuan's combat strength yet and simply could not imagine just what kind of realm Yi Yuan already reached right now. Interesting, really interesting. To think that there's still such a character in the Tranquil Cloud sect currently. A first-level sea transformation realm also dares to come out and provoke our eldest senior brother. Really too fascinating. Lord Sect Master, what this junior brother here said was, "Only a disciple versus another disciple can measure a sect's strength," Li Junjie said with an amused look. Chapter 472. At this time, Luo Qingfeng no longer held any hopes of fluke in his heart. At this time, Luo Qingfeng no longer held any hopes of fluke in his heart. Not only did the Myriad Sword sect not forget the Tranquil Cloud sect, it even wanted to find fault through the incident this time. Of course, the present Tranquil Cloud sect was completely not in the Myriad Sword sect's sights. Otherwise, they would not just send a couple of disciples over. But the might of these three people before their eyes exceeded everyone's expectations. That Li Junjie clearly had the weakest strength among the three people and actually wounded Xiao Jian with one sword. Qin Yang's strength was really not easy to estimate. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with smilingly, "Senior apprentice brother Li is powerful. Younger brother admires it. In a while, you have to pull your punches. Haha. Rest your heart. I'll definitely go easy, Li Junjie said with a big laugh. Li Junjie placed all of his attention on Luo Qingfeng earlier and really did not notice Yi Yuan. Now, such a young sea transformation realm jumped out abruptly. It really gave him a small shock. Such a young sea transformation realm like Yi Yuan, when placed in the myriad sword sect, was an existence like the feather of a phoenix and the horns of a Chilean too. To think that the tranquil cloud sect actually groomed such a prodigious character. However, this sort of thing like cruise HI+ing geniuses was too satisfying, feeling as if it was an accomplishment. Li Junjie thought about this in his heart sinisterly. Hearing the ill intent in Li Junjie's words, Luo Qingfeng went forward and grabbed hold of Yi Yuan, saying in a low voice, Yi Yuan, their strength is not a trivial matter. Most likely, among the Northern Domain's junior generation, they are considered extremely formidable existences. You'd better not flaunt your superiority. If there's a mishap. But Yi Yuan interrupted Luo Qingfeng's words with a smile and said, how can that be? Senior apprentice brother Li even said that he will definitely pull his punches just now. Isn't that so, senior apprentice brother Li? The latter half of the sentence was said to Li Junjie. Li Junjie said with a wide grin, of course, of course. Lord Sect Master, please rest assured. Luo Qingfeng shot a fierce glare at Li Junjie and said to Yi Yuan in a low voice, Yi Yuan, you must act within the limits of your ability. Yi Yuan gave a non-committal smile. He then turned around and said to Li Junjie, earlier, I saw that senior apprentice brother Li's Violet Rain Cool Breeze seems to be very formidable. I learned that move too. I wonder if senior apprentice brother Li can give a pointer or two. In Li Junjie's eyes, Yi Yuan was like a very silly, very naive dumber. Could it be that this boy really thought that he would show mercy and found him to spar moves with? But this was also very easy to explain. How could geniuses that has broken through to the sea transformation realm in their teenage years had any experiences? Merely flowers that grew up in a greenhouse. Seeing that Yi Yuan wanted to experience the Violet Rain Cool Breeze, Li Junjie was even more delighted in his heart. Li Junjie had outstanding talent in the cultivation method of Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword Art. Although he had not fully comprehended any true intent at present, he was already not far from this step. That was why he could defeat Xiao Jian with one sword. Yi Yuan actually wanted to compete in the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword Art with him. Yi Yuan was truly overestimating his own strength. Haha. I'll guide you well, Li Junjie said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan cracked a smile, and Tsunghua's sword was displayed. At virtually the same instant, Yi Yuan and Li Junjie made a move. The same move, the same action, it was identical with the scene earlier. With this move, Li Junjie did not hold back. The Violet Rain Cool Breeze was even more powerful compared to the last time. His objective was to cripple Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfeng's expression changed drastically, not good. This Li Junjie was actually still conserving strength. Luo Qingfeng wanted to make a move to stop this fight. However, an exceedingly terrifying aura locked onto him. Luo Qingfeng was secretly alarmed. He discovered that Qin Yang had already arrived in front of him since who knew when. This young man actually gave him an exceedingly terrifying feeling. Was he really 9th level sea transformation realm? Compared to Li Junjie's move, Yi Yuan's Violet Rain Cool Breeze was freaking weak. It was like a little kid showing some gaudy display. Yi Yuan, be careful. Luo Qingfeng yelled out. Yet, Yi Yuan did not seem to hear it at all. He still displayed this Violet Rain Cool Breeze. Jiyu Tianyu watched this scene calm and composedly as if he already saw the result of Yi Yuan, this genius, being ruined. They all knew that Yi Yuan was surely a genius that the Tranquil Cloud sect expended immeasurable energy to groom. Destroying Yi Yuan, it was equivalent to ruining the Tranquil Cloud sect's future. My guidance is here. You have to receive it well, Li Junjie said with a delighted smile, stabbing towards Yi Yuan. But, at this time, Yi Yuan's Violet Rain Cool Breeze was already executed completely too, charging towards Li Junjie as well. The two moves intersected. Yi Yuan's move was weak like a tiny tree in a fierce gale, a small boat in the boundless seas. Bang! The two people's attacks finally collided together. Yet, Yi Yuan did not perish in one blow as everyone imagined. On the contrary, that very instant he collided with Yi Yuan's attack, Li Junjie seemed to be hit by somebody with a huge hammer, flying out directly. Smars. H. Plus Li Junjie just happened to be sent flying to where he sat originally, smars. I plussing the chair into smithereens. Jiyu Tianyu and Qin Yang both did not react to it and was actually dazed for some time. Of course, the stupefied ones were not just them. There were also Sky Maple, Luo Qingfeng and the rest. How is that possible? Junior apprentice brother Li's Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword Art is already close to the degree of major accomplishment. How could he possibly lost to this brat? Jiyu Tianyu said disbelievingly. Qin Yang did not speak. But his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan became immensely grave. Senior apprentice brother Li's Violet Rain Cool Breeze is indeed formidable. Even flying out is actually so cool, letting Yi Yuan benefit a great deal, Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Bang! At this time, Li Junjie crawled up swiftly, sending wood chips in front of him flying with a kick. He roared, "Stinking brat! I'll kill you!" Li Junjie already went completely berserk, wanting to kill Yi Yuan at all costs. Even in the myriad sword sect, there were also not many who could make Li Junjie so wretched looking. Now, he was actually beaten to this state by a tranquil cloud sect brat who was still wet behind his ears. This was something that he could not accept. The myriad sword sect had acquired the full set of Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword Art. Li Junjie had immersed in this path for over 20 years and was also just a step away from comprehending sword intent. How could he possibly lose to the Tranquil Cloud Sect's people? If he lost to the Tranquil Cloud Sect's upper echelons, it was still alright. But Yi Yuan was just a Tranquil Cloud Sect's junior disciple. How could he possibly lose to somebody like this? The Myriad Sword Sect was one of the 3 strongest sects in the Northern Domain. Li Junjie's strength could also be ranked among the entire Endless World's junior generation. Now, he actually lost to a small sect's disciple. Li Junjie's figure moved, but there was a blur before his eyes. Qin Yang blocked in front of him. "Senior brother, you move aside. I'm going to kill this punk." Li Junjie howled. But Qin Yang said coolly, "Forget it. You are not his match." When Qin Yang's words came out, Li Junjie and Jiyu Tianyu were both dazed. Especially Li Junjie. He wondered if he heard wrongly and asked in incredulity, "Senior apprentice brother, what did you say?" Qin Yang turned around and said with a solemn expression, "This boy has already fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword Art. You are not his match." Chapter 473 See Comprehended Fully? See Comprehended Fully? Li Junjie seemed to have a tub of cold water splash down, sobering up instantaneously. He looked at Qin Yang. The latter was nodding his head and said, "His Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword intent has already reached the state of returning to the origin. You can't possibly beat him. I really didn't think that after so many years Pares said, the Tranquil Cloud Sect actually produced such a character." Finished talking, Qin Yang looked at Yi Yuan with an unkind expression and said, "Punk, ability to disguise as a pig to eat a tiger is pretty good." Disguising as a pig to eat a tiger? Who? Is there a need to disguise as a pig to eat the tiger when dealing with you people? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Qin Yang's face fell slightly. Towards Yi Yuan's attitude, he was very displeased. As the Myriad Sword Sect's junior generation's #1 person, wherever Qin Yang walked, admiration and flattering voices would resound. Today, he was actually looked down upon by a kid. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and said, "Boy, don't think that you can be COC Kai by comprehending true intent. You need to know that there is always somebody stronger." The 3 of you ran to the Tranquil Cloud Sect to make a big show of your prowess, and then injured my fellow sect members. Now you're saying that I'm COC Kai? Your logic simply differs from ordinary people. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Humph. What a sharp tongue. We are here on the sect's orders to investigate the Southern Domain's change. Your Tranquil Cloud Sect is already a lone island. We came here to rescue you all, Qin Yang said nonchalantly. Hearing Qin Yang's words, the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a ridiculing smile. Rescue? I think that your myriad sword sect wants to swallow the tranquil cloud sect, or are thinking of making us wag our tails to beg like a dog in front of you people to satisfy your ego a little. Qin Yang was stunned when he heard it. He suddenly grinned and said, then so what? Could it be that you all still have other choices? This time, the expression on the faces of Sky Maple, Luo Qingfeng, and the rest became odd. You all most likely don't know it yet, right? The Purple Mansion sect was already sent packing with a face full of dust previously at our sect, losing 3 Soul Sea Realm experts in succession. Right now, I reckon that He Mingda is probably still weeping at home, right? Luo Qingfeng said with a cold smile. Luo Qingfeng's words stunned the trio. They had just arrived in the southern domain too. The information grasped was still when they had just left the sect. They totally did not know what happened recently in the southern domain. Now, once they heard the news, it indeed made them feel very surprised. But it was merely just surprised. Qin Yang did not feel that Luo Qingfeng could kill martial artists with high cultivation realms. Haha. Killing a couple of first-level Soul Sea realms made all of you so happy? That Purple Mansion sect probably saw that your strength was too weak, so they totally didn't send experts over, right? Jiyu Tianyu said with a chortle. Luo Qingfeng said with a disdainful look, first-level Soul Sea realm? Haha. The Purple Mansion sect has already attacked the Tranquil Cloud sect 3 times. The first time, a first-level Soul Sea realm died. The second time, 2 fourth-level Soul Sea realms died. The third time, He Mingda came personally, and also returned in failure. Do you all think that we should be happy or not? 4th-level Soul Sea realm? Even 2? Do you take us for rookies who don't know anything? Just the likes of you people can kill 2 4th-level Soul Sea realms? Li Junjie said with a ridiculing smile. Ignorant. The Purple Mansion sect dispatched thousands of martial artists to come and attack the Tranquil Cloud sect. Is there a need for me to deceive you on this matter? If you don't believe it, you can try out the Tranquil Cloud sect's sect-protecting Grand Array in person, Luo Qingfeng said with a cold smile. Luo Qingfeng was very proud of the sect-protecting Grand Array right now. This kind of Grand Array that could instantly kill Soul Sea Realm experts was seriously satisfying. Beneath the divine traversing realm, it was virtually invincible. Sect-protecting Grand Array? You're talking about the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array? Didn't you all lose this set of array formation back then? Qin Yang said with a frown. No comments about that. Humph. If not for the sake of the entire Endless World's safety, would we send people to the northern domain? So long as we defend the Tranquil Cloud sect to the death, the Purple Mansion sect can't breach inside all their lives. Luo Qingfeng said. You're saying that there is really another world trying to invade our endless world? Qin Yang said. The Purple Mansion sect is a chess piece left in the endless world by the Fierce Gale world. Now that the realm Pares Sageway has already opened up, Fierce Gale world martial artists will attack over here very soon. This matter concerns the grand matter of the entire endless world's life and death. You people actually still have thoughts of internal conflicts here. Truly don't know life from death. Yi Yuan said with a sneer. Based on the attitudes of Qin Yang and the others, they completely did not believe that there was this matter of another world invading. After all, several thousand years had already passed since the previous Great War. Even a sect like the Grand Yang True sect was already buried in the annals of history. The Grand Yang True sect was also to blame for being overly domineering back then, directly sealing the realm Pares Sageway, resulting in the Great War between 2 worlds not class. HI plussing on a Ma. S Civ scale. The endless world martial artists did not suffer a pain which cut deep. Their impression of the other world was not so deep as well. But Yi Yuan believed that those major powers in the northern domain should have heard of this segment of history. Except, Maijin most likely did not meet those people when he went over this time. A sea transformation realm martial artist might be powerful enough in the southern domain. But placed in the northern domain, it was nothing. What a pack of nonsense. Why would there be another world invading for no reason? You said that the Purple Mansion sect were the otherworld survivors. What proof is there? Qin Yang said. Yi Yuan had long known that Qin Yang would have such an inquiry. His hands briefly needed a seal. A silhouette suddenly appeared before everyone. Spatial spirit artifact. Seeing this scene, Qin Yang trio were all startled. Spatial spirit artifacts were beloved treasures that everyone would want to get their hands on. Even them, the Northern Domain's top disciples, did not have in their possessions. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually had a spatial spirit artifact, their gaze involuntarily became scorching. Yi Yuan shot a glance and said, "Put away your ideas. Or else, you might not be able to walk out of the tranquil cloud sect. This is the slave that I captured in the fierce gale world. His name is Lan Feng. Let him talk to you about the fierce gale world's matters." Yi Yuan already had sea transformation realm strength at present. Even when facing early-stage Soul Sea realm martial artists, he had sufficient self-preserving strength too. Hence, he did not mind exhibiting the spatial spirit artifact in front of these people. But Yi Yuan's words astonished the trio tremendously. Qin Yang exclaimed in shock, You've been to the other world?" Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Naturally I've been there before. Lan Feng's divine soul is slightly different from the endless world martial artists. You guys investigate it slightly and should be able to discover some inklings." Qin Yang probed and discovered that Lan Feng's divine soul was indeed slightly different from the endless world martial artist. This shock was tremendous. In his heart, he already believed Yi Yuan's words to a certain extent. "Lan Feng, you pick out a few important things about the Purple Mansion sect and the fierce gale world's past for them to hear," Yi Yuan instructed. "Yes, master." Lan Feng cupped his hands slightly and started talking. As time said, the expressions on Qin Yang and the rest became increasingly grim. Turned out that things had already reached such a critical state. They were actually still harboring the mentality of watching the show coming over to the Tranquil Cloud sect this time. After Lan Feng finished talking, Qin Yang trio exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a never-before astonishment. "Oh, right. Lan Feng did not say it just now. The fierce gale world is a middle-order small world. The Wind Emperor's strength is boundless realm," Yi Yuan said indifferently. Chapter 474. The Qin Yang trio seemed to have something stuck in their throats and were not able to speak for a while. The Qin Yang trio seemed to have something stuck in their throats and were not able to speak for a while. "Be boundless realm? You're not joking, right?" After a long time, Li Junjie finally recovered but was still filled with incredulity. "Joking? Back then, the Grand Yang True sect was 10 times stronger than your Myriad Sword sect. However, the Grand Yang True sect hesitated at nothing to sacrifice the lives of 6 sovereign-level array masters to deploy the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. Do you think that they had the need to treat their lives jokingly?" Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The present Endless World situation was different. Back then, the Grand Yang True sect reigned supreme, overshadowing all of the sects. Although the Grand Yang True sect's sect master's status was not on par with Zhao Tianin's, it was not far from the latter either. Even such strength could not resist the previous generation Wind Emperor. What did the Myriad Sword sect even count as? Hiss. The information that Yi Yuan uttered today, the shock it brought them was too intense. Mai Zhen had not spoken more than a few words at the Myriad Sword sect and was detained. Those people did not take it seriously at all. Now, Yi Yuan spoke with definite evidence and even let Lan Feng out. It was not up to them to not believe. Like this, isn't our endless world facing imminent danger? Jiyu Tianyu muttered. Haha, good that you know. But I still have something that I want to ask the three of you. Is my Tranquil Cloud sect's elder Mai Zhen detained by your Myriad Sword sect? Yi Yuan asked with gleaming eyes. One sentence and it dragged the three people back to reality. Qin Yang said with a sneer, "So what if yes?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said to Jiyu Tianyu and Li Junjie, "Good that it's yes. The two of you can head back already. This whatever eldest senior brother Qin Yang will stay in our Tranquil Cloud sect to be a hostage then. Whenever you people release Elder Mai back, he can return to the sect." The three people were stunned when they heard these words. Wasn't this punk overestimating his own strength too much? Detaining eldest senior brother? Haha. Really unafraid of the wind spraining your tongue if it blows hard? Do you think that you can keep eldest senior brother with the likes of that first-level Soul Sea Realm Sect Master? Li Junjie said with a cold laugh. Haha. You all have stayed too long in the southern domain and already became frogs in a well, right? Do you know how formidable eldest senior brother's strength is? Jiyu Tianyu seemed to have heard some hilarious joke and grinned from ear to ear. Even Qin Yang himself shook his head too and said with a smile, overconfident fool. But Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, I already said, disciple versus disciple. How could the likes of you all have the qualifications to let Sect Master take action personally? You aren't really thinking that by comprehending the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art, you would be my match, right? Qin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, with a face full of contempt. So what if Yi Yuan comprehended true intent? He likewise comprehended true intent. Furthermore, he was even almost a full major realm higher than Yi Yuan. Such a great disparity in strength, and this brat was actually thinking of defeating him? Yi Yuan flashed a smile and said, give it a try then. Such a wildly arrogant boy. Don't lose your life by trying. Jiyu Tianyu said with a cold snort. But Qin Yang said with a smile, interesting. I'll give you this opportunity. Haha. It's still eldest senior brother magnanimity that is big. I'm going to make a move. You receive it well. 9 swords return to 1, half moon slash. Plus Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish either, executing the 9 sword stances half moon slash instantaneously. Following Yi Yuan's breakthrough to the sea transformation realm, his Azure Dipper floating zero sword became even stronger. Regardless whether was it the 9 sword stance or the 1,000 flowing petals, they all expended countless amounts of Yi Yuan's energy. The greater one's strength, the greater the might. Back then, Yi Yuan used this one move to place the powerful Zhao Cheng'an in a wretched plight. No matter how powerful this Qin Yang's strength was, it could not be stronger than Zhao Cheng'an's either. Once Yi Yuan's move was unleashed, the smile on Qin Yang's face was instantly replaced with solemnness. Not the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art. When this brat was dealing with Li Junjie earlier, he was actually still holding back. 1,000 Sword Nebulous. Qin Yang immediately put away his belittling heart, using an incomparably swift and fierce martial technique right away. This 1,000 Sword Nebulous move was an extremely powerful martial technique in the Myriad Sword Sect. Coupled with the Myriad Sword Sect's cultivation method, it was a top-notch sword move when placed in the Endless World too. The Sea Transformation Realm Yi Yuan displaying the half-moon slash was much stronger than it was in the Fierce Gale World previously. The two attacks collided together instantly. Yet, the half-moon slash breached Qin Yang's 1,000 sword nebulous like cruise. Plussing dried twigs. Qin Yang's face changed, and he immediately unleashed his movement technique and dodged this attack. What? Elder senior brother's 1,000 sword nebulous actually lost when dueling sword. Li Junjie nearly jumped up when he saw this scene. Eldest senior brother's 1,000 sword nebulous, even the heavenly martial sects Guotaochuan and the profound ice sects Yin Yanghua can't possibly resolve it so effortlessly, right? An immense shock was seen in Jiyu Tianyu's eyes. Qin Yang's expression at present was very nasty. He never could have imagined that Yi Yuan was actually formidable to this sort of degree. Just now, if not for the 1,000 sword nebulous offsetting a portion of the half-moon slash's power, whether or not he could evade was another matter altogether. Yi Yuan. It's you who forced me. I still can't completely control this move with my present realm. Once this move is unleashed, be responsible for your own life and death. Qin Yang's voice divulged an ice-cold intent. Qin Yang pointed his sword at Yi Yuan. The single sword actually miraculously transformed into countless ones. Myriad swords return to origin. Go to Hell. Qin Yang did not have the composure from before anymore. His face even carried some ferociousness at this moment. But at this time, Yi Yuan's Windfire Violent Blaze transforming dragon similarly finished casting too. The colossal dragon roared as it swept over towards Qin Yang. This Ma's Civ dragon was incomparably powerful, instantly engulfing those sword figures clean. But it was not over yet. The Ma's Civ Dragon hastened over towards Qin Yang. With a rumble, Qin Yang's entire person was blasted flying out, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Eldest senior brother, Jiyu Tianyu and Li Junjie shouted. When they saw this scene, they were both greatly taken aback from shock and hurriedly went up to support Qin Yang. The pair exchanged a glance, both feeling that it was beyond comprehension. The undefeated eldest senior brother in their eyes was actually defeated in the hands of an unknown brat. Relax. He won't die. I still need him to be a hostage. Yi Yuan's indifferent voice came over. Jiyu Tianyu and Li Junjie were both startled in their hearts. Their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again was like they had seen a ghost. This youth was seriously too scary. Why Yi Yuan's strength is actually formidable to this extent already. Even I'm probably not his match for certain either. Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple exchanged glances at this time as well. The astonishment in their gazes was not the slightest bit less than the myriad sword sect disciples. Sky Maple was very relieved. Stroking his beard, he said with a smile, I'd long foreseen that there would be this day. But I never could have imagined that this day would arrive so quickly. For my tranquil cloud sect to be able to obtain Yi Yuan, it's truly the heaven showing sympathy. Do you all really want to set yourselves against my myriad sword sect? Jiyu Tianyu's voice carried some quivering. The reason why they dared to come was that they felt that they had the strength to preserve themselves. But looking at it now, this sort of self-confidence was really a joke. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, you all don't be mistaken. Elder Mai went to the northern domain to deliver news with good intentions but was detained by you people. This is you people forcing me. I don't wish to cross anybody for no reason. Chapter 475. Do you really dare to imprison eldest senior brother for a puny little sea transformation realm martial artist? Do you really dare to imprison eldest senior brother for a puny little sea transformation realm martial artist? Li Junjie felt rather incredulous. This Yi Yuan seemed bent on opposing the myriad sword sect. This was simply something that could not be explained by reason. There was actually somebody who dared to fall out with the myriad sword sect. Qin Yang's significance to the myriad sword sect went without saying. If the tranquil cloud sect dared to touch a hair of Qin Yang's, an apocalyptic calamity was definitely unavoidable. Did this boy eat the wrong medicine? Seemed like he already harmed quite a few hairs. Yi Yuan said coldly, puny little sea transformation realm? Aren't you just a sea transformation realm too? Moreover, your eldest senior brother might be very important in your eyes, but in my eyes, he isn't worth a fart. Elder Mai's life is way more important than his. As he said, Yi Yuan's aura pressed on and actually made Li Junjie and Jiyu Tianyu feel chilly. In Yi Yuan's view, these few fellows clearly looked down on everybody sn. Oh Bishley. Mai Zhen might not be considered much in front of them. But to Yi Yuan, he was a very important senior. Yi Yuan experienced hards. HI plus PS before rescuing Mai Zhen from the fierce Gale world. He could not very well fall in the myriad sword sect. Madman. You're a madman. Li Junjie turned to Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng and said, could it be that you all want to go crazy together with this boy? If you all dare to detain eldest senior brother today, you have to make the preparations of receiving the wrath of my myriad sword sect. At that time, your tranquil cloud sect will really not have fowls or dogs spared. Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng's expression both changed. This consequence, they really could not quite bear it. Although Mai Zhen was important but compared to the entire sect. However, Yi Yuan did not give them the opportunity to hesitate. He took a step forward and said with narrowed eyes, are you threatening me here? Li Junjie was taken aback by Yi Yuan's aura and actually took a step back instinctively. But he reacted very quickly, and his face involuntarily reddened slightly. What's with me? I'm actually frightened. I, a dignified myriad sword sect's disciple, would actually fear this punk. A wave of shame hit in Li Junjie's heart. However, he really had no confidence against Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could even defeat Qin Yang. Defeating him was simply like lifting a finger. No, I didn't mean that. Li Junjie was even somewhat stammering when talking. But Yi Yuan did not care. He took another step forward and said coldly, "Then what did you mean?" I was. Li Junjie moved back again but just happened to trip over something, planting his bottom onto the ground. Humph. My tranquil cloud sect sent people to the northern domain to notify your three great sects with public interests in mind, to warn you all to guard against the invasion of another world. Yet, you held a grudge and detained Elder Mai. If I don't keep a hostage today, Elder Mai would surely find it hard to die with peace of mind. The two of you head back today. If Elder Mai receives a trace of injury, I'll definitely make Qin Yang's life worse than death. Yi Yuan said with a cold grunt. Jiyu Tianyu and Li Junjie were forced by Yi Yuan's aura and actually mumbled and did not dare to rebuke. The main hall fell into a dead silence. Nobody dared to make a sound. The Jiyu Tianyu pair stood there, unable to leave nor stay. It was very awkward. Meanwhile, Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng and the rest actually felt very liberating in their hearts. During these more than 1,000 years, they withdrew and stood in the southern domain's land, living very aggrievedly. Especially just now, Li Junjie actually used the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art to deal with Xiao Jian, making their dignity suffer tremendous devastation even more so. Back then, the Myriad Sword sect virtually annihilated the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect also greatly damaged their vitality in that battle. That was why they were unable to recover from the setback ever since. Truthfully talking about it, the two sects' enmity could be said to be irreconcilable under the same sky. But the problem was that the Myriad Sword sect was one of the strongest three sects in the entire endless world. The strength was too great. A tiny sect like the Tranquil Cloud sect simply could not afford to provoke. They did not know how Yi Yuan had such tremendous gall to actually dare yank on the Myriad Sword sect's whiskers. However, through that fight earlier, Luo Qingfeng already had a clear realization that Yi Yuan's true combat strength was most likely no longer beneath his. Furthermore, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was saved by Yi Yuan. Whatever Yi Yuan wanted to do now, they were willing to be the backup for Yi Yuan. Right then, Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said icily, "Since some friends have arrived, why not show yourselves? If it spreads out, others might think that my Tranquil Cloud sect doesn't know how to receive guests." The expressions of Luo Qingfeng and the rest changed. Somebody snuck into the main hall, and they were actually completely oblivious. A girl dressed in light blue gauze floated down from the roof, making people feel like the temperature in the entire Great Hall suddenly fell by a few degrees. The girl as cold as frost, but had a beauty that could topple down a nation, and with heavenly fragrance too. Standing there, she gave people a cold and detachment vibe which kept people 1,000 miles away. This was an ice mountain beauty in its true sense. Seeing this woman, Qin Yang Trio's faces change. Yin Yang Hua. When Yi Yuan saw this girl, he could not help being rather surprised. The Tranquil Cloud sect had the sect protecting Grand Array defending. This woman could actually silently sneak into the main hall. Yin Yang Hua gave Yi Yuan a graceful bow but did not open her mouth to speak. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, "Is your distinguished self still hoping for a fluke in your heart? Since you came, might as well get together. Wouldn't it be lively?" Luo Qingfeng could not help being secretly alarmed. There was actually still somebody. Indeed, when Yi Yuan's voice faded, a young man dressed in long black robes flashed out from the corner. "Guo Taochuan, you all." When Qin Yang saw these two people, he wished that he could find a hole to crawl into. Guo Taochuan took a few more glances at Yi Yuan, but his gaze finally fell on Qin Yang, and said smilingly, "Who, the Myriad Sword sect's #1 disciple, actually suffered a cruise. Plussing defeat in the desolate land of the southern domain. I think sending this news back to the northern domain will create a considerable stir." But Qin Yang said with a cold smile, "Guo Taochuan, stop delighting in my misfortune here. If you have the capabilities, you go and size yourself up with that punk." Guo Daoqin froze, his gaze involuntarily turning towards Yi Yuan. He chuckled and said, "Messing around for so long, you were actually defeated in the hands of this boy?" Yin Yang Hua and Guo Taochuan had just reached the main hall not long and did not see Yi Yuan and Qin Yang's confrontation at all. Guo Taochuan even thought that it was Luo Qingfeng who beat Qin Yang to heavy injuries and came out just in time to ridicule. Right then, the Yin Yang Hua who did not talk the entire time had a seldom-seen dialogue. That young man isn't simple. Guo Taochuan was stunned once again and finally sized up Yi Yuan properly. He originally thought that Yi Yuan could call out Yin Yang Hua and himself because there was some array formation inside this main hall. Looking at it now, it did not seem to be that simple. This youth whose age was not past 16 seemed to be rather extraordinary. Qin Yang's strength, Guo Taochuan was all too familiar. Even when encountering ordinary first-level Soul Sea realms, he might not be at a disadvantage. Guo Taochuan previously even thought that this tranquil cloud sect master was very strong. That was why Qin Yang was defeated. He did not think that it was actually because of this young man in front of him. This young man was only at the first-level sea transformation realm. Didn't this mean that he could cross a major realm to defeat his opponent? This shock was no trivial matter. Chapter 476 Qin Yang was really injured by you? Guo Taochuan asked with a blank look. Qin Yang was really injured by you? Guo Taochuan asked with a blank look. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, so what if yes? So what if not? Cough, cough. This. If yes, I want to say nicely done. Guo Taochuan suddenly changed his tone. Even Yi Yuan did not quite come around hearing his words. When Qin Yang heard these words, he was so furious that he felt a sweetness in his throat. His injuries actually flared up again. He looked at Guo Taochuan, wishing that he could eat him alive. This Qin Yang, I've long been displeased by him. It's just that sadly, I couldn't find the chance all along. Now, little brother actually accomplished this wish of mine. It really makes me feel even more cordial, Guo Taochuan said with a broad grin. Everybody was stunned. As he spoke, Guo Taochuan actually put his arm around Yi Yuan's shoulder. That appearance looked like brothers who had been acquainted for many years. Yi Yuan was still very vigilant at the start. Later, he discovered that this Guo Taochuan did not have any ill intent towards him, and so he let him be. Guo Taochuan pulled Yi Yuan along and talked a whole bunch. On the whole, they were more or less words which besmirched Qin Yang. Yi Yuan could not tell the truth from false either. Qin Yang listened by the side, his entire face was black like the bottom of a wok. But he was already fish on the chopping block right now, and simply dare not make any movements. This Yi Yuan was a nutcase. He actually dared to provoke the myriad sword sect. If he really offended him hard, there was no guarantee that he would not do anything. Oh, right, I seem to have heard that you guys want to keep Qin Yang behind to be a hostage? Yi Yuan gave Guo Taochuan a glance and nodded. Haha, brother, you really have guts. The people that I, Guo Taochuan, admire in this lifetime aren't many. You're one of them. Looking at Guo Taochuan's manner, it rather looked like being admired by him was so laudable. Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with him and retorted with a question, who the hell are you? Barging into my tranquil cloud sect's main hall without authorization, I'm afraid that it's a little inappropriate, right? Guo Taochuan was not embarrassed. Said either. He said proudly, I'm the Heavenly Martial sect's eldest disciple, Guo Taochuan. This great beauty is the profound ice sect's well-renowned ice cloud fairy, Yin Yang Hua. When Guo Taochuan introduced Yin Yang Hua, his eyes were filled with an ingratiating manner. That appearance was even somewhat fawning. But Yin Yang Hua did not buy it at all. She still had an icy appearance, like she totally did not hear Guo Taochuan's words at all. But hearing Guo Taochuan's introduction, Yi Yuan came to a realization. As it turned out, the Northern Domain's three great sects' head disciples actually all converged in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Seemed like Maizhen's trip wasn't entirely without gains. At least, it made the three great sects send people over to investigate it. Yi Yuan took a look at the three people and said with a sigh, you great sect disciples are really leisurely and carefree. Death is already knocking on the door, and you're still playing infighting. Looks like the endless world has been peaceful for too long. Everyone no longer has any gallantness anymore. These words made Guo Taochuan stupefied. He asked curiously, little brother, what's the meaning of your words? Isn't it somewhat exaggerating just to raise the alarm? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the ice-cold Yin Yanghua also revealed a curious look, uncertain of the meaning in Yi Yuan's words. When Yi Yuan saw the duo's expressions, he knew that Mai Zhen's first stop was at the Myriad Sword sect. Moreover, he was even detained, and simply did not have the time to notify the other two sects. He shot a fierce glare at Qin Yang and company and said in a cold voice, "Humph. The Myriad Sword sect is really a bunch of fellows who are unable to accomplish anything but adept at ruining things." Ever since becoming aware that the fierce-scale world had a boundless realm powerhouse, Qin Yang trio knew just how critical the endless world situation was. Being glared at by Yi Yuan at this time, they simply did not dare to retort. If because of detaining Mai Zhen resulted in the endless world's overall defeat, the Myriad Sword sect would be the entire endless world sinners. Seeing the expression of Qin Yang and the others, Guo Taochuan and Yin Yanghua became even more suspicious. Was it possible that something big really happened in the southern domain? The Purple Mansion sect unifying the southern domain did not seem to be something serious either, right? Right away, Yi Yuan recounted the matter of the fierce-scale world invading briefly to the two. The two people's expression both became unbelievably solemn. They never would have thought that such a thing would actually happen to the endless world. But in front of the steel-like evidence, it was not up to them to not believe. They finally knew now why Yi Yuan scolded the Myriad Sword sect for being unable to accomplish anything, but good at spoiling things. "Little brother, if the matter is really as you say, then isn't the endless world in imminent danger?" At this time, Guo Taochuan's face no longer had any debauched look. What replaced it was indescribable graveness. It's not to the extent of on the verge of destruction. Because even if the realm Pares Sageway is linked together, it can't withstand boundless realm experts Pares sing through either. If the Wind Emperor wishes to cross the realm Pares Sageway, he must have sovereign-level array masters reinforcing the realm Pares Sageway's barrier continuously, all the way until it stabilizes fully. At least, in the short run, the fierce-scale world and the endless world are still in the situation of being evenly matched in strength. But if the endless world is still a pile of loose sand, then this world's destruction is just a matter of time, Yi Yuan said coolly. Guo Taochuan revealed a look of realization. The logic that Yi Yuan said was very simple, which was for the endless world to resist the foreign enemy with a united spirit. But Guo Taochuan, who resided in the northern domain, was deeply aware that this was simply something impossible. The northern domain's sects stood in great numbers. Apart from the three great sects, there were still many large and small sects of varying sizes. These sects' thoughts were all different. Without a person who could rally hundreds with a single call, there was simply no way of making them put their strength together. If each fought their own battles when the time came, the endless world would really not be far from complete destruction. Hiss. Fortunately, our Heavenly Martial sect and the Profound Ice sect obtained some information, sending the two of us to follow Qin Yang all the way here. Or else, we would really not know that such an earth-shaking major event actually happened to the endless world. No can do. This matter is much too important. I have to return to inform Lord Sect Master straight away to make plans early. As he said, Guo Taochuan turned around and wanted to leave. When he Pares said by Yin Yanghua, Guo Taochuan suddenly switched to a smiling face and asked, "Ice Cloud Fairy, why not we head back together?" Yin Yanghua did not even spare him a glance, but took light steps and walked towards Yi Yuan. "I wonder what junior brother's name is?" Yin Yanghua asked. "Yi Yuan. So, it's junior apprentice brother Yi." If it's in accordance with what junior apprentice brother Yi said, the northern domain has no tenable defensive position anymore. The Tranquil Cloud sect is already a lone island. Doesn't your Tranquil Cloud sect have plans to move north? Yi Yuan was rather surprised. This Ice Cloud Fairy was evidently someone with a nimble mind. He did not have the need to hide either, and said with a nod, "That's right. We're currently planning to move north." Yin Yanghua nodded her head slightly when she heard this. She said, "Junior apprentice brother Yi detained Qin Yang to be a hostage. The Myriad Sword sect definitely won't let things go. How about my Profound Ice sect provide for shelter for you guys? I wonder what junior apprentice brother Yi's thoughts are?" When Yin Yanghua said this, Qin Yang's expression became even uglier. "Fairy maiden, my myriad sword sect has good relations with the profound ice sect all along. How can you take such an action arbitrarily? Qin Yang nearly spewed out another mouthful of old blood. At this time, Guo Taochuan smacked his head and interjected too. He slung his arm around Yi Yuan again and said, "Haha. I hit it off with junior apprentice brother Yi on first sight. How about, you come to our heavenly martial sect?" Hearing these words, Qin Yang's two eyes finally rolled back, and he fainted. Chapter 477. Yin Yang Hua and Guo Taochuan invited Yi Yuan naturally because they took a fancy on his potential. Yin Yang Hua and Guo Taochuan invited Yi Yuan naturally because they took a fancy on his potential. Yi Yuan could defeat Qin Yang, sufficiently showing how great his strength was. With Yi Yuan's age, his accomplishments would surely be boundless in the future. Such a figure naturally had to be roped in early. Seeing Guo Taochuan cutting in, Yin Yanhua's surrounding temperature fell several degrees once more. Guo Taochuan's face changed, and he said obsequiously, "Haha, kidding, just kidding. How can our heavenly martial sect have a place to house such a large sect?" Yin Yanghua could not be bothered with Guo Taochuan. She said to Yi Yuan, "I wonder what junior apprentice brother Yi's opinion is like." The few people present were all the distinguished leaders of the Endless World's junior generation. They were all sharp-minded people. Although those few standing by the sides were the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons, the one truly making the decisions was this young man before their eyes. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with Yin Yanghua with a faint smile, "Thank you very much for Ice Cloud Fairy's good intentions. But about the place to settle down, my Tranquil Cloud sect already has arrangements." A tinge of disappointment flickered across Yin Yanhua's eyes as she said with a sigh, "All right then. Since that's the case, Yanghua will take her leave." Finished talking, Yin Yanhua's figure moved, Vonnies. "Hi plussing before everyone." Guo Taochuan yelled out, "Ice Cloud Fairy, wait for me. Junior apprentice brother Yi, when you go to the northern domain, you have to come to my heavenly martial sect to take a look. I'm leaving too." Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. This Guo Taochuan was really a funny fellow. At this time, there were only the myriad sword sect's 3 people left in the main hall. Yi Yuan said coolly, "What? Could it be that you all are still planning on staying behind to have a meal?" Jiyu Tianyu looked at Yi Yuan and looked at the unconscious Qin Yang again. For a moment, he was actually at a loss on what to do. "Eldest senior brother he." Jiyu Tianyu gave a smile that was even uglier than crying. "Do you feel like I'm joking with you all?" Yi Yuan's tone became cold. "No. Then not scramming yet?" Seeing that Yi Yuan inclining to fly off the handle, Jiyu Tianyu and Li Junjie went out of the main hall step by step. At this time, Luo Qingfeng came in front of Yi Yuan and asked worriedly, "The Myriad Sword Sect is one of the 3 strongest great sects in the northern domain. Just the divine traversing realm experts in their sect numbers quite a few. We captured their eldest disciple. They probably won't take things lying down, right?" Yi Yuan said with a frown, "I'm the one who sent Elder Mai over. I have to rescue him back. Sect Master Rest assured, the matter of the realm Pares Sageway linking together is also just in these few days. At that time, the Myriad Sword Sect most likely won't have the energy to come and bother with us, a tiny little Tranquil Cloud sect." Luo Qingfeng had no alternatives. He could only say, "Fine then. It's up to you to do whatever you want. Grand Elder and I will always be standing behind you to support you." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Many thanks for Grand Elders and Sect Master's understanding. Sect Master, the time left to us isn't much already. We have to make the best use of our time to move north." Several days later, beneath the unknown mystic realm's eternal splendor palace. Rumble. With an enormous rumble, the 6 extreme seals' grand array fragmented inch by inch. The grand array that guarded the endless world for several thousand years finally collapsed with a loud bang. At the same time, the entire endless world felt an intense tremor. Everyone all felt like something major was about to happen. He Mingda stood respectfully at one side. 5 figures took the lead to enter, crossing the realm Pares Sageway. Seeing these 5 people, He Mingda bowed all the way down. "Fierce Gale World survivor, He Mingda, pay respects to 5 sovereigns." These 5 people were shocking all peak divine traversing realm existences. The one at the helm nodded slightly and said, "Arise. You did very well. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is very pleased with you. This is the reward that His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, entrusted me to give you before setting off." This elderly person was actually the Shangguan family head who observed Yi Yuan and Zhao Chenggan's battle from a corner of the plaza back then, Shangguan Wanrui. He Mingde was overjoyed seeing the situation and said, "Many thanks for His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's, bestowal. Although we have lied low in the endless world for thousands of years, we dare not forget the great duty that His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, tasked us to do even for a moment. Having gone through thousands of years, it finally let us find a way to crack the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array." Shangguan Wanrui nodded and suddenly asked, "The endless world's southern domain is very important to us. It should have culminated under your Purple Mansion sect, right?" But He Mingde's expression changed as he said, "Sovereign Shangguan, forgive my mistake. Originally, the southern domain was already in the bag. But a remarkably monstrous youth came from the Tranquil Cloud sect. He actually raised the Tranquil Cloud sect's sect-protecting Grand Array to quasi-tier 5 level. The air instantly chilled. Shangguan Wanrui was clearly very displeased by this news. He Mingde stood by the side and did not dare to even exhale loudly. This one before his eyes was a peak divine traversing realm powerhouse. Huffing a breath could doom him eternally. That boy called Yi Yuan really screwed him over badly. You, an exalted 7th level Soul Sea realm martial artist, is actually powerless against a youngster. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, placed such high hopes on you. Is this how you repay him?" Shangguan Wanrui said coldly. He Mingde sweat profusely and hurriedly explain, "Sovereign Shangguan, calm your anger. That young man is indeed too monstrous. Furthermore, I heard that he escaped back to the endless world from the Fierce Gale world." Shangguan Wanrui's expression changed, and he immediately thought of Yi Yuan. This endless world youth entered deep into the Fierce Gale world by himself, throwing the Fierce Gale world into an upheaval, and even retreated in one piece. Speaking of which, it was really inconceivable. After Zhao Tianyun appeared in the plaza on that day, in order to avoid arousing suspicions, Shangguan Wanrui and Xue Hongfei left directly and did not see what happened later. Shangguan Wanrui looked into it afterward as well. But those who stayed at the plaza afterward were practically all dead. Only Ding Liang and Star Abyss's group of people were alive. But all of them did not dare to breathe a word to another soul about what happened on that day. But Shangguan Wanrui speculated that some earth-shaking major thing must have happened for Yi Yuan to be able to escape from Zhao Tianyun's hands. Otherwise, how could a crystal formation realm brat possibly escape from the hands of the boundless realm Wind Emperor? Shangguan Wanrui's complexion was slightly better, and he opened his mouth to ask, "Oh? There's still such a monstrous youth. What's his name called?" He Mingde said, quaking in fear, "His called Yi Yuan." Indeed. Even though he guessed it long ago, Shangguan Wanrui still felt unbelievably shocked. This boy called Yi Yuan was covered in secrets all over. Looks like not just his personal strength was incomparably formidable, he had startling talent in the path of formations too. He Mingde sneaked a glance at Shangguan Wanrui's face. After seeing that he did not show an enraged expression, He Mingde gathered his courage and said, "On that day, I personally escorted the Tranquil Cloud sect's hostages, wanting to force this punk out of the Grand Array. Who knew that he actually set up an extremely powerful illusionary array outside the gates, and he rescued the people away instead. Furthermore, I heard him saying that his array formation actually came from the Grand Yang Tru sect's inheritance. He even said. Shangguan Wanrui narrowed his eyes and said, "Speak." He even said. If the Grand Yang Tru sect's sect master had grasped that set of illusionary formation back then, even if His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, came personally, he would return with failure too. He Mingde mopped the cold sweat on his forehead. Chapter 478. How could He Mingde know how great a wave Yi Yuan stirred up in the Fierce Gale world? How could He Mingde know how great a wave Yi Yuan stirred up in the Fierce Gale world? He was still desperately absolving his charges, hoping to gain Shangguan Wanrui's understanding. In truth, Shangguan Wenrui did not blame him long ago. But Shangguan Wenrui did not tell He Mingde either. The matter of Yi Yuan causing mayhem in the central capital was not very glorious after all. Shangguan Wenrui did not speak, seemingly contemplating something. After a long time, he finally said slowly, "You said that tranquil cloud sect protecting Grand Array is a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array?" He Mingde hurriedly said yes. Subordinate also doesn't know how he, a sea transformation realm brat, can deploy a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array. But we really suffered considerably on this Grand Array. Shangguan Wenrui nodded slightly and was not very surprised by Yi Yuan's monstrousness. This period of time, have you been sending people to watch the Tranquil Cloud sect all along? Don't let them escape. Shangguan Wenrui said. Sovereign Shangguan, rest assured. Subordinate arranged countless informants around the vicinity of the Tranquil Cloud sect. If there's any bit of rustle of leaves in the wind, they will report promptly, He Mingde hurriedly said. Shangguan Wenrui said, since that's the case, send a divine traversing realm expert over, and you can crack this Grand Array. As he said, Shangguan Wenrui turned around and said to a first-level divine traversing martial artist, Yunrong, you make a trip with Sect Master He. If there's a possibility, bring that boy back for me to see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. That Yunrong bowed and said, yes, family head. He Mingde was overjoyed when he saw the situation. He had suffered a huge loss in Yi Yuan's hands. Now that there was a divine traversing realm expert backing him up, what was he still afraid of? Several days later, in front of the Tranquil Cloud sect's gates, Shangguan Yunrong stood in the air. Behind him stood He Mingde. It's this Grand Array that you all couldn't crack even by mustering up the entire sect's strength. Shangguan Yunrong said coolly. He Mingde sweated heavily and said, yes. Subordinate is incompetent. Yi Yuan, that boy, is incredibly sinister. He really isn't easy to deal with. Shangguan Yunrong nodded slightly but did not say anything. Yi Yuan's great name, he had naturally heard of it before as well. Ever since the great battle between Yi Yuan and Zhao Chenggan, Shangguan Lingyun seemed to have suffered a tremendous shock, cultivating day and night continuously. As Shangguan Lingyun's senior, Shangguan Yunrong naturally took it all into his eyes. This battle, Shangguan Lingyun took the initiative to request for it and was already on the way here. Presumably, hearing Yi Yuan this name once more, Shangguan Lingyun would be very excited. But he heard that Yi Yuan already broke through to the sea transformation realm. This made Shangguan Yunrong rather surprised. Yi Yuan had immensely powerful combat strength at the crystal formation realm. Now that he broke through to the sea transformation realm, even if Shangguan Lingyun bu-mped into Yi Yuan, he was most likely not his match either. With such an usurper's sable opponent, it was truly terrifying. Hence, the best method was to destroy this opponent. Shangguan Yunrong extended his hand and gestured. Horrifying essence energy instantly concentrated on his palm. When He Mingde behind him saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting. This was the power of a divine traversing realm expert. Clearly it was not targeting him, yet it made his heart palpitate. Go. Shangguan Yunrong lightly spat out a word from his mouth. His attack instantly landed on the yin-yang turbid heaven Grand Array. It was only to hear a loud bang. The Grand Array actually gave off a series of cracking sounds. Shangguan Yunrong had a calm and collected look the entire time. However, at this time, his face slightly revealed astonishment. Quasi-tier 5 Grand Array is it? Indeed. Quite capable. This attack of his looked played down, but how could a divine traversing realm expert's attack be simple? This attack virtually employed 70% of Shangguan Yunrong's powers and it actually did not breach the Grand Array in one blow. It could be seen how great this Grand Array's power was. Rumble. Shangguan Yunrong attacked again. This time, the Grand Array collapsed with a loud bang. When those Purple Mansion sect disciples saw this scene, each and every one of them was flushed red with excitement. They had already waited far too long for this day. When the Grand Array broke, those Purple Mansion sect disciples were like pumped with blood. Russ. Hi plussing over towards Spirit Blessing Mountain. He Mingde, who was standing behind Shangguan Yunrong, was similarly very eager. This time, He would definitely flay the skin and tear out the tendons of Yi Yuan, that punk. Could he dispel the hatred in his heart? Shangguan Yunrong did not move. He was only responsible for breaking the formation. He naturally would not lower his dignity and charge ahead. Roughly an hour later, a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse flew before the two people. His expression was very ugly. When He Mingda saw this scene, his heart involuntarily thumped. Could it be that something unforeseen happened again? Lord Yunrong, Sect Master, inside the Tranquil Cloud Sect is void of people. All of the records and medicinal pills are all gone. We already turned the Spirit Blessing Mountain inside out and didn't even see a ghost. What? How is that possible? He Mingda became agitated and nearly fell down. That Soul Sea Realm's expression was ugly as he said, "We already sent people to search all of the mountain peaks over. There are indeed not a soul inside. This. Lord Yunrong. I clearly arranged countless informants. Why didn't a single one of them see people leaving the Tranquil Cloud Sect?" He Mingda was shocked beyond words. Could this group of people fly to the skies and tunnel underground? Shangguan Yunrong did not look too surprised. When he heard this, he gave a chuckle instead and said, "Sect Master, he asked me, but who do I ask? All right, since this Tranquil Cloud Sect is already uninhabited, then let's head back home." As he said, Shangguan Yunrong directly turned around and flew away, leaving behind the He Mingda who had yet to recover. Regarding this result, although Shangguan Yunrong was surprised, he felt that it was within reason too. To be able to throw the central capital into upheaval and even startle the Wind Emperor, and he could even swagger back to the endless world. How could such a character be captured so easily? At this time, in Breaking Dawn City, tens of thousands of miles away from the Tranquil Cloud Sect, several young martial artists dressed in plain clothing slowly entered the city. Breaking Dawn City was a frontier town in the Tranquil Cloud 10 Nations state of Yang, contiguous to the endless forest. Since ancient times, it was the gathering place for countless martial artists. Heh, once I think about those Purple Mansion Sect fellows' faces, I get incredibly excited, said a young martial artist excitedly. Haha. This cicada casting off its shell. El of junior apprentice brother Yi was indeed executed beautifully. Those fierce-scale world fellows expended such a great price to charge into the Tranquil Cloud Sect. In the end, they didn't even get to gain a single hair. There's probably no need to mention how gloomy they are, said another young martial artist. Those fierce-scale world trash probably never even dreamed that junior apprentice brother Yi could actually construct a miniature transmission array. Although it's only a short 100-mile distance, but to dodge those informers, it's more than sufficient. Those whistleblowers' eyes were polished until they shone, but they didn't know that we left the Tranquil Cloud Sect long ago. These few people were shockingly Yi Yuan and company who escaped from the Tranquil Cloud Sect. This group of people included Tian Yu, Mo Yuntian, Ti Wujiu, and the rest. Except, the outfits on them were very plain. People would mistaken them to be ordinary demonic beast hunters. Chapter 479. Although the realm Pares. Sageway did not link up, large numbers of low-level martial artists had already flooded in from the fierce-scale world. Although the realm Pares. Sageway did not link up, large numbers of low-level martial artists had already flooded in from the fierce-scale world. The Purple Mansion Sect already controlled virtually all of the secular world nations in the southern domain through these low-level martial artists. After the Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples escaped out of the Tranquil Cloud Sect through the miniature transmission array, under Yi Yuan's arrangements, they organized themselves into multiple groups. They disguised themselves as the bottommost level ordinary martial artists and scattered around, Hi+ing to some frontier cities. And Yi Yuan's batch of people was the final batch. The transmission arrays connecting to and fro the southern domain and the northern domain were mostly built in these border cities. Of course, these transmission arrays were already controlled by the Purple Mansion Sect now without exception. What the Tranquil Cloud Sect could defend was just the sect gates. The mortal world kingdoms, they already had no strength to attend to. After the realm Pares Sageway linked up, large numbers of low-level martial artists flooded in. This kind of a strategic point, it was naturally impossible for the Purple Mansion Sect to let it go. Even the out-of-the-way Breaking Dawn City was no exception. Basically, these cities all had sea transformation realm experts holding the fort now, controlling the transmission arrays tightly. Right now, these frontier cities' characteristics were all the same: easy to enter, hard to leave. Those who came in from the northern domain through the transmission array were totally ignored. But them wanting to return was extremely difficult. Every frontier town had high-level sea transformation realms holding the fort. Ordinary people simply could not cross. If not because Soul Sea Realm martial artists were too rare, the Purple Mansion sect would even send Soul Sea Realm martial artists to hold down the fort in these frontier towns. However, high-level sea transformation realms were already immensely powerful existences in the southern domain. Apart from those big sects' upper echelons, ordinary martial artists that could beat them were in the minority. Even one of the 8 great sects like the Tranquil Cloud sect only had extremely few people who could forcefully carve out a path to. Moreover, they could not guarantee that the high-level sea transformation realms would not destroy the transmission arrays. It was also this cicada shedding its shell move by Yi Yuan which surprised the Purple Mansion sect greatly. These border towns' garrison had yet to come around to it. Or else, them wanting to break through these obstacles would be extremely arduous. During these few days' time, the Tranquil Cloud sect had already split into a number of batches and sneaked into these border towns, as well as scheduling to take action today together to forcefully break through. Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng, these 2 people, were Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Dealing with sea transformation realms was naturally a cinch. Breaking Dawn City had Yi Yuan holding the fort here. Dealing with a late-stage sea transformation realm was naturally not a big issue as well. Many people think that setting up transmission arrays is a colossal project. Actually, setting up a miniature transmission array that can only accommodate 3 to 5 people per sing through, furthermore, just transmitting 100 miles away, isn't something difficult. But the usage of this sort of transmission arrays is very limited. Martial artists who move fast can reach before 2 hours. Hence, the uses of this kind of transmission array are exceptionally few and remarkably easy to overlook. This is also considered a shadow under the light, I guess, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Hehe, what a fine shadow under the light. Junior apprentice brother Yi, not only is your strength outstanding, this boldness and breadth of spirit are even a cut above others. If there weren't you around, even if we had guarded the Tranquil Cloud sect, it would still be hard to escape death in the end. Tian Yu said. Yeah. If not for this strategy of a cicada shedding its shell, the Purple Mansion sect would definitely react right away, informing the frontier towns to intercept us. Once they wreck the transmission array, it will also be hard to fly even with wings, Mo Yuntian said. Yi Yuan just smiled and changed the topic. He said, we'd best go to the transmission array area to take a look first. We arranged to make a move tonight with Sect Master they all. Figuring out the transmission array's surrounding situation first is better. Everyone nodded in agreement and headed in the direction of the transmission array together. Although Breaking Dawn City was remote, heaven was high in this place, and the Emperor far away. The state of Yang's control over here was very weak instead. Due to there being many demonic beast hunters going in and out of the endless forest here, the Breaking Dawn City was very prosperous. It was precisely under such a situation that the Breaking Dawn City's martial artist strength was quite formidable. Everywhere on the streets, Crystal Formation Realm martial artists could be seen. There were even a small number of early-stage Sea Transformation Realm martial artists. Hence, Yi Yuan and these people wandering around in the city would not draw many people's eyes. There were marketplaces everywhere here. Martial artists set up stalls spontaneously on the streets. Yi Yuan and the others said through 2 streets. Yi Yuan suddenly stopped his footsteps in front of a stall. The stall owner was a Crystal Formation Realm old man, looking rather plain with nothing attractive. Old man, how is this herbal grass of yours sold? Yi Yuan pointed to a stalk of grass on the stall and inquired. That old man was currently bored to death. Seeing that somebody came over to buy stuff, he shot a glance at Yi Yuan faintly and said, 50 pieces of middle-grade essence crystals. I don't take low-grade essence crystals. What? A stalk of quasi-tier 4 herb, You're selling for 50 middle-grade essence crystals? Why don't you go and rob people? Tian Yu nearly jumped up hearing that. That old man was disinclined to even spare Tian Yu a glance as he said indifferently, up to you to buy or not. Get lost if you're not buying. Don't interfere with this old man's sleep. But Yi Yuan casually retrieved 50 middle-grade essence crystals and said, this is 50 middle-grade essence crystals. Your elderly self can do the counting. When that old man saw Yi Yuan fish out 50 middle-grade essence crystals without even blinking, his eyes involuntarily glinted, and he immediately perked up. There were quite a few stall owners who saw this scene and could not help commenting respectively. Truly, fools are wealthy. This herb's origins are unknown, and nobody can name it at all, let alone anybody who knows its usage. This boy isn't buying it back to feed pigs, right? He. Chi Hai, this old fellow already asked all the high-rank alchemists in the city. Nobody can recognize this herb at all. This boy is still so young. Don't tell me that he recognizes this herb's use. Might be some wealthy family's disciple from somewhere with too much money to burn. This kind of dummies, I've seen plenty. You looked at the badge on his chest. Still just an alchemy master. Wonder what is he buying this quasi-tier 4 herbal gra. SS back 4. These days, there are really all kinds of idiots. The name of the herb couldn't even be called out. Naturally, there was no one who knew what kind of medicinal pill it could be used to refine. Furthermore, this herb only had one stalk. Even if somebody wanted to use to experiment, it was not possible to experiment out anything either. This old fellow called Chi Hai already put up a stall here for a month. But this herb could not sell at all. A stalk of herbal gra. SS that simply had no usage, no matter how cheaply he sold it, it was not possible to spend this wrongful money too. Earlier, seeing Yi Yuan inquire about this stalk of herbal gra. SS, Chi Hai anyhow gave a price, 50 middle-grade essence crystals. It could already almost purchase a stalk of tier 4 medicinal herb. He totally did not think that Yi Yuan would buy. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not even furrow his brows, pulling out 50 middle-grade essence crystals instead. Chi Hai sat up and could not help sizing up Yi Yuan. A while later, this old man suddenly gave a smile and said, I was muddled with sleep just now. This stalk of herbal gra. SS should be 100 middle-grade essence crystals. When these words came out, those fellow apprentices around Yi Yuan were immediately filled with killing intent. This old man was completely setting price on the spot. How was this doing business? This was simply robbing money. In just a short while, the price doubled. Yi Yuan burst into laughter and said, done. 100 pieces mean 100. Chapter 480. This unknown tier 4 herbal gratis was called Dodder Green gratis. This unknown tier 4 herbal gra. SS was called Dodder Green gra. SS. This kind of quasi-tier 4 medicinal herb was naturally not some rare object. But it was a rare thing in the endless world. In some medicinal theory records including the Herbal Compendium, there were simply no records regarding the Dodder Green gra. SS. Those so-called high-rank alchemists not recognizing it was also normal. The reason why Yi Yuan took a fancy on this Dodder Green gra. SS was that this was one of the core ingredients for a quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, the Purple Heart Soul Luring Pill. This Purple Heart Soul Luring Pill was precisely the upgraded version of the Soul Luring Pill. It was used to break through to the Soul Sea realm. Except, this Purple Heart Soul Luring Pill's medicinal effects was on an entirely different level from the Soul Luring Pill. Yi Yuan naturally would not just use the garbage Soul Luring Pill for his own breakthrough. Encountering the Dodder Green gra. SS was just perfect at this time. He obviously had to put it in his bag. Furthermore, Yi Yuan more or less knew some things about the endless world's alchemy world. The value of this Dodder Green gra. SS was absolutely worth 100 middle-grade essence crystals. This thing was not the slightest bit inferior when compared to ordinary tier 4 medicinal herbs. Furthermore, due to this Dodder Green gra. SS being exceptionally scarce in the endless world, an object was valued in proportion to its rarity. Yi Yuan did not feel that this price was too ridiculous. It was just that the way others saw it, Yi Yuan naturally became a sucker who was foolish but wealthy. When Chi saw the 100 middle-grade essence crystals, his eyes immediately lit up, and his entire person became alert, becoming like a different person from that previously lethargic appearance. One had to know that 100 middle-grade essence crystals was roughly equivalent to the price of a Tier 4 medicinal herb already. Yet, how could Tier 4 medicinal herbs be so easy to acquire? A quasi-Tier 4 medicinal herb selling at the price of a Tier 4 medicinal herb. Where should one go to find this kind of bargain? Heh. Young man, I see that you have such cultivation at a young age. Definitely a prodigious talent with discerning eyes like burning torches. This herbal gra SS of mine was SNATC head from the mouth of a Tier 4 demonic beast. I nearly died in its belly. Fortunately, this old man, ran fast. So 100 middle-grade essence crystals really isn't considered expensive, Chi said in all smiles. But when everyone saw Chi-Hi's manner, they had a contemptuous look. This fellow was only crystal formation realm cultivation. How could he possibly SNATCH such a herbal gra SS from the hands of a Tier 4 demonic beast? Even a fool also knew that this was bluffing that youngster. However, wasn't that young man a fool? Indeed, Yi Yuan actually nodded his head and said, "Who, elderly person, I believe you." A series of snickers sounded all around. But Yi Yuan thought otherwise in his heart. But towards these ignorant people, he obviously would not go and explain anything either. Yi Yuan knew that the Dodder Green Gra SS indeed had a kind of companion beast whose strength was comparable to middle-stage sea transformation human martial artists. This old man Chi being able to return alive was already very fortunate. People become shrewd as they get older. Even though this old man only had crystal formation realm strength, he might have some special life-preserving means. Therefore, 100 middle-grade essence crystals was indeed not considered expensive. Since that's the case, then let's close the deal. Chi was afraid that Yi Yuan would renege and hastily said, "Haha. Done." The two people concluded it. Yi Yuan was just about to collect that Dodder Green Gra SS when all of a sudden, a discordant voice sound out. "This medicinal herb, I want it. 150 middle-grade essence crystals." A young man suddenly cut in rudely and directly raised 50 middle-grade essence crystals. Seeing this young man, the other stall owners all sensibly shut their mouths, feeling like he was like a plague. But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed when he saw the situation. This punk was clearly making things difficult for him. "Elderly person, I offer 200. Yi Yuan said coolly. Competing in essence crystals, Yi Yuan really did not fear anyone. Previously in the unknown mystic realm, Yi Yuan extorted a large sum of essence crystals from the Heavenly Sky sect. Later on in the Fierce Gale world, the Xiao family also gifted a large sum of essence crystals in order to thank Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan basically did not touch them. This punk was competing in wealth with him. He was going to freaking regret it. 250, the youth spoke again. At this, the people watching the show by the side could not hold back and unwittingly burst into laughter abruptly. Yi Yuan was thrilled when he heard that. Was this punk a joker here to amuse everyone? Seeing everyone snickering, the youth failed to react to it for some time. A fourth-level sea transformation guard behind him hurriedly moved closer and whispered a few words beside his ear. The youth came to realize the truth abruptly, and he could not help flues. Plussing with shame. He shot a vicious glare at the surroundings and said angrily, "Laughing at what? Do you believe I'll smash all of your stalls if you keep laughing? Make my father take in your stalls and make you all unable to have a foothold in Breaking Dawn City." Those stall owners seemed to really submit to this and immediately put away their smiles. That youth smiled proudly seeing the situation and shot Yi Yuan a glance like he was demonstrating his power. Yi Yuan guessed that this young man's ident. One tie was special too. But he himself was born a silk pants. Could it be that he was still afraid of a silk pants loafing around? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Elderly person, we can't afford to offer 250. We'll offer 300. Haha. I offer 500. This medicinal herb is rich in essence energy. I think it's pretty good. Going back and eating it should increase a fair amount of essence energy, said the young man said haughtily. Yi Yuan was speechless. This punk actually wanted to eat the dodder green grass. Raw. Truly a wanton waste of God's good gift. The majority of medicinal herb could actually be eaten raw. But extremely few people would do that. Because it was just too wasteful. Furthermore, according to the attribute differences in essence energy that martial artists cultivate, some medicinal herbs could even clash with the cultivation method trained in, getting half the results with twice the effort, and even affecting cultivation. This punk was full of SHI+T. He was purely finding trouble. Yi Yuan obviously did not know that this youth just liked to find things to do when he was idle. Speaking of which, it was slightly similar to Yi Yuan's predecessor. This young man was called Jin Peng, and he was the Breaking Dawn City's city lord's, Jin Feng's, son. This Breaking Dawn City's city lord was at the 7th level C transformation cultivation. This was already rather impressive in a mortal world's country. It was even more powerful than some great sect's elders. In truth, although this Breaking Dawn City belonged to the state of Yang in name, actually, it was simply a country within a country. Jin Feng always listened to orders but did not serve. If there wasn't the Tranquil Cloud sect, this Leviathan pressuring here, this Jin Feng even had the possibility of crowning himself as king. This Jin Peng relied on his old man's power and frequently engaged in lawlessness, harming martial artists. In the course of time, he became notorious. And his old man, Jin Feng, also indeed had a card to play. These martial artists who set up stalls had to go through the city lord manor's consent and get a piece of plaque before they were permitted to operate. This plaque was very low quality. Moreover, the effective period was only a month. But it needed to collect fees of 50 low-grade essence crystals to 50 middle-grade essence crystals according to the differences in the stall owner's realm. How could the martial artists that come here to set up stalls number less than 100,000? Just the costs of purchasing the plaque was a rather terrifying figure, but Jin Feng's strength was extremely formidable. These stall owners could only endure the fate of being exploited. Hearing this Jin Peng's offer, Yi Yuan's brows unwittingly furrowed. This punk increased the price without even thinking about it. He was intentionally causing trouble. Doing it this way, regardless of how much he called out, he would probably keep on increasing too. Could it be that he had to resort to force? Young Master Jin, this medicinal herb, I've already sold it to him. No matter how high the price you offer, I won't sell it either. What everyone did not expect was that Chi Hai, this old fellow, actually opened his mouth to speak at this time. Chapter 481. What? Old man, you say it one more time. What? Old man, you say it one more time. Jin Peng even thought that he heard wrongly. In this Breaking Dawn City, there were actually still people who dared to not sell things to him. Chi Hai said with a faint smile, Young Master Jin, really sorry about it. Before you came just now, I've already agreed upon a price with this little brother. According to the rules, the transaction between us is already considered complete. It isn't nice to renege. If the rules are broken, this old man, I, won't have the face to keep a foothold in this line in the future. Hearing Chi Hai's words, even Yi Yuan was rather surprised. This old man's performance before this was enough to leave people an impression that he only sought profits. But the two of them already raised the price to 500 middle-grade essence crystals right now, and this old man still wanted to sell to him instead. Jin Peng's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze when looking at Chi Hai revealed killing intent. You're afraid that you won't have the face to keep a foothold? Do you believe that I will take away your plaque right now and make you have no way of having a foothold here? Jin Peng gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. But Chi Hai had an indifferent look as he said, Hehe, this place doesn't want to keep this lord, there will naturally be a place that will. Although I, Chi Hai, love essence crystals, I cherish my feathers more. As he spoke, Chi Hai ignored the sullen Jin Peng, turned to Yi Yuan and said, This little brother, these essence crystals, I'll accept them. You take the medicinal herb. But Yi Yuan's impression of this old man was overhauled, and he said with a smile, All right. This herbal grass, I'll keep it. As for the price, I'll give you 500 middle-grade essence crystals as it is appropriate. Chi Hai waved his hand and said, No need, No need. Since we've already settled on the price, then it's a done deal. This old man, I, won't take an additional piece of essence crystal. 100 means 100. Yi Yuan did not think that this old fellow was actually a person with such principles. He actually really just took 100 middle-grade essence crystals. Since the old man himself insisted on it, Yi Yuan could not very well force the other party to take extra. But Yi Yuan knew that Qi Hai had already thoroughly offended this Silk Pants. This Silk Pants probably would not let Qi Hai walk out of Breaking Dawn City alive. Yi Yuan was such a person. Others gave him an inch of respect, he would return them a foot. He already made the decision to ensure this old man's safety. Qi Hai, this crystal formation realm powerhouse, was still a little weak in the Breaking Dawn City. Yet, when Jin Peng saw that these two people completely paid him no heed and directly completed the transaction, he had long flown into a great rage. He smiled coldly at this time and said, "Good. Excellent. In this Breaking Dawn City, this is actually my first time encountering such ball Psi people. Yu Qing, take this old man down for me. I want to see if he's really so principled." Yu Qing was naturally the 4th level C transformation guard behind him. This was Jin Peng's gold medal hired thug. Following Jin Peng, he naturally committed substantial crimes. Of course, he obtained considerable benefits too, acquiring quite a bit of cultivation resources. That was how he broke through to the 4th level C transformation. Yu Qing's strength was enough to place in the top 10 when looking at the entire Breaking Dawn City as well. Among the people present, there was only him, one middle stage C transformation realm. Who would Jin Peng fear? Yu Qing was just about to make a move when Yi Yuan took a light step, blocking perfectly between Yu Qing and Qi Hai. "This old man, I'm protecting him," Yi Yuan said coolly. A hint of sneer flashed across the corner of Jin Peng's mouth as he said, "Take care both of them." Yes. Yu Qing was likewise itching for a fight. He had already gradually become fond of this feeling of abusing people. Following Jin Peng, he could do as he pleased in this Breaking Dawn City. Sigh. This boy is foolish and rich. To think that he's still quite loyal to friends. It's just that he's kind of dumb. What a pity. This Jin Peng is a little overlord. Who in the Breaking Dawn City dares to provoke him? Beat the young one, and the old one will come. This is the scariest part. Where is there a need for the old one to come out? This checkpoint right in front might not be Pares Sable. I reckon that this boy cracked himself up to have some strength and thinks that he can cross boundaries to battle. But the person he's facing is someone at the middle stage C transformation realm. This boy definitely comes from a Silk Pants background too. The experts in the family all humor him, that's why he thinks that he's impressive. In truth, they are all completely flowers grown in a greenhouse, snapping once they come out. Seeing that the scene was gradually losing control a little, many stall owners started discussing. Evidently, No Body was optimistic about Yi Yuan. In their eyes, Yi Yuan and Jin Peng should be around the same, both were with a Silk Pants background. It was just that. Jin Peng brought along a middle stage C transformation realm. Was Yi Yuan dumb? Of course, they guessed the opening but could not guess the ending. Yi Yuan indeed came from a Silk Pants background, but he, this Silk Pants, was a heaven-defying Silk Pants. Yu Qing snickered, the strength of middle stage C transformation realm erupted entirely. A punch smashed towards Yi Yuan's face. This kind of direct abusing was even more satisfying for people. Yi Yuan's seniors and juniors watched this scene calmly all the way. The instant Yu Qing punched out, Tian Yu curled his mouth disdainfully and spat out a word from his mouth, dumb *SS. A 4th level C transformation realm dared to posture in front of Yi Yuan. It was purely the action of courting doom. Yi Yuan did not move all along. He just quietly watched Yu Qing, watching him display that garish punch. Just as that violent storm-like punch was about to smash onto Yi Yuan's face, Yi Yuan lightly extended a finger. Yu Qing did not think that a 1st level C transformation dared to be so overbearingly haughty in front of him. In his mind, this Yi Yuan was truly courting death to the extreme. "Go and die," Yu Qing said with a hideous grin. One punch and one finger would be UMP together just like this. This sight in everybody's imagination did not appear. Yu Qing's violent aura instantly vanished into nothing the moment it came into contact with Yi Yuan's finger. The expression on Yu Qing's face froze there, not daring to believe everything happening before his eyes. Ah! Yu Qing suddenly gave a miserably cry, his entire person crumbling softly onto the ground. Everyone stared fixedly and saw that Yu Qing's chest was already covered in fresh blood. What kind of situation is this? A finger crippled a 4th level C transformation? My eyes aren't blurry, right? That boy, is he really 1st level C transformation? So strong. I've seen that Yu Qing attack before. He's very strong. He was actually defeated by that boy's one finger. Many people all felt that their eyes were blurry. Yi Yuan's body clearly did not undulate any aura. He just used his finger to lightly poke Yu Qing's fist, and Yu Qing ended up like this. This was a 4th level C transformation realm. Why did he look like cotton candy? The eyes that these people looked towards Yi Yuan with again all carried thick fear. Yi Yuan did not bother with the Yu Qing on the ground. His gaze turned towards Jin Peng. Jin Peng was already dumbfounded with shock by this scene. At this time, he suddenly detected Yi Yuan's gaze, and could not help shuddering all over. Didi Don Ti, you don't come over. Jin Peng repeatedly retreated in fear. Yi Yuan looked at Jin Peng and suddenly beamed and said, "Silk Pants is it? Haha. I'm the ancestor of Silk Pants." Seeing that ill-intent smile of Yi Yuan's, Jin Peng felt very ominous. You, what are you trying to do? Haha. You'll know very soon, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Chapter 482 At the City Lord Manor. At the City Lord Manor. A semi-clad woman in extremely thick makeup was panting endlessly in the embrace of a man in luxurious black robes. Ah, City Lord, Your Excellency, you're so naughty. Haha. This is called naughty. There are still naughtier things at the back. Hee. I just like you to be bad. Jin Feng was just about to go further when he was interrupted by an extremely disharmonious sound. Reporting. A manservant barged inside dragging his tone, kneeling on the ground with a slam. City Lord, Your Excellency, things are bad. Jin Feng's face fell, and he said, "What is it? Kicking up such a fuss? This Breaking Dawn city is already under the rule of the Purple Mansion sect at present. What major thing can there be? City Lord, Your Excellency. Young master he, said the manservant as he panted heavily. Jin Feng's expression changed. Plussing away the woman in his arms, he stood up and asked, "What happened to young master? Is it possible that there are still people who dare to touch Peng'er in this Breaking Dawn city? Young master his essence energy got sealed by someone and then hung on the city gates. A strip of cloth is even hung on him. On it was written. Can you King say finish in one breath or not? Quickly speak. What was written?" Jin Feng grabbed the manservant's collar and asked. "This lowly one dare not say," said the manservant timidly. "Talk. Otherwise, I'll smack you to death in one palm," Jin Feng roared. "Ah, don't. I'll talk. On it was written. I'm a tortoise's son." Bang. Jin Feng clapped that manservant into minced meat with one palm. "I want to take a look if there's anybody more arrogant than me in this Breaking Dawn city. Saying that Peng'er is a tortoise's son, doesn't that rope your father together into the scolding? Looks like my, Jin Feng's, temper these 2 years has been too good. There are already people that dare to not appreciate it and become unbridled." Finished talking, Jin Feng rushed out with a swoosh. There were streams of people below the city gates. Many people were gesturing and pointing. Who's that young man? Such great nerves to actually dare make fun of Jin Peng, this little overlord. Don't care who it is. Either way, it really vents our anger this time. This punk normally played the tyrant. Finally, there's somebody who came out to control him. That's true. This father and son pair are like vampires, cheating us of how many essence crystals in the past. You look at what's written there. An old tortoise. A tortoise's son. Really vivid. Jin Feng was powerful. The City Lord Manor had as many experts as clouds. These bottom-level martial artists normally dare not resist at all. Today, there was someone helping them vent their anger. They naturally felt liberating in their hearts. Yi Yuan stood on top of the city gates, one leg stepping on a rope. The other end of the rope was tied onto a leg of Jin Peng's, looking really like some silk pants playing around. Jin Peng was still reluctant to admit fault in the beginning. But his essence energy was sealed by Yi Yuan. Currently, he was no different from normal people. Being yo-yoed up and down by Yi Yuan a couple of times, all the blood in his body rushed to his head. At the end, his entire person fainted and was now unconscious. The martial artists below were all incomparably excited when they saw this scene and gave off a series of praises. All of a sudden, an extremely strong pressure pounced from face front. Everyone chose to shut their mouths sensibly. They all knew who came. Peng. Jin Feng saw Jin Peng being dangled on the city walls from a long way and was so furious that he was blowing smoke from all 7 orifices. He came to not far away from Yi Yuan and stood in the air, saying in a cold voice, "Punk, you really have such great gall. To actually dare provoke somebody who is far superior in power." Yi Yuan smirked and said, "It's your son who provoked me first. Sorry, I hate others being even more silk pants than me the most." Seeing Yi Yuan so arrogant, Jin Feng flared up even more. "Brat, quickly let Peng down. Or else, I'll make you die without a complete corpse." Jin Feng's killing intent was already not concealed in the slightest. The next scene made everyone dumbfounded from shock. Yi Yuan gave an "oh," and then he actually lifted up his leg. Breaking Dawn City was Amar's civ frontier town. Hence, the city gates were constructed very grandly. Earlier, Jin Peng was moved by Yi Yuan to the highest point of the city gates and was several hundred feet away from the ground. In just a blink of an eye, after Yi Yuan lifted his leg, everyone could hear a huge slam. Jin Peng's head smashed straight onto the ground. With this, even Jin Peng, a sea transformation realm powerhouse, did not react to it. Everyone all thought that Yi Yuan would have a verbal exchange with Jin Feng and say a few fierce words. Who knew that Yi Yuan would actually be so obedient and directly let go of the rope? Why did you release the rope?" Jin Feng said, currently enraged. But Yi Yuan said blankly, "Huh? Didn't you say to let me release him just now?" Puff. Jin Feng nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. "I asked you to release, but I didn't ask you release him that way." Jin Peng's essence energy was sealed and totally could not muster essence energy to protect the body. Hence, Jin Peng directly had intimate contact with the ground through his fragile fleshy body. Although martial artists' bodies were extremely robust under the nourishment of essence energy, it was still a flesh and blood human body in the end. He directly tumbled down from a height of several hundred feet. Moreover, it was even head landing on the ground. "Oh, forgot to tell you. I poured in quite a bit of essence energy just now into the ropes. That's why it fell so quickly. You quickly take a look at him. Don't let him fall to his death." Yi Yuan's words were bent on shocking people to death. Jin Feng's figure swayed, and he nearly fell down from the air. This punk was absolutely deliberate. "You've got guts, boy. You'll regret the things that you did today." Jin Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred as he glared at Yi Yuan finished talking. He leaped, arriving by Jin Peng's side instantaneously. The ground was stone bricks. Currently, the stone bricks were already smashed to dust by Jin Peng's head. Jin Peng's head directly entered the ground, leaving only half of his body still on the surface, a reverse living onion. Since the start earlier, Jin Peng did not even give off a mumble. This made Jin Feng's heart give birth to a hint of foreboding premonition. If it were a normal fall, Jin Peng would not be in a situation to the extent where he could not even give off a wail. But that boy actually poured essence energy into the ropes. That speed earlier was exceedingly swift. Even he was not able to react to it. By then, Jin Peng already dropped down. Jin Feng raised his hand to pull his son out from the ground but saw that Jin Peng's entire head was a bloody mess. Clearly, he had sustained severe injuries. Seeing his son in such a wretched state, Jin Feng's killing intent surged towards the skies. "Come, men!" Jin Feng yelled out. 2 martial artists rushed out from the crowd very soon. City Lord, Your Excellency, send Peng'er back to the City Lord Manor for me. Find people to treat him at once, Jin Feng said in a low voice. Yes. Those 2 martial artists carried Jin Peng away very quickly. Jin Feng's expression became even more somber too. From start to end, Yi Yuan did not stop them. Seeing Jin Feng come in front of him again, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "Why the superfluous action? Actually, I dealt my blow very properly. Jin Peng can just be an idiot from now on. There's no need for him to come out and harm people. You. Pew walk." This time, Jin Feng was really angered until he vomited blood. He had been the Breaking Dawn City's city lord for so many years. Today, he was actually being toyed around in the hands of this boy before his eyes. How could people accept this? "Boy, you're digging your own grave here," Jin Feng said word by word. Chapter 483 Haha. I am digging a grave. But it's dug for you, said Yi Yuan with a smile. He took no heed of Jin Feng's threat. Haha. I am digging a grave. But it's dug for you, said Yi Yuan with a smile. He took no heed of Jin Feng's threat. What a sharp tongue. I want to see if you can still be stubborn in a while. Jin Feng's hand suddenly appeared a ringed great saber. Killing intent surged towards the skies without being concealed at all. When those martial artists below were enveloped by this immense killing intent, they withdrew one after another. Yi Yuan, who was opposite of Jin Feng, was seemingly oblivious to the intent. Jin Feng's killing intent seemed to directly pass through Yi Yuan without any effect. Seeing this scene, Jin Feng's expression suddenly became grave. Jin Feng being able to become the Breaking Dawn City's city lord was by fighting it out with his own strength and real swords and spears. This youngster might be remarkable, but he's still a little too reckless. Jin Feng has killed countless people in his life. This killing intent is already on the verge of materializing. It's on a completely different level from that Yu Qing. I heard that before Jin Feng became the Breaking Dawn City's city lord, he killed countless people. Back then, when he was still at the 6th level C transformation, he wielded the ringed great saber in his hands alone to come and challenge the previous city lord. The previous city lord was a 7th level C transformation expert. Jin Feng actually crossed realms and killed his opponent, becoming the new city lord. It could be seen how formidable his strength is. Now that Jin Feng has already broken through to the 7th level C transformation for so many years, his strength is already on an entirely different level from back then. Against the present Jin Feng, most likely even 9th level C transformations might not be his match. Yeah. He has already not personally taken action in the Breaking Dawn City for many years. Nobody knows just how powerful he is now. But just based on this killing intent, it can make ordinary martial artists' minds waver and not even unleash their martial techniques, right? Crossing a small stage to battle was as easy as eating and drinking to Yi Yuan. But among normal martial artists, it was as hard as ascending to the heavens. For Jin Feng to be able to cross realms and kill a 7th level C transformation when he was at the 6th level C transformation, it could be seen that his concept's comprehension was already tremendously powerful. However, concept's comprehension this sort of thing, Yi Yuan transcended the entire endless world. Boy, I couldn't tell that you still have some capabilities. To actually be immune to the killing intent that I'm releasing. However, my ravaging heaven's melody saber isn't that easy to resolve. Die obediently. Jin Feng gave a cold smile. The saber quaked, and a series of class H.I. plusing metal sounds emitted from the blade's body. As soon as this sound emitted, it was like a demonic melody, tunneling into every martial artist's ears. Those martial artists down below did not think that such a situation would occur. Each and every one of them desperately used their hands to cover their eyes. But even so, the expressions on their faces were still incomparably as if in agony. Even Yi Yuan's mind fell into a trance after hearing this bizarre demonic melody. Once Jin Feng saw this state, he cleaved towards Yi Yuan with a blade. Yet, Jin Feng's eyes blurred, and Yi Yuan's figure vanished. He was inwardly alarmed and suddenly felt like his blade was being blocked by something. It actually could not slash downwards. Focusing his eyes to look, Jin Feng's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were frightened away. He saw that Yi Yuan had actually arrived before him since who knew when, using 2 fingers to clasp hold on his ringed great saber. The saber momentum stopped, and the sound wave attack immediately dissipated. Those martial artists below recovered to normal very quickly. But when they saw the scene of Yi Yuan using his fingers to grab hold of Jin Feng's saber, every one of them was astounded until their jaws all hit the ground. You got to kidding, right? Such sharp and fierce saber momentum, he actually used his fingers to grab it, and he is still perfectly unscathed. Just who in the world is this youth? Why is he so powerful? Using one's fingers to grab Jin Feng's ringed great saber, even peak 9th level C transformation won't dare to do so as well, right? Too strong. Totally not on the same level. Completely crushed. A 1st level C transformation cruise. HI plusing a 7th level C transformation. Such a thing actually happened. The sword intent on Yi Yuan's body was much stronger than Jin Feng's saber intent. Jin Feng's saber intent could not harm Yi Yuan at all. Things that other people dare not do, Yi Yuan did it without impediment. How can you not be affected by the sound wave attack? Jin Feng was alarmed until he was stammering when he talked. For that lousy thing of yours to want to hurt me, training another 1,000 years isn't enough either. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, but his body surged with sword intent. With a smash, Jin Feng was sent flying out. Yi Yuan had indeed received the influence of the sound wave earlier. This sound wave attack not only acted on the martial artist's sense of hearing, but it also applied to the martial artist's divine soul even more, making it impossible to guard against. But once that attack reached Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the nameless black bead suspended in Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness lightly vibrated and dissipated the attack. Yi Yuan did not even have time to take the initiative to defend. What this sound wave attack was most powerful at was divine soul attack. Once the divine soul attack was broken, one just had to use essence energy to close off their hearing, and the sound wave attack would be useless. Jin Feng was struck by the sword intent released from Yi Yuan's body. His innards were like being overturned, instantaneously sustaining extremely severe internal injuries. Just what is this boy's background? How can he be so strong? Up until now, he hasn't even released a proper attack. Jin Feng was shocked beyond words in his heart. He could sense that Yi Yuan was completely toying with him. Or else, with that blow earlier, he would already have croaked. You got to kidding. Just using the powerful sword intent emitted from his body and he could cross boundaries to wound a 7th level C transformation martial artist. If he were to unleash martial techniques, then how strong would that be? Thinking up to here, Jin Feng unwittingly shuddered. How could such a powerful existence suddenly appear in Breaking Dawn City? Seeing Yi Yuan walk over towards him, Jin Feng crawled to his feet and flew in the direction of the City Lord Manor. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile and followed after. His speed was much faster than Jin Feng's and caught up to him very quickly. Slam. Sword intent clashed with saber intent. Jin Feng was sent flying by Yi Yuan again. Just like this, Yi Yuan chased Jin Feng all the way to the City Lord Manor. Lord Dai, help! Lord Dai! Jin Feng's shrill cry reverberated throughout the City Lord Manor. Bang! Jin Feng's body directly broke the City Lord Manor's front gate, flying inside. Yi Yuan slowly walked inside the City Lord Manor. Looking at the Jin Feng lying on the ground covered entirely in blood, he said coolly, "You father and son pair committed all sorts of crime in Breaking Dawn City. You complied to the Tranquil Cloud sect in public while opposing in private, and actually even willingly become the Purple Mansion sect's lackeys. Death isn't regrettable." Jin Feng was alarmed in his heart, and he looked at Yi Yuan disbelievingly as he said, "Why were you How is this possible? Why didn't I receive any news at all that you came to Breaking Dawn City?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If you got the news, how could I make it to Breaking Dawn City? All right, thanks for leading the way. Now, you can go die already." Don't. Jin Feng yelled out in despair. But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with him. Forming a sword with his fingers, a streak of sword chi sped like the wind towards Jin Feng. Right then, a figure suddenly appeared between the two people. The person lightly flapped his sleeves. That streak of sword chi was scattered. When Jin Feng saw this person's back view, he immediately said agitatedly, "Lo Lord Dai. Many thanks for Lord Dai's life-saving grace." But when Yi Yuan stared at the person before his eyes, his expression became solemn. Chapter 484. I didn't think that the Purple Mansion sect actually sent a Soul Sea realm over to station at Breaking Dawn City. I didn't think that the Purple Mansion sect actually sent a Soul Sea realm over to station at Breaking Dawn City. This person in front of Yi Yuan wearing the Purple Mansion sect's outfit was shockingly a Soul Sea realm expert. Yi Yuan even thought that the Purple Mansion sect would at most send a 9th level sea transformation here. To think that it would actually be a Soul Sea realm. The Purple Mansion sect's Soul Sea realms appeared to be many, but when distributed across the entire southern domain, it was not enough. Since the Purple Mansion sect eradicated the 6 great sects until now, it had merely been several months' time. There were still many places that were not very stable, requiring Soul Sea realm experts to hold down the fort. Yi Yuan never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect would send a Soul Sea realm powerhouse here to hold down the fort at Breaking Dawn City. It was a remote place. The Purple Mansion sect Grand Elder had a middle-aged appearance. Among Soul Sea realm experts, he was also considered an up-and-coming star. After the middle-aged man saw Yi Yuan, he was observing Yi Yuan the entire time but did not speak. Seeing Yi Yuan talk at this time, he gave a faint smile too and said, "Looking at your appearance, you're that Yi Yuan from the Tranquil Cloud sect. This seat is the Purple Mansion sect's Dai Yuhan." From the initial shock, Yi Yuan recovered too and said coolly, "That's right. I'm precisely Yi Yuan. To think that Elder Dai actually recognized me at a glance." Dai Yuhan said smilingly, "Stopping my Purple Mansion sect with your strength alone. Wanting to not recognize you is out of the question as well. Furthermore, you have such skills at such an age. I thought about it, in the land of the southern domain, there's only you." Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, "I'm quite surprised though. Why is Elder Dai here in Breaking Dawn City?" This Dai Yuhan was actually not in a rush to take action against Yi Yuan either. He actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Yi Yuan, appearing like everything was under control. Seeing Yi Yuan asking, Dai Yuhan did not hide anything either, and he said with a smile, "Speaking of it, me being here is still because of you." Yi Yuan was said bewilderedly, "Because of me?" Dai Yuhan nodded and said, "That's right. Because you've done too many inconceivable things. In order to prevent for contingencies, Sect Master went out of the way to transfer me over from another place to garrison this place. It's just I didn't think that this contingency actually really happened." Yi Yuan could not help smilingly bitterly when he heard that. The one who drew this Soul Sea realm expert over was actually still himself. But Yi Yuan became curious again very soon and inquired, "There are many frontier cities that can lead to the northern domain. How did you know that I'd definitely go through this Breaking Dawn City?" Dai Yuhan said, "About this. Martial nephew Lin Chao is still quite farsighted. He once said that if the Tranquil Cloud sect moved north, they would definitely break down into parts, and choose an extremely remote city to leave. And with your personality, you're bound to choose the most complicated stances Breaking Dawn City." To think that his words really hit the mark. Yi Yuan could not help being slightly amazed. This Lin Chao's thoughts were meticulous. He was definitely an adversary that was extremely hard to deal with. Including the previous time he Mingda led a team to besiege the Tranquil Cloud sect, it was also Lin Chao guessing that it was him presiding over the Grand Array. This Lin Chao's understanding of his character was very thorough. He was also exceptionally skilled in grabbing other people's soft spots to do things, and his actions were remarkably ruthless. If not that he had some measures, he would really still have to suffer a huge deal the previous time. Seeing Yi Yuan's face revealed a look of realization, Dai Yuhan then asked, "Martial nephew Lin said that there was a need to guard against you guys. I previously even thought that he was making a big deal over nothing. Looking at it now, your means are truly fantastic. Before meeting you, I actually did not even get wind of any news at all. Sect Master laid down countless informers at the Tranquil Cloud sect. How did you all escape?" Yi Yuan did not conceal anything either, briefly recounting the matter of him constructing a miniature transmission array, leaving Dai Yuhan staring wide-eyed and mouth agape. After a long time, Dai Yuhan finally heaved a long sigh and said, "What Marshal Nephew Lin said was correct. Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple escaping to the northern domain are but stray dogs. You're my fierce gale world's mortal malady. Yi Yuan, I actually focus wholeheartedly on Tao and dislike these strifes. But you and I each serve a different master. I can't let you leave today." Yi Yuan nodded slightly. He also saw through that this Dai Yuhan was rather different from the Purple Mansion sect's other people. Or else, it was not possible to talk so much crap with him. But since Da Yuhan showed up here, this fight was destined to be unavoidable. "Come on," Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuhan was stupefied as he asked weirdly, "You want to fight with me? What? Can it be that you want me to surrender?" Yi Yuan replied with a question instead. "Isn't that so? I know that your strength is very formidable and can cross realms to battle. But, against me, you don't have any chance of winning." Dai Yuhan shook his head and said. Yi Yuan was rather amused and said, "How will one know without trying?" At this time, Jin Feng, who had been watching the two people converse by the side the entire time, said with a loud laugh, "Punk, what are you thinking? Lord Dai is a soul sea realm expert. You, a puny little sea transformation realm, actually dare challenge him with no notion of how high the heaven, and how deep the earth is." Soul Sea Realm was an invincible existence to sea transformation realms. This was common sense. Yi Yuan's actions were actually subverting common sense in itself. Jin Feng, finding it absurd, was within reason too. Yet, Yi Yuan's existence had always been smars. Hi+ing common sense. Seeing Jin Feng rear his head, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Just now that interruption, I forgot that there was still you, a trash. Alright then, before fighting, I'll send you to heaven first. There's no need to thank me." Yi Yuan already had an understanding of the conduct of Jin Feng, this father and son pair. Jin Feng, this person, had complete disregard for human life. Using his position as a city lord, who knew how many people he had exploited. The martial artists all dared to be angry but dared not voice out. Regarding such a scourge, Yi Yuan would never show leniency. However, Dai Yuhan clearly did not plan on letting Yi Yuan kill Jin Feng. He said indifferently, "Jin Feng has already pledged allegiance to my Purple Mansion sect. I won't let you kill him." Jin Feng was overjoyed hearing that and said, "Thank you very much, Lord Dai. Jin Feng will definitely slog it out for the Purple Mansion sect." Finished talking, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "Punk, in front of Lord Dai, you still dare to be so arrogant. The southern domain being unified by the Purple Mansion sect is already something which cannot be stopped. You all these tranquil cloud sects remaining SPAWNS still not going to obediently submit to arrest with folded arms?" With Dao Yuhan backing him, Jin Feng felt like his waist could be straightened even more. But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with Jin Feng. Instead, he said to Dai Yuhan nonchalantly, "If I want to kill him, you can't prevent it." His voice had yet to fade when innumerable flower petals instantly appeared in the City Lord manor. It was precisely Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan's brows furrowed slightly. The power of this move was rather formidable. Although it was not worth mentioning to him, to Jin Feng, it was plenty to kill him several times over. Dao Yuhan flicked his sleeves grandly. Majestic essence energy part 1 tightened those flower petals far away. When Jin Feng saw such a horrifying move, his eyes revealed a stunned expression. But, seeing Dai Yuhan resolving it casually, he could not help becoming even Kia. "Haha. You. Just a boy who is overestimating his own strength. I'm standing right here. You come and kill me. Come and kill me," Jin Feng said to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. All of a sudden, Jin Feng's laughter ceased abruptly. Because he felt a chill behind his back. 2 fingers pressed at the center of his back, since who knew when. "As you wish H. Plus Yi Yuan voice seemingly came from the underworld. Force was released. A sharp and fierce sword intent instantly pierced Jin Feng's heart. Chapter 485. Dai Yuhan reacted at the first moment. But it was already too late for him to save people. Dai Yuhan reacted at the first moment. But it was already too late for him to save people. Avatar body. Seeing the two Yi Yuans, one at the front and one at the back, Dai Yuhan's expression became somber. Seemed like this Yi Yuan was even harder to deal with than imagined. As for Jin Feng's life and death, Dai Yuhan actually was not overly concerned. Jin Feng used his final consciousness to lower his head and look at his own chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Finally, his consciousness dissipated entirely, and his body collapsed weakly onto the ground. Looks like I still underestimated you. Dai Yuhan heaved a sigh and said. The avatar body was not the least bit threatening to him at all. But to Jin Feng, it was deadly. Yi Yuan's means were inexhaustible. It really made it impossible to guard against. Dai Yuhan could not help sizing up this youth before his eyes once more, as if the latter had limitless methods. It was not to the extent where Yi Yuan really had the qualifications to fight with him, right? Dao Yuhan very quickly denied this idea. How was this possible? Between Soul Sea Realm and Sea Transformation Realm, there was a giant chasm. It was impossible to cross, let alone that Yi Yuan was still only first-level Sea Transformation. What was happening to him? He was actually frightened from a teenage youth. Truly declining as he aged. Dai Yuhan laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. All right. That hindering fellow is already eliminated. There won't be people hampering us anymore. When Yi Yuan was talking, he was actually brother IMMING with fighting intent. You're sure that you really want to fight with me? I know that your strength isn't weak, but it's precisely so that I might not be able to grasp the limits properly. A genius like you falling is seriously too pitiable, Dai Yuhan asked once more. Yi Yuan did not think that this Da Yuhan actually still had a heart that cherished talents, and he was rather surprised. But since Yi Yuan broke through to the Sea Transformation Realm, he had yet to unleash his full strength. He was already matchless among Sea Transformation Realms. Only Soul Sea Realm experts were worthy to be his opponent. This Dai Yuhan was clearly an opponent tailor-made for Yi Yuan. Haha. Elder Dai is indeed quite different from He Mingda, those SC Yum bags. But you don't have to worry about me. Just come at me with your best shot. Even if I beat you today, I'll let you leave as well, Yi Yuan said with a huge laugh. Arrogance. In Dai Yuhan's eyes, this Yi Yuan was too arrogant. A Sea Transformation Realm saying to let a Soul Sea Realm live. This sounded somewhat comical no matter how one listened to it. Dai Yuhan's face sunk slightly and he said, Humph. What a rampant boy. I want to see just how you'll beat me. Finished talking, the two people arrived in mid-air without prior consultation. With their strength, fighting in the City Lord Manor would probably exterminate even fowls and dogs at the side. You guys, look. There are two people facing off over there. That purple SHI plus RT man has such a powerful pressure. Doesn't seem like what Sea Transformation Realm experts can have. Could that be a Soul Sea Realm expert? My God. Is this Soul Sea Realm? Indeed ridiculously powerful. Separated so far away and I'm even somewhat stifled. Moreover, I feel that he isn't even intentionally giving off the pressure of a Soul Sea Realm expert. Who's that young man opposite him? Seems like only first-level Sea Transformation. These two people facing off in the air aren't about to have a fight, right? Are you kidding? First-level Sea Transformation versus first-level Soul Sea. Is that boy a moron? You're the moron. That young man is the youth who used his fingers to grab Jin Feng's great ring saber just now on top of the city gates. His strength is terrifyingly powerful. He was chasing Jin Feng to the City Lord Manor and actually provoked a Soul Sea Realm expert. But, no matter how great his strength is, squaring off against Soul Sea Realm it is most likely a hopeless action. What? Using his fingers to grab City Lord's great ring saber? Holy *T. Are the youths now all-powerful to such a degree? Indeed, these front waves, are all smacked to death on the beach. Once Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan appeared, they drew a large number of martial artists to crowd around and spectate. But Dai Yuhan's aura was too strong. Those martial artists all crowded around far away to watch self-consciously. Nobody dared to approach the two people. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Yi Yuan gave a low cry and directly activated Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Facing Soul Sea Realm experts, his present realm was seriously too low. Hence, Yi Yuan did not hesitate, using Origin Spirit 9 transformations straight away. Dao Yuhan's expression changed. He saw Yi Yuan's aura rise with rapid speed and actually broke through the second-level C transformation very quickly. Yi Yuan's aura surged all the way, finally stopping at the fourth-level C transformation. Yi Yuan borrowed the power of the essence energy in his body first to instantly break through 3 minor realms, arriving at the middle stage C transformation realm. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan's expression could not help changing drastically. This. Could it be that what you just used is Origin Spirit 9 transformations? Dai Yuhan exclaimed in shock. You actually know the Origin Spirit 9 transformations? Hearing Dai Yuhan saw through it right away, Yi Yuan was also quite surprised. Hiss. It's really Origin Spirit 9 transformations. I heard that you silently sneaked into the fierce Gale world. Could it be that you stole the Shui family's martial art manuals away? Dai Yuhan's brain could not quite wrap itself around it. Stole away? You're thinking too much. Shui family, those dunces, most likely. There has yet to be anyone who can use it to my level, Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuhan was involuntarily shocked, and he thought to himself that was true as well. It had only been a few months' time. If Yi Yuan really stole the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, it was absolutely impossible to cultivate to such a level. Directly breaking through from early stage C transformation to middle stage C transformation, such a span was too outrageous. Dai Yuhan naturally did not know that the reason why Yi Yuan only broke through 3 minor realms was that his essence energy C was too large. With Yi Yuan's foundation, advancing 3 minor realms was already the limit. But the way those martial artists below them saw it, that was entirely not the case. What martial technique did that youth use just now? He actually broke through to middle stage C transformation in the blink of an eye. Too sick. Never heard before that there's still such a perverse martial technique. With such a martial technique, wouldn't crossing realms to battle be as simple as eating and drinking? He initially thought that it was just a lopsided fight. Now, it looks like there's a good show to watch. That young man's strength was very formidable to begin with. Now, he actually broke through 3 minor realms in succession. While I don't know how much distance it can pull closer to Soul Sea Realm, there is more or less something worth watching. Such a battle is hard to come across in 100 years in the Breaking Dawn city. These martial artists' blood were all boiling. They were looking forward to this great fight. Soul Sea Realm experts were extremely rare in the southern domain. Except for the 8 great sects, there were extremely few Soul Sea Realm experts that existed. Just like the disparity between strength, wanting to break through to Soul Sea Realm from Sea Transformation Realm was similarly a heavenly chasm. Being able to watch a Soul Sea Realm expert level great battle today was perhaps a turning point for them too. 1,000 flowing petals. Yi Yuan's Tsunghua sword shook. Countless flying petals swept over. Now that Yi Yuan broke through to Sea Transformation Realm, his execution of 1,000 flowing petals was already at the extent of being at his fingertips. Executing this martial technique virtually did not require any time at all. Yi Yuan leaped lightly. The Tsunghua sword wrapped around by countless flying petals slashed towards Dai Yuhan. Chapter 486. Fine lad. Watch this. Fine lad. Watch this. Even though Dai Yuhan had confidence, he did not dare to belittle Yi Yuan at this time either. Yi Yuan's combat strength greatly surpassed his level itself. Consecutively jumping 3 minor realms at this moment, God knew how formidable his strength was. Such an increase in strength was already very terrifying for ordinary martial artists, let alone it happening to a top genius. Yi Yuan's speed was seemingly slow, but in reality, it was fast. Furthermore, it was erratic, just like a spectre. Moreover, the places that he reached all had large ties of flower petals following, looking like countless large flower petals had bloomed in the air. Crane dance 7 absolute palms. Dai Yuhan's palm force spat out. It was akin to immortal cranes dancing, graceful and agile. At this instance, The power of a Soul Sea Realm martial artist was displayed beyond all doubt. The places that Dai Yuhan's palm wind reached, Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals would be dissipated instantly. Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals was nigh invincible in the sea transformation realm. But in front of Dai Yuhan, it could not gain any advantage at all. This is Soul Sea Realm. Really powerful. A casual move can explode with such horrifying power. It's completely not what sea transformation realms can contend with. F*CKU. Are you blind? Isn't the youth that's fighting with him a sea transformation realm? If not for seeing with my own eyes, I truly dare not believe that there is really a sea transformation realm that can fight to such a level with a soul sea realm. That young man is indeed powerful, but he totally cannot approach that purple SHI plus RT expert. Carrying on like this, a defeat is something inevitable. Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan exchanged 100 moves in the blink of an eye. But Yi Yuan simply could not even enter a 50 feet radius around Dai Yuhan. Moreover, Dai Yuhan had been on defensive the entire time and had yet to take the initiative to attack once. Hence, in the other martial artist's view, Yi Yuan's strength much too weak. Actually, they did not know that it was not that Dai Yuhan did not want to counterattack, but it was because he simply could not find the opportunity to counterattack. Yi Yuan's figure was erratic, leaving upon hitting. He seemed to be completely without any desire to continue fighting aggressively. Dai Yuhan simply could not figure out where Yi Yuan's next attack would appear at. Only by waiting for Yi Yuan to take the initiative to show himself that he could passively counterattack. From start to end, it was all Yi Yuan holding the initiative. Yi Yuan's attack might not be able to pose a threat to Dai Yuhan. Likewise, Dai Yuhan had no way of causing any harm to Yi Yuan. By fusing the wind flow concept into his movement technique, it made Yi Yuan's movements become extremely bizarre. For Dai Yuhan to want to catch Yi Yuan, he had to give up on his defensive circle and let Yi Yuan approach. But Dai Yuhan, who had already borne witness to Yi Yuan's methods, did not dare to do so at this time. Who knew if this boy had some powerful attack that could breach the protective essence energy of a Soul Sea Realm expert? Therefore, Dai Yuhan also decided to play it safely, executing probing attacks with Yi Yuan first. Fighting up until now looked like flowers cascading from the skies. Actually, it was just the two people warming up. It was just that the way the other martial artists saw it, this was already a peak battle. Because among them, there was no one at all who could withstand a casual blow from the two people. In the crowd, Tian Yu and the rest were watching the fight too. When they saw Yi Yuan suddenly face off with a Soul Sea Realm expert, their hearts leaped to their throats. As disciples of the 8 great sects, they were deeply aware of the might of Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Tian Yu, they all knew that Yi Yuan had once defeated the myriad sword sects Qin Yang. But, just what the chances of victory was like facing off against a Soul Sea Realm expert, they really had no score in their hearts. Seeing Yi Yuan locked in battle with Dai Yuhan at this time, they were a little calm in their hearts instead. However, they were also aware that the real fight was only starting now. Yi Yuan, do you plan on dragging it out like this all the way? I can afford to drag on, but can you do so? Carrying on probing like this, you won't be able to figure out just where the limits of my strength lie either. Dai Yuhan clearly had plenty of strength left over, even talking while he was defending. All right then. 1,000 flowing petals, arise. Yi Yuan's voice came over faintly. All of a sudden, essence energy flower petals that blotted out the skies and covered the earth condensed in the sky above breaking dawn city, practically covering the sun. Horrifying essence energy undulations crushed the martial artists below until they could not catch their breath. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan was not alarmed but became delighted instead. Yi Yuan was finally going to have a frontal battle with him. Under the powerful strength of Soul Sea Realm, everything was nothingness. With the strength of 4th level sea transformation, the 1,000 flowing petals that Yi Yuan used was unbelievably horrifying from beginning to end. Right now, the entire sky was a sea of flower petals, looking extremely torrential and grandiose. If Yi Yuan could battle with Zhao Chenggan in his present state, it was ample to one-shot him. Haha. This should be the move that you created yourself, right? Indeed prodigious. If I didn't have Soul Sea Realm strength, I would most likely be one-shotted by you instantly. Truly impressive. However, using this move to deal with me is still too tender. Crane Dance 9 Heavens. When Dai Yuhan's move was released, it instantaneously said Ma. Civ Quant. One ties of heaven and earth essence energy. The aura belonging to a soul sea realm pushed aside the petals which filled the skies. F***ck me. So, this is their true strength. I already have no way of describing using words. These two people are really powerful until it makes people despair. Yeah. If this is the true strength of a soul sea realm, then I feel that I'll probably have no way of striding out this step for the rest of my life. That young man only has 4th level sea transformation boundary right now and can actually unleash such a terrifying move. In my view, this move of his might really not be beneath that soul sea realms. The two people's moves are both extremely terrifying. Who wins and who loses? It is really hard to say. Dai Yuhan struck out a palm, compressing the air until it exploded. Yi Yuan sensed a harrowing aura coming from the front. Facing a Soul Sea Realm expert's powerful martial technique, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it. Mobilizing those countless flower petals, it charged at Dai Yuhan frantically. 1,000 flowing petals, explode. Yet, the 1,000 flowing petals which had never failed finally lost its edge this time. Even with the 1,000 flowing petals detonation producing Ma's sieve obstruction, Dai Yuhan's palm wind still pressed forward irresistibly like a hot knife through but. Talking about it was as if things happened slowly, but in reality, it was only in a twinkle. Dai Yuhan's Crane Dance 9 Heavens finally still landed on Yi Yuan's body. Boom. Yi Yuan was blasted out several hundred feet away. Pewalk. Yi Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Sigh. Still lost in the end. But for a sea transformation realm martial artist to be able to accomplish to such an extent, it's already plenty to be proud of. Yeah. A first-level sea transformation could actually cross a major realm to fight with a first-level soul sea to such an extent. Before this, I simply dare not imagine it. Also don't know how that soul sea realm expert plan on dealing with him. Such a genius Peries. Hi+ing is truly too pitiable. A series of sighs was emitted from the crowd. But regarding Yi Yuan's performance, they were all immensely shocked. If it were an ordinary first-level sea transformation, they probably would not have the courage to attack at all in front of a soul sea realm expert, right? Dai Yuhan flew to not far away from Yi Yuan, his face carrying solemnness as he said, "Really didn't expect that you could actually force me to use Crane Dance 9 Heavens. Furthermore, even dissipating most of Crane Dance 9 Heavens' force truly widened my horizons greatly. However, it ends here. Follow me back to the Purple Mansion Sec. Chapter 487. Hearing Dai Yuhan's words, Yi Yuan suddenly wiped away the fresh blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and gave a grin. Hearing Dai Yuhan's words, Yi Yuan suddenly wiped away the fresh blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and gave a grin. Soul Sea Realm is indeed powerful. Looks like I still underestimated Elder Dai. Elder Dai's strength, among first-level Soul Sea Realms, is also considered very strong, but wanting to bring me away just based on this is still not quite enough. Dai Yuhan shook his head and said with a sigh, "I know that geniuses all have their pride. But you being able to perform to such an extent is already very impressive. Even if you lost, there's nothing to be ashamed of either." The way Dai Yuhan saw it, Yi Yuan was a dead duck being stubborn and could not bear a loss. In the case of geniuses, their talents were greater compared to normal people. But they also found it very hard to accept failure without misgivings. Yi Yuan forcing him to this extent with first-level sea transformation boundary was truly very remarkable already. Lost. Haha. I can't afford to lose. Hence, my only way out is to keep winning all the way. Yi Yuan laughed self-mockingly. Finished talking, Yi Yuan released his aura fully once more. Windfire violent blaze transforming dragon condensed and formed in his hands rapidly. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan's face changed. This move had yet to be released, and it already made even him, this Soul Sea Realm expert, feel somewhat daunted. Presumably, the power was extraordinary. Just how many trump cards in his hands has this boy not used yet? The power of that move earlier was freakish enough already. This current move is actually even more perverse than the move just now. Dai Yuhan silently cussed in his heart. But grumbling was grumbling. Dai Yuhan's speed of executing his move was not slow. Crane Dance 9 Heavens. It was still the previous move, Crane Dance 9 Heavens. But this time, Dai Yuhan used 90% of his power. Under normal Cirque-Yum stances, not at a life-and-death juncture, martial artists would not employ all of their essence energy. If the essence energy that one martial technique move expended were too much, it would make the martial artist lack strength to carry on. Once they could not dispose of their opponent, then it would be them peries. Hi+ing. Hence, martial artists only used 60% to 70% of their strength under most Cirque-Yum stances when fighting. That Crane Dance 9 Heavens move earlier, Dai Yuhan already wielded 70% strength. It was not to be underestimated how this 70% strength did not seem to be much. To a first-level C transformation like Yi Yuan, it was already tremendous respect. One had to know that if Dai Yuhan's opponent were swapped, he probably would not even use 10% of his strength. First-level Soul C and fourth-level C transformation was simply not a fight on the same level. But this time, Dai Yuhan used 90% power in one go. It was practically already his full power. Before this, Dai Yuhan simply had not thought of this possibility that Yi Yuan would actually force him to this sort of degree. 90% power Crane Dance 9 Heavens. It actually carried the faint cries of immortal cranes in the palm wind. It could be seen that Dai Yuhan already displayed this move to the ultimate. The roaring sounds of the wind and fire colossal dragon and the faint cries of immortal cranes surged to the skies, colliding together fiercely. Rumble. Amar. Sieve impact, stirring up waves of air billows, sending the city lord Mana's rubble flying. The martial artists below already deliberately maintained distances. But there were still many martial artists who were knocked over by this bout of air blast. The shockwave of Soul Sea realm level battle was too great. Hiss. That young man is too scary. This time, the two people are actually evenly matched. He is still first level C transformation and has such terrifying combat strength already. By the time his strength reaches Soul Sea realm, how terrifying would it be? This young man seems to have limitless trump cards. I even thought that move just now was already his greatest trump card. To think that this move is even more terrifying. This time, Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan fought to a draw. Dai Yuhan was actually blasted flying out. But Dai Yuhan's realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. So he only suffered some light injuries. However, this was already plenty to shock Dai Yuhan to his core. The attack of a middle-stage C transformation realm could actually hurt a Soul C realm. Furthermore, the attack this time was even under the prerequisite of him using 90% power, which was also to say that Yi Yuan's combat strength was already infinitely close to his. Yi Yuan, I must admit now that you have enough qualifications to be my opponent. You're very strong. Dai Yuhan declared to Yi Yuan earnestly. Yi Yuan was similarly blasted flying out. But his injuries were much heavier compared to Dai Yuhan's. However, Yi Yuan's facial expression did not have the slightest hint of pain. He was abnormally excited instead. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he actually gradually developed a liking for this feeling of fighting. Previous life, all of his time and energy was spent on alchemy skills, and he virtually did not experience the joy of fighting. But in this life, he walked the path of vengeance and experienced countless instances of great life-and-death battles. He actually gradually developed a liking for this sort of feeling. This feeling of treading the borders of life and death made Yi Yuan incomparably stimulated. Fighting formidable foes one after another also made Yi Yuan unbelievably free from inhibitions. This feeling of liberation was exactly the same as refining pills. Originally, Yi Yuan was only passively walking the martial path. But now, he quite enjoyed this joy of growing. Yi Yuan was deeply aware that only by falling in love madly with something could people have the chance to reach the top. Previously, he had always been forcing himself to cultivate the martial path. Actually, it was not enough to sustain him to reach Ji Kanglan's height. But now, Yi Yuan had the confidence to surpass everything. Haha. Elder Dai, you're very strong too. Truly to my heart's content. Let's fight again. Yi Yuan said heroically. Dai Yuhan's life goal was likewise the martial path. In this battle, fighting until now had great inspiration to him. Saying it out was even quite inconceivable. A Soul Sea Realm expert actually obtained enormous harvests through a fight with a Sea Transformation Realm martial artist. Yet, this was not something that was unthinkable. Yi Yuan's moves contained the of the great Tao, much greater than Dai Yuhan's own comprehensions. It was precisely due to this that Dai Yuhan could glean much insights from this battle. He believed that if he went back to seclude and comprehend things this time, he was bound to have huge harvest. But the fight was not over yet. Haha. Good. It's hard to meet an opponent like you. The next attack, you have to be careful. This is where the essence of my life's work lie, and also my final trump card. If that was your limits just now, I advise you to best not fight anymore and surrender without resistance. Dai Yuhan was also stimulated by Yi Yuan's heroicness and wanted to have a final great battle with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, I said before, I'll keep winning all the way. Elder Dai, you'd better return to the Purple Mansion sect and devote yourself to the martial path. This kind of thing like invading the endless world is unsuited for you. Haha. Yi Yuan, you see it clearly. But, I, Dai Yuhan, received His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's, great grace. How can I watch with folded arms to this sort of thing? Enough crap. Come and fight. Dai Yuhan said with a loud laugh. All right. Since that's the case, then I'll send you packing. I recently comprehended a sword move. I myself have not tested its power either. Elder Dai, you have to be careful. After the laughter, the two people's expressions were both a never-before solemnness. Both knew that the other party's next attack would be an earth-shattering blow. Chapter 488. What are they talking about? Invade the endless world? What are they talking about? Invade the endless world? Seems like that's the meaning. However, what in the world is going on? Who would invade the endless world for no reason? No idea. Their conversation is rather baffling. Yi Yuan's words caused a considerable stir among the crowd. The Purple Mansion sect's true face had yet to be exposed up until now. These martial artists still thought that the Southern Domain's great change was just the endless world's internal affairs. Even though Yi Yuan did not put the cards on the table, he actually already stated it very obviously. As to how much these people would believe, it would be up to their fortunes. If possible, Yi Yuan naturally wanted to bring everyone in the Southern Domain and move north. But time was pressing, and where would he find the time to convince these people one by one? And at this time, the atmosphere between the two in the air already become somewhat strange. The two people were still talking in a jovial manner just now. At this moment, the expressions on the two people's faces were a never-before solemn. It even led to the surrounding atmosphere to be somewhat different. Some slightly stronger martial artists were affected by this atmosphere and sensibly distanced away from the two once more. Very soon, somebody guessed that this might be Yi Yuan or Dai Yuhan going to unleash their move. Right then, Dai Yuhan moved. This time, Dai Yuhan no longer held anything back. His full strength erupted abruptly. The surrounding essence energy gathered around him frenziedly. Quickly look. What's that? My God. He actually condensed gathered essence into materialization. How much heaven and earth essence energy did he needed to gather? Immortal Crane Phantom. The power of this move truly demonstrates the disparity between Soul Sea Realm and Sea Transformation Realm. Wonder how that young man will respond. Where Dai Yuhan's palm force rose, a faint phantom of an immortal crane actually formed gradually. That was to say that Dai Yuhan already condensed essence energy to materialization. It could be seen how great the power of this move was, and the condensed form of the Amma. Said essence was precisely the prominent characteristic of Soul Sea Realm expert. Soul Sea Realm experts could gather very terrifying essence energy with a wave of their hands. It was already on an entirely different level from Sea Transformation Realm experts. This essence energy that was gathered could become corporeal. It could be seen just how powerful a martial technique move that they could use was. But to the early stage Soul C Dai Yuhan, condensing gathered essence was still somewhat too forceful. That was why he saved this move for the last. Even so, that faint immortal crane phantom was also sufficient to astonish people. On the other side, after Yi Yuan prepared for a long time, he finally moved too. But this movement left everyone dumbstruck in amazement. What? This young man can actually condense gathered essence into materialization too. Isn't he just C transformation realm? What the F***CK? This is too perverse. He actually condensed out so many sword blade. Just who the hell is this young man? His talent is too terrifying as well. Since ancient times, I've never heard of anybody who could condense gathered essence into materialization at the C transformation realm. Yi Yuan used Songhua sword as a guide, and then around them were condensed myriad tiny sword blade. The sword blades were not large, it was like fragments of a sword. Regardless of so, Yi Yuan succeeded in condensing beyond all doubt. Those martial artists down below did not know Yi Yuan's past. If they knew that Yi Yuan could already maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at the spirit condensation realm, perhaps they would feel that him condensing gathered essence in the C transformation realm was nothing much. Of course, the difficulty of condensing gathered essence was completely not on the same level as maneuvering heaven and earth essence energy. Otherwise, Dai Yuhan would not treat it as his final ace in the hole either. However, Yi Yuan's realm was still a little low in the end. So his control over essence energy reached an extremely minute degree, only condensing out tiny sword blades. This way, the difficulty would lessen greatly. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan's face also had indescribable solemnness. The impact that Yi Yuan gave him today was seriously too great. I truly didn't think that you can actually perform to such an extent. You really made this Dai widen his horizons. Then let us use this move to determine the victor. With cranes, immortal comes. Go. Dai Yuhan's palm force pressed on. That faint immortal crane phantom attacked Yi Yuan with a light cry. Seeing that aggressive immortal crane phantom, Yi Yuan launched this martial technique unhurriedly. Azure Dipper floating zero sword. Myriad rain sword blades. Sword blades whirled towards the immortal crane with extreme speed. It actually somewhat had the hint of reaching first despite launching later. In that instance, in the eyes of the martial artists below, an immortal crane and a Ma. S Civ centiliter US tur of sword rain collided together violently, seemingly like a celestial phenomenon. Rumble. A violent explosion sound emitted in the air. Two figures plummeted from the skies respectively. When Tianyu saw the situation, he hurriedly leaped up and caught the Yi Yuan who fell down. Junior apprentice brother Yi, are you alright? When the tranquil cloud sect disciples saw the situation, they hurriedly crowded around and showed great concern about his well-being. Yi Yuan's complexion was very pale. The corners of his mouth and his body dripped with a considerable amount of blood, his condition looking very poor. Seeing his seniors and juniors express concern, Yi Yuan waved his hands feebly and said, "It's fine. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu, I'll have to trouble you to help me over." Dai Yuhan did not have Yi Yuan's treatment. His body slammed fiercely onto the ground. But this degree of impact was not considered much to Soul C realm martial artists. Dai Yuhan's injuries were primarily from the fight earlier. He was covered in wounds all over his body. That appearance was just like being stabbed by swords. They were evidently wounds left behind by Yi Yuan's move just now. Seeing Yi Yuan came over, Dai Yuhan could not help forcing a smile and said, "To think that I actually lost to a C transformation realm today. However, you're really very strong. Being able to condense gathered essence into materialization at the C transformation realm, not saying never to be seen again, it's absolutely without any precedence, right?" This sentence from Dai Yuhan immediately brought on a storm. This Soul C realm actually lost. Because Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan both sustained very severe injuries, those martial artists could not figure out for a moment just who won and who lost either. Only hearing Dai Yuhan admit it personally now did they know that this C transformation realm youth actually really triumphed over a Soul C realm expert. They had long borne witness to Yi Yuan's might and were also already aware that Yi Yuan had the strength to contend with a Soul Sea Realm expert. Even after Dai Yuhan used a martial technique that condensed gathered essence into materialization, Yi Yuan still defeated him. This made those martial artists all feel like they were dreaming. Turns out that Soul Sea Realm experts were not undefeatable. Dai Yuhan's with cranes, immortal comes was very strong. But during that battle earlier, Yi Yuan's sword blades ultimately still had a small number of them that broke through, landing on Dai Yuhan's body. Hence, even though the two people both received severe injuries, it was actually still Yi Yuan whose skill was a level higher. Yi Yuan's complexion was white as a sheet. This was not just suffering the tremendous impact of with cranes, immortal comes. It was even because of essence energy expenditure being too exorbitant. This move, myriad rain sword blades, seriously expended too much essence energy. Even if Yi Yuan's control of essence energy reached an extremely subtle level, it was also somewhat struggling to make ends meet. Yi Yuan retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring and threw it to Dai Yuhan, saying with a forced smile, "Elder Dai is a true gentleman. Today, I won't start a slaughter. Hope that you conduct yourself well and don't associate with those fair-scale world's people's vile deed." 0. Not important for those who aren't reading the Chinese roars. Author has decided to change the name from Sword Rain Myriad Ren to Myriad Rain Sword Blades arbitrarily from chapter 559 onwards. The Ren was an ancient unit of measurement. But I think author typed the wrong Ren, blade. Us puny mortals are at the whim of author-sama. This Ren, unit of measurement, was used several times up until it changed to Ren, blade, in chapter 559. So, to avoid confusion later on, the technique will be standardized as Myriad Rain Sword Blades in accordance to the more recent chapters. Just in case some of you cross-reference to the roars and start flaming me. Chapter 489 Cough, cough, cough. I'm originally a fair-scale world's native. Whence the don't associate with their vile deeds. You've been to the fair-scale world before and should know that I have no command over myself. Cough, cough, cough. I'm originally a fair-scale world's native. Whence the don't associate with their vile deeds. You've been to the fair-scale world before and should know that I have no command over myself. Dai Yuhan also had a doleful look. Clearly, on the matter of invading the endless world, he was quite conflicted too. The war between two worlds signified endless Ma's sake with the dead souls being countless. No command over yourself. Your life is your own, not others. Zhao Tianyin is a paramount existence in your eyes, an existence that brooks no desecration. But do you know what you all are in his eyes? You people are just a bunch of tools for him to order around. Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuhan's gaze sunk slightly, his complexion suddenly flues. Hi+ing crimson as he said furiously, "How can His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, be profaned by you like this? If you have the capabilities, just kill me, or else, I'll surely make you pay the price for today's affront." Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Pedant. Zhao Tianyin is just a boundless realm expert. He's only a mortal too. Look at him summing solemn airs normally. When he kneeled before me, wasn't he like a dog too? Cough, cough, cough. Why you courting death?" Dai Yuhan struggled, wanting to stand up. But he could not even do so after trying several times. Sigh. Heavenly Tao is boundless, humans are insignificant. In front of Heavenly Tao, we're but merely ants. Elder Dai, if not on account of you and I were having this battle today, why would I waste my breath on you? You feel that I'm insulting Zhao Tianyin, but let me tell you something. Zhao Tianyin doesn't have the qualifications to make me insult him at all. Place your horizons further. There is still the divine realm. Dai Yuhan's expression froze. Divine realm, these two words naturally aroused his desires. Dai Yuhan suddenly recalled that Yi Yuan had once entered deep into the fair-scale world to rescue his fellow apprentices, but he returned to the endless world without a scratch. What in the world happened in between this? Why did His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, actually not keep this boy behind? There seemed to be many stories in between this. After this fight, Dai Yuhan and Yi Yuan could even be said to have some appreciation of each other. Dai Yuhan could feel Yi Yuan's sincerity. Otherwise, he could very well just kill him and be done with it. Yi Yuan did not show any mercy when cutting down Liao Wenguang, He Jun, and the rest. The reason why he did not kill him today was probably still because of this standing aloof from the world mentality of his. Was it possible that he was really wrong? Also, although I don't know just why 2 generations of your Wind Emperor invaded the Endless World back to back, I have a feeling that they have some kind of ulterior objective. But, no matter what, Zhao Tianyin, I'll definitely kill him with my own hands. Speaking up to here, Yi Yuan suddenly seethed with killing intent. Zhao Tianyin's humiliation that day, Yi Yuan will ultimately claim it back one day. All right. My words end here. As for how you choose, that's your matter. Nothing to do with me. However, if I bump into you next time on the battlefield, then I won't show mercy. Senior apprentice brother, let's go. Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuhan silently watched Yi Yuan's back view, but storms were brewing in his heart. The ideology that he had been inculcated with since young was to give allegiance to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. And the cultivation method he trained in, medicinal pills used in cultivation, were all bestowed by His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. So in Dai Yuhan's mind, pledging allegiance to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, was something that came very naturally. Yet, Yi Yuan's words today silently opened up a window in his sealed mind. Northern Domain, Xiuming Mountain Peak. 2 elderly men and a middle-aged woman who had lost some of her charms were drinking tea at the stone table under the pine tree. A youth each stood behind the middle-aged woman and one of the old men respectively. The 2 youths, one male, one female, were shockingly the Yin Yanghua and Guotauchuan who returned to the Northern Domain from the Tranquil Cloud sect. With 2 of them appearing here, these 3 people's ident. One ties were also obvious. These 3 people were precisely the Myriad Sword sect, Heavenly Martial sect, and the Profound Ice sect's old ancestors, and also the Northern Domains and even the entire Endless World's 3 most powerful people. It was just that these 3 people had knitted brows which did not relax at the present, and were not in the mood to drink tea at all. The Myriad Sword sect's old ancestor was called Qin Hongtao. At present, he currently had an enraged look as he said, "That punk called Yi Yuan is too arrogant. To actually dare detain Yang. I think he's tired of living. Ning Yixin, you actually even made me spare that brat. You're simply too ridiculous." The Ning Yixin in Qin Hongtao's words was precisely the Heavenly Martial sect's old ancestor. According to what Taochuan they all said, this child's talent is exceedingly freakish. He's already matchless among the young generation. Now that the Endless World is about to fall into a catastrophe, if you kill Yi Yuan, wouldn't it aggrieve our own and gladden the enemy? Ning Yixin urged. Ning Yixin knew that Qin Yang was Qin Hongtao's lineage grandson, the person to inherit his mantle in the future. Now that Qin Yang was held captive by Yi Yuan, how could Qin Hongtao not be furious? But at this time right now, it was totally not the time to have internal strife. If the Tranquil Cloud sect was just an inconspicuous little sect, then forget it. But Yi Yuan's talent was too startling. Such a genius being killed by their own people, wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world? But Qin Hongtao did not think this way. Yi Yuan's actions were simply plucking his whiskers. When he heard this news, Qin Hongtao wanted to go and kill people at that time but was held back by the Ning Yixin who had arrived first. The result was that Qin Hongtao was forcefully hurled up at Xiuming Mountain by Ning Yixin. Humph. No matter how great that punk's talent is, taking Yang as hostage won't do. Unless he personally goes to the Myriad Sword sect to kowtow and offer an apology to this old self, otherwise, this grudge isn't over. Letting this Tranquil Cloud sect off back then was a mistake. Now, this old man I will mend the fold after the sheep is lost, and go through the trouble of making this trip to eradicate this Tranquil Cloud sect. Qin Hongtao said in a towering rage. Ning Yixin said, you, this old man, still have such a fiery temper. What will you do to eradicate their Tranquil Cloud sect? You don't wish for that beloved grandson of yours to live anymore? That boy is clearly somebody who is decisive in killing. You dare to go and exterminate his sect, he will dare to kill your grandson. Could it be that you dare to lose all decorum with him? Qin Hongtao's expression froze. Ning Yixian's words evidently struck his soft spot. Yes. Yi Yuan's move was too ruthless. He, Qin Hongtao, was formidable, but Qin Yang was a hostage in his hand. Sigh. As a matter of fact, you and I both still have to thank this boy called Yi Yuan. If not for him withstanding the entire Purple Mansion sect with his strength alone, the fierce Gale World's army would probably have crossed the endless forest already. Speaking up to here, Ning Yixian's eyes revealed thick admiration too. If not for Yi Yuan's appearance messing up the Purple Mansion sect's arrangements, after the realm Pares Sageway linked up, the fierce Gale World would be able to march straight in, directly crossing the endless forest. Yi Yuan, this child's merits are the greatest. Qin Hongtao, you're a character on the level of being as weighty as Mount Tai and as brilliant as the Big Dipper. Why stoop to the level of a junior? Moreover, Qin Yang being detained was originally you all-provoking first. Yi Yuan doing so was also just for the sake of self-preservation. This period at present, our three sects still need to put the interests of the whole above all else. The profound ice sect old ancestor, immortal Jing Xian, who did not speak the entire time, finally opened her mouth. 0. The immortal used for immortal Jing Xian is to describe a middle-aged fairy maiden. Just a tidbit. Chapter 490 Jing Xian's evaluation of Yi Yuan could not be said to be not high. Jing Xian's evaluation of Yi Yuan could not be said to be not high. And in reality, Yi Yuan could live up to this appraisal as well. If it weren't Yi Yuan defeating the Purple Mansion sect thrice at the Tranquil Cloud sect, they would already have firmly controlled the Southern Domain situation. After the fierce Gale World's divine traversing realm experts show up, the Southern Domain's overall situation would be a foregone conclusion. They would just have to place their sights on the Northern Domain, and that would be it. And at that time, these people in the Northern Domain would still be unaware that the Purple Mansion sect was the fierce Gale World survivors. Humph. Yang is still in their hands right now. How will this account be settled? Not knowing why, once this Jing Xian spoke, Qin Hongtao's blus fell in an instant. How else can it be settled? Didn't you detain a sea transformation realm elder from the Tranquil Cloud sect? Just send him back for them, Ning Yixian said. Fine. Send him back then. But I'll say the nasty things first. If Yang has any injuries, I'm going to send an army to denounce them, Qin Hongtao said with a black face. Ning Yixian waved her hand and said, enough nonsense. Let us discuss how to deal with the fierce Gale World martial artist. Back then, the Grand Yang True sect sealed off the realm Pares Sageway, and the future generations gradually forgot about this matter. To think that after several thousand years, the fierce Gale World had yet to give up hope and staged a comeback again. Sigh. Speaking of which, it's our oversight too, Jing Xian said. Those few seniors from the Grand Yang True sect back then deserves our admiration. Now that this heavy responsibility has fallen on our shoulders, the martial artists of our generation should follow the example of our predecessors, possess the will to die and to resist foreign enemies. Although this Jing Xian preserved her looks exceedingly well and only had the appearance of a middle-aged woman, she was actually a figure from the same generation as Qin Hongtao and Ning Yixian. She also had peak divine traversing realm strength. This Jing Xian was as cold as ice, a cut from the same cloth as Yin Yang Hua. But the words that she said had the breadth of spirit of rather to break than to bend. But Qin Hongtao said with frowned brows, that might be the case, but the fierce Gale World has a boundless realm expert. Once the realm Pares Sageway stabilizes fully, the endless world will. Speaking of Zhao Tianyin, the three people felt a heavy burden like a 30,000 catties cruise. Plussing down. There's still an issue. The Purple Mansion sect has already laid low in the endless world for several thousand years, experiencing countless generations of people, and already know the endless world like the back of their hands. But we're completely clueless about the fierce Gale World. One had to admit that the endless world was Pares Civ everywhere right now, and virtually could not see any hope. These three people conversed here for a long time and also had a woebegone look. Old ancestors, to say who in the endless world understands the fierce Gale World best, it's none other than that Tranquil Cloud sect's Yi Yuan. He'd once entered deep into the fierce Gale World and even captured a sea transformation realm slave, Yin Yang Hua suddenly voiced out. Heh, this boy is truly an enigmatic character. No idea which hole in a rock he jumped out from either. Oh, right, speaking of this boy, has their tranquil cloud sect completed their migration already? Ning Yixuan asked Guo Taochuan. Guo Taochuan nodded and said, 3 days ago, they already gathered in Fallen Rain City. They already sent news before coming here. Everyone from the tranquil cloud sect will be gathering in Spirit Sealing City. Ning Yixuan said with a frown, Spirit Sealing City? That seems to be the heavenly evil sect's territory, right? What are they going there for? This. I don't know, Guo Taochuan shook his head and said. But at this time, Yin Yanhua's eyes glimmered slightly and voiced out, the heavenly evil sect is notorious. Burning, killing, raping, pillaging, committing all kinds of atrocities. They just happen to lack a place to settle down. Could it be? Not to that extent, right? Although the heavenly evil sect's strength isn't considered much in the northern domain, at any rate, they have a Soul Sea realm expert holding down the fort too. The tranquil cloud sect going to do battle at an opponent's home ground, I think taking down the heavenly evil sect wouldn't be that easy, right? Heh, this boy really makes people rather look forward to it. In this northern domain land right now, the most eye-catching is most likely this tranquil cloud sect group's movements, right? Since they have this intention, then let's just sit tight and watch. If they really can't, then giving them a hand is good too. That heavenly evil sect, I've long found them an eyesore. If not for the sake of Wu Fang City, I'd have long exterminated them. Speaking until the back, Ning Yixuan's tone became icy-cold. Evidently, he disliked this heavenly evil sect too. Hearing these words, Jing Xian nodded slightly, while Qin Hongtao snorted coldly. Taochuan, Yang Hua, inform the various northern domains' major factions' old ancestors as soon as possible. They are all to hurry to Wu Fang City to meet in half a month. In addition, since the tranquil cloud sect has already moved north, then shut down all the transmission arrays leading to the southern domain. Sigh. This important juncture. Ning Yixuan instructed. Different from the southern domain, the myriad sword sect, heavenly martial sect, and the profound ice sect were not all of the northern domain's forces. These 3 great sects all had peak divine traversing realm old ancestors holding down the fort. So they were the strongest 3 great sects. Apart from this, there were still many forces with late-stage divine traversing realm holding down the fort. These factions were all the northern domain's peak forces. As for middle-stage divine traversing realm and early-stage divine traversing realm forces, there were many too. Of course, like the heavenly evil sect, small sects with only a Soul Sea realm martial artist holding down the fort were as many as oxen hair. This heavenly evil sect's strength was not strong. But the sect's only Soul Sea realm expert, Maro Yuanji, cozied up to the number 1 alchemy path faction in the northern domain through some means somehow. Hence, even though this heavenly evil sect's evil doings knew no limits, nobody dared to do anything to them either. At the heavenly evil sect's main peak, 2 silhouettes stood in the air. Who are you people? Such audacity. To actually dare barge forcefully into my heavenly evil sect's main peak. The one talking was a heavenly evil sect elder. But his round of questioning was without any confidence whatsoever. These 2 people appeared too suddenly. There was actually not a bit of news which came from the gates. Furthermore, the heavenly evil sect still had the sect protecting grand array guarding. If enemies came to attack, how could there possibly be no reaction at all? This elder instinctively sensed that these 2 people were not easy to deal with. Yi Yuan stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Lightly sweeping a glance down below, he slowly opened his mouth and said, from today onwards, this world will no longer have the name Heavenly Evil Sect. This place has been taken over by us. What? What did he say? Taken over. Ha ha ha. A sea transformation realm brat uttering such wild ravings to take over our heavenly evil sect. He even said to let our heavenly evil sect's name be removed just now. Ha ha ha. Is this boy soft in the head? Yeah. Our heavenly evil sect is the Wu Fang City's subordinate power. Who dares to provoke us? Heh, these years, how many people wanted to take down my heavenly evil sect? Didn't each and every one of them still ended up dusty and dirty in appearance? Yi Yuan's words drew a wave of guffawing. In their viewpoint, Yi Yuan and Luo Qingfeng were here to be a joke. If two people could wipe out the heavenly evil sect, they would have been exterminated countless times over long ago. Moreover, these two people, one was first-level Soul C, one was second-level C transformation, which were also equivalent to the heavenly evil sect's sect master plus the lowest-level elder's strength. Remove their name? Being dumb, right? Right at this time, a black-robed man flew out from the main hall and came before Yi Yuan pair. The two of you are guests from far away. But isn't wanting to remove my heavenly evil sect's name right after coming a bit too arrogant? Said the black-robed man coldly. Chapter 491. This black-robed man was first-level Soul C strength. Very clearly, he was the heavenly evil sect's sect master, Maro Yuanji. This black-robed man was first-level Soul C strength. Very clearly, he was the heavenly evil sect's sect master, Maro Yuanji. But the meaning in his words was some trepidation towards Luo Qingfeng. These two people could appear on the main peak without any signs. Presumably, they had some capabilities. You're Maro Yuanji? Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and asked indifferently. When Maro Yuanji saw a C transformation realm brat being so arrogant, he was very displeased in his heart. Humph. This is a conversation between Soul C realms, since when it is your turn, a junior, to be presumptuous here? As he said, Maro Yuanji flicked his sleeves grandly. A burst of tremendous force pushed over towards Yi Yuan, wanting to push Yi Yuan aside. He did this to firstly, demonstrate his means and let the other party know his power. Secondly, it was to probe just where Luo Qingfeng's baseline lay. Maro Yuanji completely thought that Yi Yuan would be knocked until he was muddled by the force of this flick of his and fell down from the air. Who knew that Yi Yuan stood there without moving a muscle? Maro Yuanji's eyes became wide as saucers, staring at Yi Yuan somewhat disbelievingly. The force of his push just now, forget about first-level C transformation, even late-stage C transformation would not dare say will not budge an inch either. This boy was abnormal. But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with Maro Yuanji. He said indifferently, 10 years ago, you took fancy on Westridge City's Wang family's eldest daughter. You forcefully asked for her. The Wang family's eldest daughter was ready to die to preserve her caste. One time, she committed suicide and died. The result was that you vented your anger on the Wang family, and you exterminated every last one of the Wang family. Was there such a thing? Maro Yuanji's expression darkened. This matter naturally happened. It was not some secret in the heavenly evil sect either. The heavenly evil sect's conduct from top to bottom when doing things had always been based on one's own desires. Taking action to kill people at a word of disagreement was the norm. Back then, he took fancy on that Wang family's eldest daughter and made the Wang family send their daughter over using the name of the heavenly evil sect. Who knew that little girl would actually be so staunch and directly hanged herself and ended her life? In his rage, Maro Yuanji sent people to slaughter the Wang family down to the last person. Humph. Who the hell are you? To also be worthy of me answering? Maro Yuanji said with a cold snort. Even though Yi Yuan's performance earlier made him somewhat amazed, he still thought nothing of a first-level C transformation. The way Maro Yuanji saw it, Luo Qingfeng was his formidable enemy. And Yi Yuan's speaking tone completely made light of him. This made Maro Yuanji even more infuriated. If not for dreading Luo Qingfeng's strength, Maro Yuanji would have long finished off Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not bother with Maro Yuanji and continued. He said, 7 years ago, a 9th-level C transformation called Zhongdongyu peddled a high-ranking spirit artifact in Spirit Sealing City. After you got the news, USNATC hid the treasure and killed him. 5 years ago. 4 years ago. Yi Yuan counted each one of Maro Yuanji's wicked deeds in detail as if he was engaging in small talk. But everyone present could sense the cold intent in Yi Yuan's words. This Maro Yuanji was simply up to the neck in crimes and misdeeds. He did not need a reason at all to murder and commit arson. Many people simply suffered an undeserved calamity. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already had killing intent. Furthermore, In front of Maro Yuanji, this Soul Sea realm expert, Yi Yuan did not conceal his killing intent in the slightest. Could it be that this boy's state of mind had some problems? All these should be done by you, right? You can choose not to answer. But I've already investigated the matters clearly. Hence, you must die today, Yi Yuan said coolly. In Yi Yuan's view, there was no big deal about martial artists killing people. The martial arts world was a world where the strong feasted on the weak in the first place. But concerning such a character who was utterly devoid of conscience like Maro Yuanji, Yi Yuan would have a killing intent that could not be restrained when he saw them. This might be related to his ident. One tie as an alchemy emperor in his previous life. Of course, it also had to do with Ji Zhongyang's teachings. Hence, in the previous life of Yi Yuan, he saved people in various situations. A lifetime of several hundred years, the people that Yi Yuan treated and helped simply could not be counted. Even though he came back to life again, this kind of thing in Yi Yuan's bones still had no way of being erased. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Maro Yuanji laughed from extreme rage. He said, "Boy, so what if your grandpa Maro killed a few people? Messing around for so long, you're here to be chivalrous? All right. Your grandpa Maro, I, will be standing right here. You come and kill for me to see. A brat still wet behind his ears running in front of your grandpa Maro to posture, you have to see if you have that capability or not too." By now, Maro Yuanji also knew that these people came with ill intentions. This matter most likely could not be settled. But if it was just a Soul Sea realm, he could still handle it. This punk did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The heavenly evil sect still had quite a few high-level sea transformation realms waiting for him. Furthermore, the heavenly evil sect disciples' methods were extremely bizarre, impossible to guard against. Such a young brat dared to run over here to learn how to be chivalrous from others, seemed to be really kicked in the head by a donkey. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, "Whether I have the capability or not, you'll know right away. Origin Spirit 9 transformations." Boom. Yi Yuan's aura released fully, and he broke through to 5th level sea transformation very swiftly. After the fight with Dai Yuhan, Yi Yuan likewise benefited a great deal and consolidated his realm very quickly. After coming to the northern domain, Yi Yuan's cultivation progress was not the slightest bit slow as well. He finally broke through to 2nd level sea transformation yesterday. Battling a Soul Sea realm expert again today, Yi Yuan clearly had more assurance. Seeing Yi Yuan break through 3 minor realms instantly, Maro Yuanji's pupils involuntarily constricted. "But very soon," he said with a cold laugh, "this is your reliance. Ha ha ha. You're not thinking that by bringing along a 5th level sea transformation, you can wipe out my heavenly evil sect, right?" The latter half of the sentence, Maro Yuanji directed it to Luo Qingfeng. In his opinion, Luo Qingfeng was going to assist Yi Yuan to fight with him here. But they were wrong, right? Could it be they think that the heavenly evil sect only had him alone? However, Luo Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, "Your opponent is him. As long as others don't intervene, I won't be taking action." When Luo Qingfeng's voice faded, the crowd was shocked. Are these two people morons? To let a sea transformation realm challenge a Soul Sea realm? Even if it was to temper juniors, there's no need to send him to death either, right? This boy is the same, he's a complete idiot. A senior made him go and challenge a Soul Sea realm, and he really went to challenge the person? I'm already in a mess. Ha ha ha. Too hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. After the astonishment, it was a series of mockery. In these people's view, these two were purely madmen. But Maro Yuanji narrowed his eyes slightly as he said with a cold smile, "You're sure to only let him take action?" Luo Qingfeng chuckled, and his figure flashed but withdrew several hundred feet away, expressing his stance. Such a distance, if Yi Yuan was really in any danger, Luo Qingfeng simply could not rescue in time. This attitude was already very clear. He really did not care about these two people's fight. Maro Yuanji grinned hideously and said, "To think that Grandpa Mao, I am actually being belittled by a sea transformation realm brat. Ha ha ha. However, I like your ignorance. I'll let you know what is called despair." The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, raising the Tsunghua sword in his hand. A bout of terrifying power undulated out. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 492. What? That's condensed form of gathered essence. Isn't he see transformation realm? What? That's condensed form of gathered essence. Isn't he see transformation realm? Is this messing with me? How can see transformation realm martial artists possibly achieve condensing form of gathered essence? No wonder this boy dared to be so arrogant. Turns out that he actually already learned how to condense form of gathered essence. Seeing Yi Yuan's myriad rain sword blades being initiated, the heavenly evil sect disciples all burst into an uproar. Same as during incident at Breaking Dawn City, this unexpected scene made everyone draw in a cold breath. A sea transformation realm being able to achieve condensing form of gathered essence, it was truly too freakish. Plus Maro Yuanji's expression changed greatly, and he hastily employed his cultivation method to the extreme. Although Maro Yuanji was a Soul Sea realm expert, he was just the lowest level existence among Soul Sea realms. He had not even grasped condensing form of gathered essence. Something that he, a Soul Sea realm, did not grasp. This sea transformation realm youth before him actually grasped it. This was too unbelievable. However, Maro Yuanji simply had no time to think so much. He could only erupt with all of his strength and crush Yi Yuan's condensed form of gathered essence using his powerful cultivation realm. Fire immolating heretic cloud. Maro Yuanji gave an explosive roar. The entire stretch of the sky seemed to be burning. The horrifying flames swept towards Yi Yuan like a fire snake, wanting to devour Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. Myriad rain sword blades erupted abruptly. Although the sword blade phantoms were not large, its power was unparalleled. Those myriad sword blades actually sliced the fire snake to a disorderly mess. By the time it arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it simply had not much power left already. Compared to Dai Yuhan's with cranes, immortal comes, this fire-immolating heretic cloud technique simply paled in comparison. But Maro Yuanji was a Soul Sea realm expert after all. His attack still annihilated quite a number of sword blades. It was just that the 5th level sea transformation Yi Yuan was much greater in strength again compared to the last time. When one aspect was weaker, the others will be stronger. How could Maro Yuanji neutralize this attack fully? There was still a large portion of the sword blades that penetrated Maro Yuanji's attack, stabbing directly on Maro Yuanji's body. Maro Yuanji's protective essence energy could not withstand a single blow at all under the condensed sword blades of gathered essence. He was being stabbed full of holes like a wasp nest in an instant. After the tragic cry, Maro Yuanji's corpse dropped down from the air, landing heavily on the ground. Killed in one blow. The heavenly evil sect disciples had yet to understand what was going on, and Yi Yuan already killed Maro Yuanji. My eyesight isn't failing, right? Sect Master, he was actually killed by a sea transformation realm brat. Sect Master, he actually lost for real. We were still ridiculing the two of them for being fools just now. To think that they actually really had the strength to crush the heavenly evil sect. This boy is truly too terrifying. A sea transformation realm could actually unleash such a horrifying attack. It could even cut down a Soul Sea realm expert. He's not going to kill all of us, right? The heavenly evil sect disciples still did not dare to believe it until now. The Lord Sect Master, who was ever victorious in their eyes, was actually killed by a sea transformation realm brat that popped out from God knows where. By the time they understood it, their first reaction was boundless fear. Like the saying, a crooked stick would have a crooked shadow. Maro Yuanji, this person was not some good person. How could they, these people, be any better? After the one move finished casting, Yi Yuan's complexion was rather pale. But compared to that time with Dai Yuhan, it was quite a lot better. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfeng felt overcome by a vicissitude of emotions too. After arriving at the northern domain, hearing Tian Yu, they all mention that Yi Yuan actually defeated a Soul Sea realm expert in Breaking Dawn City. They were shocked until their IEB ALLS nearly fell out. Only after seeing Yi Yuan slew a Soul Sea realm expert by condensing form of gathered essence with his own eyes today, did Luo Qingfeng truly witness Yi Yuan's strength. In combat power, Yi Yuan already Serpa. Said him, this tranquil cloud sect's sect master, which was also to say that the second-level sea transformation Yi Yuan was already the tranquil cloud sect's most powerful existence. Although Luo Qingfeng was not an ordinary first-level Soul C2, he had yet to grasp condensing form of gathered essence as well. Even though he speculated that he could defeat this Maro Yuanji, he absolutely could not achieve a kill so clean and neat like Yi Yuan. He came today only for the sake of cheering Yi Yuan on and to or the rest of the heavenly evil sect a little. Young hero, spare us. Those things were all Maro Yuanji instigated us to do. We couldn't help ourselves too. Yeah. It was all Maro Yuanji. We had no choice but to do as compelled to. Young hero, spare us. Now, it was only to hear thudding sounds echoing everywhere. Those heavenly evil sect disciples with things to hide all kneeled down, begging Yi Yuan to let them go. The wailing sounds joined together. These people saw that Maro Yuanji died. They just pushed all of the wrongdoings to him altogether, condemning in speech and writing for a time, Gus. Hi+ing until Maro Yuanji this dead person wasn't worth a cent. Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh, heh, what a fine could not help being forced. Rest assured, as long as your crimes don't deserve death, I won't pursue it. But those fiendish monsters who perpetrate every conceivable crime better end yourselves early. Or else there will be suffering. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, some people shuddered all over. There will be suffering, these 4 words was like a sharp sword, stabbing into their hearts all at once. That taste of being unable to pray for life nor beg for death, they had made others experience it in the past. Now was it going to be their turn? Who cares? As long as they insisted that they did not do misdeeds before, could it be that he could even search souls one by one? Yi Yuan seemed to know what these people were thinking of and said with a cold smile, don't think about telling lies to deceive me, it's useless. As he said, Yi Yuan fished out several medicinal pills and said, these are truth pills. After eating, whatever I ask you, you will say it. Therefore better give up on this. Many heavenly evil sect disciples' faces all changed. There was still such a miraculous medicinal pill in this world. When they heard this kind of effect, most people's faces all had disbelief. But there were ultimately still people who could not resist Yi Yuan's pressure and exploded. Everybody quickly run, it's death either way. One being able to escape counts as one. I don't believe that he can kill all of us. A sea transformation realm elder cried out. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. What he wanted was this kind of situation. Interrogating one by one was so bothersome. This saved a great deal of trouble. Seeing those recklessly fleeing figures, flower petals swiftly formed in the air. Ah. Miserable cries linked up together. Each and every one of the heavenly evil sect disciples either fell from the air or were directly killed on the ground. The 1,000 flowing petals were like a bunch of sickles, easily reaping these martial artists' lives. These people were all people who deserved to be killed. After several dozen breaths, the heavenly evil sect's main peak suddenly quietened down. There were already not many people left. As long as they stood still without moving, none of them died. All right. From today onwards, the heavenly evil sect's name will be expunged from the northern domain, and this place will serve as my tranquil cloud sect stronghold. I still have that sentence. As long as your crimes don't deserve death, I won't do anything to you. So much so that if you all didn't join in their vile deeds, the tranquil cloud sect can even take you all in. Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 493. At the early phase of the tranquil cloud sect being established, 1,000 things needed to be done. At the early phase of the tranquil cloud sect being established, 1,000 things needed to be done. These days, on the one hand, the tranquil cloud sect was so busy from top to bottom that their feet did not seem to touch the ground. On the other hand, the tranquil cloud sect needed to take over the heavenly evil sect's zone of influence. They also needed to contact the various major subordinate forces. For another, inside the sect reeked of a foul atmosphere caused by Maro Yuanji. There were too many things that needed to be tidied up anew. Maro Yuenji's residence was like a palace. When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples went over to search, there was actually still a large group of concubines, each one of them beautiful as a flower. These women were mostly forcefully abducted by Maro Yuenji. They naturally had to let them go. And Yi Yuan was generally unconcerned with these mundane affairs. He revamped the Heavenly Evil sect's original sect protecting Grand Array and then entered close seclusion to cultivate by himself. Although the Heavenly Evil sect's sect protecting Grand Array could not compare to the Tranquil Cloud sect's Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, the former was a middle-grade Tier 4 Grand Array. Through Yi Yuan's improvement, it could still accomplish withstanding middle-stage Soul Sea Realm martial artists. While Yi Yuan busied these few days, there was a pair of eyes silently observing him from behind from start to end. Clearly 2 people. But why do I keep on superimposing the 2 of them together? Yu Mengli frequently watched that back view, staring in a daze. Her thoughts drifted God knows where to. But being together with Yi Yuan these few days, Yi Yuan frequently helped her to concoct some divine soul noris. HI+ing medication. Her illness did not flare up again. Unknowingly, Yu Mengli developed a liking for the feeling from staying by Yi Yuan's side. This made her very at ease. Yu Mengli even felt that it would be good if this kind of days could carry on continuously. However, busy yet peaceful days like this was very quickly shattered. Just several days after the Tranquil Cloud sect replaced the Heavenly Evil sect, an uninvited guest came to the new Tranquil Cloud sect. Wu Fang City's patrolling inspector, Bao Sangui, is here. Tranquil Cloud sect's people quickly come and welcome. Outside the gates, a voice penetrated the Grand Array, reverberating throughout the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. Wu Fang City actually came so quickly? Marshal Uncle, what should we do? Hearing this voice, Luo Qingfeng said with a frown. Sky Maple just happened to be present too. Hearing that, he knitted his brows as well and said, the Heavenly Evil sect was the Wu Fang City's subordinate faction to begin with. I heard that Maro Yuenji and Wu Fang City even has 1001 links. Originally, I still thought that with the fierce Gale World's invasion near at hand, they have no time to bother with us. To think that they actually came so quickly, this is quite troublesome. Quickly send people to inform Yi Yuan. No need. I'm already here. Yi Yuan's voice came from the main hall's entrance. There were too many trivial matters recently. Yi Yuan was not in terminal seclusion either. That Bao Sangui's voice could obviously be heard. Seeing Yi Yuan, Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple both heaved a sigh in relief. No idea since when, they actually already started looking to Yi Yuan for instructions. This kind of SHI+ feat was unconsciously influenced. Even they themselves were not aware of it either. Ever since after Yi Yuan came back from the fierce Gale world, his status in the Tranquil Cloud sect could no longer be replaced by anyone. From then until now, all the major and minor matters in the sect, Yi Yuan practically had the final say in all. Even exterminating the Heavenly Evil sect this time, it was also the location chosen by Yi Yuan. Actually, Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple both proposed to find a slightly weaker sect to replace. But Yi Yuan stubbornly clung to his view. The reason was that the Heavenly Evil sect committed many evil deeds. Heaven did not take care of the Heavenly Evil sect, then the Tranquil Cloud sect would do it. Right now, even though Luo Qingfeng returned, this kind of momentum carried on as well. Compared to Luo Qingfeng, Yi Yuan was a little more like a sect master right now. But regarding Yi Yuan's special kind of status, Luo Qingfeng and the rest did not grumble about anything. Because they all knew that Yi Yuan totally did not belong to the Tranquil Cloud sect. The talk of him fighting for power and money simply did not exist. Everything that Yi Yuan did right now was all for the sake of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan, this Wu Fang City's patrolling inspector. Luo Qingfeng asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, whatever nonsense, patrolling inspector. Since our Tranquil Cloud sect replaced the Heavenly Evil sect, we'll be an independent sect in the future. Being VAS Sals to anyone doesn't exist. But what about that Bao Sangui? Just let him wait. He likes to throw his weight around and then give it a good throw outside the sect gates. Ignore him. Just a lousy whatever patrolling inspector, and he wants us to go out of the sect to welcome him? Who does he think he is? Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple exchanged glances, both unconsciously sucking in a deep breath. Only Yi Yuan dared to say such doughty words. This patrolling inspector wasn't much. But the Wu Fang city behind him was the Northern Domain's top major faction. They could exterminate the Tranquil Cloud sect down to the last person by casually sending out an expert. Seemingly detecting Luo Qingfeng and the rest's worries, Yi Yuan said with a smile, Grand Elder and Sect Master need not worry. While Wu Fang City is powerful, to the present endless world, my status is irreplaceable. So, this little matter, Wu Fang City won't blame us. Even if they really placed blame, there will also be people blocking on our behalf. Finished talking, Yi Yuan left the main hall. Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple exchanged looks, both did not understand. Although Yi Yuan was monstrous, he was also just a sea transformation realm. Even if he could defeat Soul Sea realm experts, in this war which engulfed the two worlds, what part could he play? Bao Sangui waited outside the gates for an hour and shouted many more times again. The Tranquil Cloud sect actually did not even have a reply. As the Wu Fang city's patrolling inspector, no matter where Bao Sangui walked to, he was always waited upon as a distinguished guest. In the past, when coming to the Heavenly Evil sect, Maro Yuanji would come out to greet him personally from far away. But now, this whatever dog F*RT Tranquil Cloud sect actually dared to shove him to one side. Utterly preposterous. A few days ago, Bao Sangui was patrolling right around the area and just happened to hear the news of the Heavenly Evil sect being wiped out. He was taken aback with shock right then. This Heavenly Evil sect had been around for quite a long time. Under Wu Fang City's protection, although they did many things which went against heaven and reason, nobody dared to touch them either. Maro Yuanji knew how to get along with people very well. It was also uncertain what relations he went through to become acquainted with the third young master. These few years, the complaints to Wu Fang City were not few in number but were suppressed by the third young master. Who would have thought that a tiny sect which popped out from God knows where actually eradicated the Heavenly Evil sect? Exterminated, then let them be exterminated. He himself already made his ident. One tie clear, but those bunch of fellows actually did not have a single person come out to welcome. Utterly preposterous. Preposterous. Bao Sangui berated countless times over fiercely in his heart. Humph. Refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Today, I'll carry out the duty of this patrolling inspector and destroy this tiny sect of yours. Bao Sangui was a 5th-level Soul Sea expert. He already inquired about it before coming. The strongest in this Tranquil Cloud sect was but a 1st-level Soul Sea. With his strength, destroying this sect was something effortless. The Heavenly Evil sect's sect-protecting Grand Array, Bao Sangui knew in his heart too that it was basically the same as nothing to him. Bao Sangui arrived in front of the Grand Array, mustered up the essence energy in his entire body, and launched an attack abruptly. Boom! A tremendous backlash blasted Bao Sangui flying out several thousand feet. Chapter 494 Pewalk. Pewalk. Bao Sangui spurted a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs were actually wounded by the enormous backlash power. This Grand Array, how can it be so strong? Bao Sangui muttered under his breath. Originally he thought to take this Tranquil Cloud sect down a notch. Who knew that he would be knocked out a mouthful of his teeth? Bao Sangui stood outside the Tranquil Cloud sect's gates but was unbelievably embarrassed. Said. He, a distinguished patrolling inspector, acting out a play outside other people's gates alone. Simply disgraced all the way home. But for him to return to Wu Fang City like this, how would he give an account to his higher-ups? The Heavenly Evil sect was destroyed, and he, this patrolling inspector, did not even know who destroyed it. There was no way to report after returning. After all, his duty was to give an account to Wu Fang City at all times about its subordinate forces' matters. Although the Heavenly Evil sect was replaced by such a tiny sect, it was not something of a big deal to Wu Fang City. But he, Bao Sangui, ultimately could not avoid a crime of oversight. Tranquil Cloud sect's people, listen up. You people offending me, this patrolling inspector, is equivalent to offending Wufang City. Within the next few days, Wufang City will send experts over and exterminate you bunch of fools who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Bao Sangui felt disgraced, and he could not resist leaving a vicious sentence. But this was not threatening the Tranquil Cloud sect either. This place was in the scope of Wufang City's influence after all. They could not possibly passively watch a disobedient sect gain a foothold here. Bao Sangui had sufficient confidence to return and request for even stronger martial artists forward, and wipe out the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. However, there was still nobody who responded to Bao Sangui's ruthless words. Courting a rebuff, Bao Sangui also knew that he could not do anything to the Tranquil Cloud sect and could only plan on leaving with a dejected face. Reckon that it's a bunch of hillbillies from the countryside, right? Wufang City's might, you probably can't imagine it. Humph. Just wait for death, you all. Bao Sangui cursed and swore, then turned around and wanted to leave. Bao Sangui, why are you here? Bao Sangui was just about to leave but ran into a person straight ahead. Seeing the arrival, Bao Sangui could not help being overjoyed. Brother Zihue, you came just in time. Wufang City's sphere of influence was very large. So the patrolling inspectors were also divided into levels. Bao Sangui's middle stage Soul Sea realm strength was already considered not bad. But he was just a second-class SS patrolling inspector as well. While this Shu Zihue in front of him was Wufang City's first-class SS patrolling inspector. This Shu Zihue's 9th level Soul Sea strength was an exceedingly powerful existence when looking at the Northern Domain too. With him and Shu Zihue joining hands, he had faith that breaking this Tranquil Cloud sect's sect-protecting Grand Array should be nothing difficult. Seeing Bao Sangui's appearance, Shu Zihue frowned and said, Sangui, why are you hurt? Within my Wufang City's sphere of influence, is it possible that there are still people who dare to attack you? Mentioning this, Bao Sangui said with an enraged look, who else can there be? It's this Tranquil Cloud sect that popped out from God knows where. Seeing Shu Zihue, Bao Sangui's stomach full of grievance finally had a target to vent. Hence, he described the process of his humiliation, becoming more indignant as he talked. Brother Zihue, luckily, I ran into you today. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to make a report this trip back. This Tranquil Cloud sect has absolutely zero respect for my Wufang City. Today, you and I brothers will join forces, and we will bathe this Tranquil Cloud sect in blood. Bao Sangui said indignantly. Bao Sangui said it enthusiastically. But he could not help looking over to Shu Zihue. He noticed Shu Zihue was currently looking at him with strange eyes. What, Brother Zihue? Is there anything wrong? Bao Sangui finally discovered a hint of something wrong. Shu Zihue patted Bao Sangui's shoulder and heaved a sigh, saying, You haven't returned to Wufang City recently and don't know what major issue happened in the Northern Domain. Bao Sangui was dazed and could not help asking, Major issue? What major thing happened? Could it be related to that earthquake and mountains shaking from a while back? This matter of the fierce-scale world invading, at present, was still only limited to those top figures in the Northern Domain who knew. Bao Sangui was always patrolling outside. Although he felt that the tremor that time was very seldom seen, he did not take it to heart either. Shu Zihue nodded and said, Actually, that earthquake was because the realm Pares sageway between the Endless World and the Fierce-Scale World had completely linked together. Now, Fierce-Scale World martial artists already occupy the entire Southern Domain. This time, the three sects, Myriad Sword Sect, Heavenly Martial Sect, and Profound Ice Sect, sent out rarely seen, jointly signed hero invitations to convene the Northern Domain's various major forces chiefs to gather in Wufang City and discuss ways to deal with the fierce-scale world. What? Such a major thing actually happened? Bao Sangui was taken aback with shock by Shu Zihue's words. This kind of thing, like another world invading, could be said to not be encountered for several thousand years to ordinary martial artists. How could Bao Sangui not be shocked? Shu Zihue nodded his head with a grave expression and said, just looking at the present stances, the situation is very unfavorable to our endless world. Hiss. Bao Sangui drew in a cold breath. His mind was somewhat in a disorderly mess. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked Xu Zihui, "But what has this got to do with Tranquil Cloud Sect?" Xu Zihui gave a bitter smile and said, "I'm here this time to issue a hero invitation to Tranquil Cloud Sect." What? Bao Sangui really jumped up this time. This news astonished him even more than another world's invasion. A tiny sect with only first-level Soul Sea realms, what could issuing them a hero invitation do? Thinking up to here, Bao Sangui could not help sweating profusely. Brother Zihui, as far as I know, this Tranquil Cloud Sect only has 2 Soul Sea realm experts. Among them, there's even an alchemy king. Why would the 3 sects issue hero invitations to such a tiny faction? Xu Zihui forced another smile and shrugged his hands, saying, "You ask me, but who do I ask?" The name list was drawn up by the 3 sects and is issued under the 3 sects plus Wufang City's name. How much of what goes on behind the scenes do you think that minor characters like us can understand? Such a major matter, even early-stage divine traversing realm experts might not have the right to speak either. Bao Sangui was somewhat dejected as he said, Then the heavenly evil sect's matters are dropped just like this. But how should third young master's side be given an account? Xu Zihui said crossly, "What kind of time is it already, still talking about heavenly evil sect? If the fierce Gale world attacks, even Wufang City might not be able to be defended. What the H*LL does a puny little heavenly evil sect count as? Moreover, this hero invitation is already given out. No matter how great third young master is, he isn't greater than City Lord, His Excellency, either, right? Characters able to receive this hero invitation aren't who you and I can afford to offend." Bao Sangui opened his mouth but did not speak in the end too. Yeah. Characters that could receive the hero invitation were not who a minor character like him can afford to offend. Fine then. This time, I, old Bao, admit to my bad luck. However, since you're delivering the hero invitation, how about I go in together with you? I'm really curious right now just who in his tiny sect actually has such tremendous capabilities. Bao Sangui said. Xu Zihui nodded and said, "All right. But you must remember, regardless of what kind of person the other party is, apologize first when you see the master. Otherwise, screwing up this errand isn't what you and I can afford to bear. The matter concerns the entire endless world's safety. You and I are merely minor characters in this." Bao Sangui struggled for a bit but still nodded his head. Chapter 495 Wufang City's first-class patrolling inspector, Xu Zihui, specially came here to request an audience with Lord Yi Yuan under City Lord's orders, and to deliver the 3 sects and Wufang City's jointly signed and issued hero invitation. Xu Zihui came in front of the gates and called out in a clear voice. Wufang City's first-class SS patrolling inspector, Xu Zihui, specially came here to request an audience with Lord Yi Yuan under City Lord's orders, and to deliver the 3 sects and Wufang City's jointly signed and issued hero invitation. Xu Zihui came in front of the gates and called out in a clear voice. After finished talking, Xu Zihui stood with his hands by the side, silently waiting for Tranquil Cloud Sect's response. "Lord Yi Yuan? Who is that? Never heard before that the Northern Domain has such a character. Is he the Tranquil Cloud Sect's sect master?" Bao Sangui asked curiously. But Xu Zihui shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Before coming, City Lord, His Excellency, personally said the hero invitation to my hands, and told me this name Yi Yuan, making sure that I invite him cordially. As for who this Yi Yuan is, what he looks like, what kind of strength he has, I'm clueless." The more Xu Zihui said so, the more curious Bao Sangui was. But in his view now, this Tranquil Cloud Sect being so unbridled had the capital to be unbridled too. A character that could let City Lord, His Excellency, personally instructed to invite cordially was bound to not be an ordinary person. Him meeting a rebuff was also something within reason. Thinking up to here, Bao Sangui made up his mind with even more certainty to apologize properly in a while. Before long, a Crystal Formation Realm disciple welcomed the 2 people in. Xu Zihui and Bao Sangui entered the main hall. On the left-hand side sat an old man and a middle-aged man. A youth sat on the right side. Xu Zihui swept a glance at the few people's cultivations. The elderly person and middle-aged man were both Soul Sea realm experts, while that young man was only Sea Transformation realm Sea Transformation. Seeing such a lineup, Xu Zihui's heart unwittingly thumped. Could the one city lord made him find be these several people? But what part could such strength play in the war between two worlds? However, he also asked Bao Sangui before coming in. The strongest in the Tranquil Cloud sect was merely first-level Soul Sea. Seeing these three people now, it was not too unexpected either. Be that as it may, Xu Zihui did not dare to slight them and still gave a bow towards Luo Qingfeng and said, First Class. SS Patrolling Inspector under Wu Fang City Lord's command, Xu Zihui, pays respect to Lord Yi Yuan. Second Class. SS Patrolling Inspector under Wu Fang City Lord's command, Bao Sangui, pays respect to Lord Yi Yuan. This Bao didn't know the inside story earlier and offended Lord Yi Yuan. I hope that Lord Yi Yuan can pardon my offense. Bao Sangui gave a bow too and said. Luo Qingfeng's face was somewhat unnatural, but it was not because these two people identified the wrong person. A 9th-level Soul Sea and a 4th-level Soul Sea bowing towards him seriously made him feel immense pressure, but Yi Yuan gave him a meaningful look to calm down. Luo Qingfeng could only just do his best to keep a calm exterior. Ha. The two of you identified the wrong person. He is Yi Yuan. Luo Qingfeng forced a smile and said. Honestly speaking, facing Xu Zihui and Bao Sangui, especially Xu Zihui, even if he did not deliberately give off the power of a 9th-level Soul Sea, it still made Luo Qingfeng feel fidgety. Such an existence could blot them out with just one hand. The reason why the other party was standing here talking to them courteously was entirely that of Yi Yuan. Once Luo Qingfeng's words were said, Xu Zihui and Bao Sangui were both greatly startled. The person that City Lord, His Excellency, made him invite cordially was actually this young man who did not look older than 16 to 17 years old. His strength was not beyond 2nd-level Sea Transformation. This was too absurd, right? Xu Zihui was a little more dignified in the end and hurriedly gave a bow and said, Xu Zihui has seen Lord Yi Yuan. Only then did Bao Sangui react and hastily gave a bow too. He gave an apology to Yi Yuan once more. Yi Yuan waved his hand, indicating that this incident was considered over. But he asked Xu Zihui, that hero invitation that you mentioned, what's the deal? Xu Zihui hurriedly retrieved a bright red invitation and handed it up. Yi Yuan opened it, swept a glance over, then closed it. You go back and tell City Lord, His Excellency, say that Yi Yuan can go, but the sect's elder is still imprisoned and is truly not in the mood to bother with other things. Gentlemen, please return, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xu Zihui did not think that Yi Yuan would actually reply like this. Xu Zihui was somewhat baffled, uncertain what Yi Yuan was doing here. Wu Fang City Lord personally issued an invitation to invite a Sea Transformation realm. This was such unparalleled glory. This boy was unexpectedly still putting on airs. A sect elder of yours was actually even more important than City Lord, His Excellency's invitation. Looking at this small sect, the elders were also merely Sea Transformation realm too. Could a minor character like this compare to the great matter of the endless world's survival or downfall? Xu Zihui was rather displeased in his heart. But, recalling City Lord, His Excellency's reminding him previously, he still forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Furthermore, Xu Zihui was a shrewd person too. He had long seen that the actual person in charge of the Tranquil Cloud sect was actually this young man called Yi Yuan before his eyes. A 2nd-level Sea Transformation was actually so summing in front of 2 Soul Sea realms. And those two people still had a look of not a single grumble. This youth called Yi Yuan was indeed not that simple. Actually, seeing Yi Yuan being so assertive, Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple's hearts were both thumping. It was not that they were unconcerned about Maizhen's safety. It was just that their Tranquil Cloud sect seriously did not have much capital to bargain within the northern domain. Experts roamed like clouds here. A random one that came could wipe out the Tranquil Cloud sect. Zihui is slow-witted. Can Lord Yi Yuan express things clearly? Not afraid of Lord Yi Yuan laughing, but City Lord, His Excellency, repeatedly exhorted before coming to definitely invite you over. But now, Xu Zihui revealed a difficult intent. When he was talking, Xu Zihui could clearly sense Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple's nervousness. But this young man called Yi Yuan actually treated him like air. Such composure was absolutely not feigned. It was just that Xu Zihui could not figure out even after racking his brain just where this young man's confidence lay. Yi Yuan shot Xu Zihui a nonchalant glance and was suddenly a little clearer as he said, "Since that's the case, both of you stay here for a few days first. After this Yi welcomes back the sect elder, I'll go together with the two of you. The meet will be happening in a couple of days. Delaying several days like this isn't good, right?" Xu Zihui said depressedly. He discovered that in front of this sea transformation realm, he actually could not grasp the slightest initiative to speak. Right at this time, another voice sounded out again. Myriad Sword Sect's envoy, Fu Zonghu, requests an audience. Yi Yuan was stunned, then became delighted right away. Heh, really just so happened that what should come, came together today. Saved quite a bit of trouble too. Brother Xu, since this Myriad Sword Sect envoy came, it can be some that I can leave with you guys today. Xu Zihui was uncertain what it meant. Why did it strike up a relation with Myriad Sword Sect too? But that name Fu Zonghu, Xu Zihui had heard it before. When he heard this voice earlier, he was startled in his heart, and his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan underwent a transformation once more. This Fu Zonghu was a Myriad Sword Sect's divine traversing realm expert. What matters actually troubled his grand presence. Even though the Northern Domain had many divine traversing realm experts, the status of divine traversing realm experts was exceedingly high. They generally did not show face easily. One had to know that divine traversing realm experts had sufficient strength to establish a sect. Chapter 496. Returning to the Tranquil Cloud Sect once again, Maizhen truly felt like a lifetime had passed. Returning to the Tranquil Cloud Sect once again, Maizhen truly felt like a lifetime had passed. It was only after being detained by the Myriad Sword Sect that Maizhen knew that the ones who nearly caused the Tranquil Cloud Sect's destruction back then was actually this Myriad Sword Sect. Him reporting the name of his sect was simply sending sheep to the tiger's maw. Those few days when he was just detained, his essence energy was sealed, and he did the lowest chapter ORS in the Myriad Sword Sect. Whatever dirty work or tiring work would be done by him. He originally thought that he would be tormented to death like this very soon. Who knew that after several days, the Myriad Sword Sect people not only removed his essence energy seal, they even provided good food and drinks for him. Although he had no way to leaving the Myriad Sword Sect, compared to the days before, it was simply immortal-like. All the way until a couple of days ago, Fu Zonghu found him and told him with a mild tone that he was going to send him back to the sect personally. Maizhen first thought that he heard wrongly. When he confirmed that this was not a hallucination, it brought him great agitation. Furthermore, this in front of him was a divine traversing realm expert. Fu Zonghu actually used a consulting manner of speaking when talking to him. What was this playing at? But on this trip, Fu Zonghu did not say why they released him back either. Although he was very courteous when talking, upon mention of this matter, he was always vague. But Maizhen did not haggle over this either. To be able to return to the Tranquil Cloud Sect, he was already very satisfied. Grand Elder, Sect Master, you guys actually came back. When Maizhen saw Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng, he was stunned speechless. These two people were thrown in jail. With the Tranquil Cloud Sect's strength, how could they possibly be rescued? Even if Yi Yuan's present combat strength was Astonis. HI+ing, it was not possible to charge all the way to the Heavenly Sky Sect's towering peak either and rescue these two people, right? Who, same as you, we could return to the Tranquil Cloud Sect all due to Yi Yuan's credit. Sky Maple said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan. It was really Yi Yuan, but how on earth did he accomplish it? Maizhen was even more perplexed. All right. We'll talk in detail later. There are still guests around, Sky Maple said smilingly. Maizhen was dazed, then nodded his head and retreated to one side. There were still Jiyu Tianyu and Li Junjie standing behind Fu Zonghu. They were familiar with the situation here, so Fu Zonghu brought them along. Fu Zonghu came before Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "You're Yi Yuan, right?" "Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. This heavenly evil sect's matters, I heard about it. You actually directly killed the first-level Soul Sea Realm Maro Yuanji with second-level Sea Transformation Realm strength. Truly inconceivable." Xu Zihui and Bao Sangui were greatly taken aback with shock when they heard these words. Sea Transformation Realm killing Soul Sea Realm? Was this really accomplished by the teenage youth before their eyes? The pair exchanged looks, both reading the astonishment in the other party's eyes. No wonder the city lord, His Excellency, attached such importance to this Yi Yuan. Such terrifying talent, not regarding him highly would be weird. Those top juniors in the northern domain might not be on par with this young man before their eyes either. But Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Senior is too kind. Yi Yuan's meager strength is most likely not worth mentioning in front of senior." Fu Zonghu smiled slightly and opened his mouth and said, "We've already sent him back. Shouldn't you keep your word as well?" "That is so, of course." Yi Yuan was not melodramatic too. He lightly formed seals, releasing Qin Yang. Seeing Qin Yang, the others were still fine, but Xu Zihui and Bao Sangui were so shocked that their IEB-ALLS nearly popped out. They finally knew what those incomprehensible words of Yi Yuan's meant just now. This boy actually detained the myriad sword sect's old ancestor's lineage grandson as a hostage to use to exchange for a puny little elder from his own sect. How was this touching the tiger's whiskers? This was simply directly plucking out the tiger's whiskers. Although that myriad sword sect's old ancestor was elusive in his whereabouts, his legends in the northern domain were still plenty. It was said that that old ancestor's temper was very explosive. But now, he actually swallowed his pride and endured in silence, and he really sent the person back. Xu Zihui sucked in a deep breath. He finally knew why the city lord valued Yi Yuan so highly. This young man was simply heaven-defying. Since the three sects and Wu Fang City jointly issued hero invitations, it meant that the myriad sword sect's old ancestor already let bygones be bygones regarding this matter. Did this boy stumble randomly, making use of the fierce-scale world invading this node? Or did he plotted long ago? If he schemed long ago, then this boy's mind was also too monstrous. Fu Zonghu saw that Qin Yang only had his essence energy sealed and did not have any injuries other than that. A boulder in his heart finally landed too. According to Qin Hongtao's intentions, as long as Qin Yang had any hint of injury, he would definitely make Tranquil Cloud sect pay the price. But before he came, Ning Yixian and Jing Xian both came to find him and made him to never take action against the Tranquil Cloud sect. This put him in an incredibly awkward predicament. There was no choice. He could only take it one step at a time and come to the Tranquil Cloud sect and take a look at the situation first before deciding. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not make things difficult for Qin Yang, Fu Zonghu finally put his heart at ease. When Qin Yang saw Fu Zonghu, he could not help flus. Plussing red as he gave a respectful bow and said, "Grandpa Fu." Fu Zonghu and Qin Hongtao were in the same generation. Their relations. Hi+P was pretty decent too. That was why Qin Hongtao could be at ease sending him over. When Qin Yang met Fu Zonghu, he would have to respectfully call him as Grandpa Fu. Fu Zonghu smiled slightly and said with a nod, "Yang, don't need to be like this. You lost to Yi Yuan. There's nothing to be embarrassed said about. No humiliation, then strive harder, that is how a man should be." Although Qin Yang was haughty, he was not that sort of ignorant silk pants. Hearing Fu Zonghu saying this, he could not help being dazed as he said, "I've embarrassed," said grandfather. "Grandfather, he doesn't blame me." Fu Zonghu shook his head and said, "Yi Yuan's strength is already unrivaled among the young generation. You losing to him isn't injustice." Qin Yang's gaze turned intent as he exclaimed, "Unrivaled?" Fu Zonghu nodded and said, "That's right. Yi Yuan's present strength can already kill a first-level Soul Sea independently. Regardless whether it is you, or Gua Taochuan, or even Yin Yanghua, you are all not his match." Hiss. Qin Yang drew a cold breath. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with astonishment. Protecting himself in front of a Soul Sea realm, he could accomplish that when he examined himself. Even some slightly weaker Soul Sea realms, there was a possibility of him defeating them too. But to talk about killing, that absolutely could not be accomplished. And this youth before his eyes who was 7 minor realms lower than him could actually accomplish that. Who? Grandpa Fu, I know what to do already, Qin Yang exhaled deeply and said. Seeing Qin Yang's gaze, Fu Zonghu nodded slightly. Looks like the setback this time was not a bad thing to Qin Yang. Come, I'll remove the seals for you first. Let's return to the sect together. As Fu Zonghu was talking, he plunged a strand of essence energy into Qin Yang's essence energy sea. But very soon, his brows furrowed together. He was actually unable to remove the seal. Yi Yuan smiled slightly when he saw the situation and said, better let me. If forcefully breaking the seal, it will cause damage to his essence energy sea. As he said, Yi Yuan came before Qin Yang and similarly fired a strand of essence energy into his essence energy sea. The seal was removed very quickly. When Fu Zonghu saw Yi Yuan's actions from the sides, the amazement in his eyes was incomparable. Chapter 497. Seeing off Fu Zonghu, Yi Yuan then followed Xu Zihui and Bao Sangui to Wufang City together with Sky Maple. Seeing off Fu Zonghu, Yi Yuan then followed Xu Zihui and Bao Sangui to Wufang City together with Sky Maple. Along the way, Xu Zihui and Bao Sangui accompanied very cautiously. The current Yi Yuan in their eyes was not as simple as just a sea transformation realm. Second-level sea transformation killing first-level soul sea realm. A casually laid down essence energy seal actually could not be removed even by a divine traversing realm expert. Pray tell, which young genius could do it to such an extent? Just as Fu Zonghu said, Yi Yuan already widened the gap between him and the young generation geniuses. Forget about Bao Sangui, even Xu Zihui looked incredibly cautious. But Sky Maple felt even prouder by the side. Xu Zihui and Bao Sangui were very respectful when speaking with him as well. Sky Maple knew that this was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, forget about going to Partik. 1P8 in the highest meet in the northern domain this time, Xu Zihui probably would have destroyed the Tranquil Cloud sect long ago. Actually, regarding Yi Yuan's growth, Sky Maple had long expected it. Hence, being Serpa said by a disciple, not only did he not feel ashamed, he felt very proud instead. Because Yi Yuan, this rare talent, was Tranquil Cloud sect's disciple. Apart from Sky Maple, Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan followed along too. Yu Mengli could no longer do without Yi Yuan now, while Xiao Ruyan wanted to experience the Endless World's alchemy world Holy Land too. Wufang City was a sacred city to the Endless World's alchemists. So, being informed that Yi Yuan was going to Wufang City, Sky Maple wanted to tag along as well to take a look no matter what. In the Endless World, this Wufang City could be said to be the place where alchemy skills were the most flourish. Hi+ing. Virtually all of the top alchemists all gathered here. Of course, this so-called flourish. Hi+ing was completely not worth mentioning in Yi Yuan's eyes. On the path of alchemy, other than that fleeting and ephemeral alchemy God realm, there was really nothing that could move him. Several days later, the party of 6 finally arrived at Wufang City. Upon seeing this majestic city, Sky Maple actually trembled all over excitedly. To him, this trip to Wufang City was no different from a pilgrimage. As for the meeting that practically gathered all the peak powerhouses in the northern domain, it did not hold much of a meaning to him. Because he purely came here this time as a companion. In front of those people, he could not chime in at all. Wufang City. Indeed well deserving to be my Endless World's alchemy holy land. Sky Maple was overwhelmed by his emotions and said. Xu Zihui and Bao Sangui were proud too and said, that's natural. In terms of martial power, my Wufang City might not be able to compete with the 3 sects. But even those 3 great sects have to show some courtesy to City Lord, His Excellency, because my Wufang City doesn't have medicinal pills that can't be refined. Hearing these words, Sky Maple deeply felt that way too. But Yi Yuan could not hold back it and let out a SN. 1GGER. These 2 fellows, being conceited, had to have a limit too, right? Even the previous life's father and son did not dare to boast such big talk either, let alone a tiny little lower plains city. A frog at the bottom of a well was the most genuine portrayal of these two people. Xu Zihui was experienced and cool-headed, but Bao Sangui's temper was quite explosive. Seeing that Yi Yuan was actually so disdainful towards this, he could not refrain from saying, "Young Master Yi came to the northern domain for the first time. Most likely, you're still unaware of my Wu Fang city's prowess. As long as you stay here for a couple of days, you'll be able to experience how great my Wu Fang city's alchemy path strength is." Although Bao Sangui was unhappy, he did not dare to offend Yi Yuan as well. Back at the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yi Yuan not pursuing his crime of offending already made Bao Sangui very grateful. Hence, while his words right now had resentment, it was said very tactfully. Yi Yuan naturally did not feel like stooping to his level, and he said with a smile, all right. I'll experience it well these few days. Said experience, but there was no sincerity at all. Bao Sangui was helpless but did not really dare to argue with Yi Yuan either. The present Yi Yuan in their eyes, his status was already extraordinary. Heh, the two of you don't look down on Yi Yuan. His attainments in the alchemy path are much greater than this old man. Yi Yuan did not speak, but Sky Maple could not resist voicing out. The two people were alarmed. Young Master Yi is actually still an alchemist. Yi Yuan smiled as he fished out that alchemy master badge and wore it, saying with a laugh, haha, yeah. If you guys didn't say, I almost forgot that I still had this thing. This badge was a supreme honor to others. But Yi Yuan simply did not care about this thing. So under normal cirque stances, it was thrown in the storage ring to rot. Alchemy master. Xu Zihui was dazed. This was also considered an alchemist. In Wu Fang City, not talking about alchemy masters, even alchemy grandmasters were apprentice level 2. Only by reaching quasi-alchemy king could one barely strike the fancy of some small forces. Only by going a step further to reach the alchemy king realm, could one be considered attaining a higher level, becoming guest elders for various major factions. But alchemy king realm wasn't considered much in Wu Fang City either. Middle-rank alchemy kings like Sky Maple could be easily found in Wu Fang City. When Sky Maple saw Yi Yuan take out the badge, he could not help scolding with a laugh, "You punk. Seriously. Such a long time and you don't know how to take part in an alchemist association test too. Is taking out an alchemy master badge every day very fun?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The badge is just a mark. Having it doesn't represent a high level. Lacking it doesn't represent low level as well. The Alchemist association test is only the most basic. It's not accurate. Be that as it may, with the Alchemist association's acknowledgement, it can avoid many unnecessary troubles too, no?" Sky Maple urged. To the vast majority of alchemists, taking tests and getting badges was something universally accepted. Sky Maple was no exception either. That was why he tried his best to advise Yi Yuan to join the next test. After all, the position of alchemist was very revered. Under unnecessary circumstances, nobody was willing to offend alchemists, especially high-tier alchemists. Yi Yuan thought about it, but he still shook his head and said, forget about it still. I'm afraid that if I go to the Alchemist association, this alchemy king, that alchemy sovereign, will want to take me in as a disciple again, stirring up considerable problems instead. Sky Maple could not help being speechless when he heard that. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. Yi Yuan's attainments on the alchemy path threw him more than several streets behind. If he really went to take part in the alchemist test, striking the fancy of some important people was something very normal. However, these words sounded unbelievably arrogant to Xu Zihui and Bao Sangui. They admit that Yi Yuan's martial path was very strong. But alchemy path took time and effort. Even if one's perception was any higher, it was also very hard to train up a true alchemy path powerhouse within a short period of time. Yi Yuan's age was merely 16, and he had exceptionally high attainments on the martial path too. How could he possibly stand out above the rest on the alchemy path as well? But they knew that Yi Yuan's ident. 1 Tai was extraordinary. They also knew to consider Yi Yuan's posturing attitude. Young people, Sherry's hi-plussing face and being a little arrogant could be understood too. Moreover, he had sufficient qualifications to be arrogant as well, right? Clearly afraid of not passing, but still want to find this kind of lousy reason to avoid the test. Truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. This place is Wufang City. Who knows how many young geniuses there are? Who the hell are you to let an alchemy sovereign take you in as a disciple? At this time, a cold grunt sounded out. The words were filled with contempt. Chapter 498. A discordant voice sounded from the side. Yi Yuan and other three turned around to look and saw a young man currently looking over at them coldly. A discordant voice sounded from the side. Yi Yuan and other three turned around to look and saw a young man currently looking over at them coldly. This young man had a displeased look. Clearly, he took all of Yi Yuan's arrogant words earlier into his ears. Seeing this young man, Xu Zihui and Bao Sangui's faces both changed. Young Master Ren Dong. So, it's you guys. Where did you guys find this country be, you Empkin who hasn't seen the world, spouting drivel here? Ren Dong gave Xu Zihui and Bao Sangui a nonchalant glance. Clearly, he knew the two. This is. Xu Zihui was just about to explain but was cut off by Ren Dong waving his hand. Forget it. This sort of trash, I'm not interested in knowing too. Ren Dong took a look at Yi Yuan's alchemy master badge coolly with a scornful look. Puny little alchemy master. It's best to be more low profile in this Wufang city. The Alchemist Association's test is not what some random NO body can pass as finished talking. Ren Dong left with large strides. Xu Zihui pair actually did not even get to explain it. Hey, why do you, this fellow, talk like this? Just your alchemy skills aren't even fit to carry shoes for my master. To actually dare lecture my master here. Yi Yuan did not say anything regarding Ren Dong's contempt. But Xiao Ruyan could not put up with it by the side, yelling out to stop Ren Dong. This period of time, Xiao Ruyan had been cultivating the 1000 augmenting soul incantation and Triorigin's samsara art all along. Yet, only as her training went deeper and deeper did she realize the extensiveness and profoundness of these two things. She finally knew just how terrifying Yi Yuan's alchemy skills were. In the past, she only wanted to be his disciple in order to get close to Yi Yuan. But now, Yi Yuan already became God-like existence in Xiao Ruyan's heart. This Ren Dong's badge indicated he was at the middle-rank quasi-alchemy king standards. Compared to Yi Yuan, they were totally not on the same level. Now, somebody was actually disrespectful towards Yi Yuan. Ren Dong just took a few steps. Hearing Xiao Ruyan shout like this, he could not help turning his head back and looked at Xiao Ruyan with an unkind face. You're certain that you weren't joking earlier? Do you know who am I? Ren Dong said with narrowed eyes. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yu Mengli imparted the face-altering skill to Xiao Ruyan. At present, the two of their faces were very ordinary, so as not to let people stare covetously. I don't care who you are. Aren't you just a middle-rank quasi-alchemy king? You might not even beat me, and you still dare to insult my master? Let me tell you, my master just can't be bothered to go take part in the alchemist test. Or else, you wouldn't even be fit to carry shoes for him. Xiao Ruyan puffed up her chest and said with righteous indignation. She was all too clear about Yi Yuan's level. Back at the central capital, he beat the Tong family's Tong Wenchang until he had not one iota of confidence left. Now that his strength advanced another step, forget about ordinary middle-rank quasi-alchemy kings, even high-rank quasi-alchemy kings could not possibly be his match either. Regarding Xiao Ruyan's fervent supporting actions, Yi Yuan could only smile bitterly in his heart. He really did not have any intention of haggling over Ren Dong's insult. But Xiao Ruyan seemed to have received a tremendous stimulation. This little laness really could not tolerate anything unreasonable. Heh. Such high-sounding sentiment. In this Wufang city, other than those veteran alchemy kings and alchemy sovereign experts, there really aren't many who dare to speak to me this way. Boy, since you're this lane SS master, do you dare to compete in a match with me? I want to take a look just who carries shoes for whom. Ren Dong pressed Yi Yuan. At this time, Shu Zihui whispered in Yi Yuan's ear to warn, young Master Ren Dong is the strongest person in the Ren family's junior generation. His age is not past 30, and he already has middle-rank quasi-alchemy king strength. It's said that he is already fully qualified to challenge high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. Young Master Yi, it is best not to act without due consideration. Shu Zihui had stayed in Wufang City for many years and was deeply aware just how difficult it was for a top alchemist to be born. Based on Yi Yuan's age, he absolutely had no possibility of winning Ren Dong. Rather than everybody looking bad, he might as well remind Yi Yuan a bit, to avoid this unnecessary conflict. Yi Yuan's current soul force already reached middle-rank quasi-alchemy king standards. Within quasi-alchemy king this realm, it was not possible for anybody to be his match. Towards such one Taion, he really could not arouse much interest. Hearing Shu Zihui's high praise, Ren Dong could not help being pleased with himself in his heart. Competing with Yi Yuan, he did not have any psychological burden at all. Could a teenage youth be his match? As for the master in Xiao Ruyan's mouth, Ren Dong just took it as a joke to listen to. It was also unknown what kind of relation was between these two people. Saying these words was merely just raising Yi Yuan's status. Haha. Turns out that this elder brother is actually so amazing. Younger brother admires greatly. As for this match, I think it's better to forget about it, Yi Yuan said perfunctorily with a smile. The present Cirque stances were different from before. The reason why he took action against Tong Wenchang was that Tong Wenchang's actions had infuriated him thoroughly. While this Ren Dong was just a little haughty and did not do anything to him either. Yi Yuan naturally would not strike down the other party's confidence. Ha ha ha. Boy, looks like you still know your limits pretty well. However, Ren Dong took a look at Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan, heaved a sigh, and said, this taste is really a little poor. Hee. Ren Dong was dripping with sarcasm when speaking. Evidently, he was very contemptuous of Yu Mengli's and Xiao Ruyan's looks. Hearing these words, Xiao Ruyan was enraged until smoke came out of her nostrils. Women, especially beautiful women, what they could not stand the most was other people saying that they were not beautiful. Moreover, Xiao Ruyan was one of the capital's dual absolutes in the fierce Gale world. Her beauty could be imagined. Master, this punk needs a beating. Why are you avoiding a fight? Xiao Ruyan stomped her feet angrily. Yi Yuan was just about to say a few words of consolation when the Yu Mengli, who did not say a word the entire time, actually opened her mouth to speak too. Yi Yuan, I know that your alchemy skill attainments are exceedingly high. But I still have yet to see before. How about you let me witness it today, alright? Goodness gracious. The good-natured Yu Mengli was enraged too. Ren Dong, this brat's one sentence really lit the firecracker. Looks like this alchemist test, he had to take part no matter what. Women, especially beautiful women, were never to be offended. When Yi Yuan heard Yu Mengli's words, he unwittingly sweated profusely too. In his eyes, Yu Mengli was forever that quiet and elegant. Although she was very calm when speaking just now, the faint fury in those words already radiated out. Furthermore, this was still Yu Mengli's first time opening her mouth to beg Yi Yuan. This made Yi Yuan completely not know how he should reject. Fine then. Isn't it just refining a medicinal pill? How big of an issue is it? Yi Yuan said helplessly. Not refining a pill that simple. Master, you mustn't stint on materials. If you are competing with him, you have to let him know what true alchemy skills are. Xiao Ruyan pointed at Ren Dong and said. Yi Yuan could not resist turning back to take a look at Yu Mengli. Yu Mengli did not speak, but the expression in her eyes seemed to be able to talk. That meaning was like saying, properly teach this naive child how to behave. Yi Yuan could not help shooting Ren Dong a sympathetic glance and said, Brother, it's not that this younger brother, I am not helping you. It's that you really shouldn't have provoked them. Chapter 499. Ren Dong was very displeased. These people treated him utterly as they please. Ren Dong was very displeased. These people treated him utterly as they please. Regardless where he walked to in Wufang City, he was always the center of attention. When had he been underestimated by people like so before? Heh, just two ugly girls. I can't even say it. Want to challenge me, is it? Fine, I'll give you this opportunity. Today, I just happen to be going to take part in the Alchemist Association's test as well. Let's compete to see whose medicinal pill is more outstanding. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as he said, how to compete? When taking the test, we'll refine the same medicinal pill. Whoever's quality is higher, he wins. If the grade is the same, I'll invite the Alchemist Association's elders to judge whose medicinal pill is better. Ren Dong said it very haughtily, as if fearful that others did not know he knew the Alchemist Association's elders. Yi Yuan said indifferently, do it as you say then. The Fierce Gale World's Alchemist Association's headquarters was at Central Capital, while the Endless World's Alchemist Association headquarters was at Wufang City. But comparing Star Abyss's status in the Fierce Gale World, the Endless World's Alchemist Association's chairman's status was evidently not as high as Star Abyss's. This is because the Endless World had many sovereign-level alchemists. Just within this Wufang City, there were two peak alchemy sovereign alchemists. One of them was this Alchemist Association's chairman. Of course, the Endless World's alchemy standards were much higher than the Fierce Gale World's. Star Abyss's level, when placed in the Endless World, could not rank in the top 5. The party came to the Alchemist Association. The Association's personnel clearly all knew Ren Dong. Many people came up to greet him. Honorable nephew Ren Dong, what breeze blew you here today? Ren Dong brought Yi Yuan and the rest into a side hall. An old man immediately greeted warmly when he saw Ren Dong. So, today is Master Wu Xian managing things. Little nephew has seen Master. Ren Dong gave a bow respectfully. This elderly man was an early-stage alchemy sovereign. He could naturally receive Ren Dong's courtesy. Wu Xian waved his hand and said, what are you still being so courteous with me for? I heard that you were in closed seclusion for very long. Coming today, could it be to assault high-rank quasi-alchemy king? Heh, Master Wu Xian knows me better than anyone. I came today precisely to partake 1P8 in this high-rank quasi-alchemy king test. However, Ren Dong took a look at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, taking care of some inexperienced fellow while I'm at it. This is to let him know what's called the immensity of heaven and earth. Wu Xian followed Ren Dong's gaze and looked at Yi Yuan, and he could not help being a little amazed. This youth was so young and was actually already second-level C transformation strength. How extraordinary! He saw Xu Zihui standing with his hands by the side respectfully too and could not help being even more astonished. A second-class SS patrolling inspector like Bao Sangui completely could not enter Wu Xian's eyes. But a 9th-level Soul C expert like Xu Zihui, Wu Xian naturally knew. He was the City Lord Manor's first-class SS patrolling inspector. Why would he be so respectful towards a teenager? Looks like this youth had some background. Honorable nephew, what's with this talk? In front of Ren Dong, Wu Xian did not put on any senior's airs. Clearly, he regarded him quite highly. I came to find Master Wu Xian, to boldly request Master to be a witness for us. In a while, during the test, we'll refine the same medicinal pill, and ultimately determine the victor with the medicinal pill's quality, Ren Dong said with a cold grunt. This time, Wu Xian was really astonished. He said in surprise, you and him? Quasi-alchemy king versus low-rank alchemy master? Honorable nephew, aren't you being a little too much of a bully here? Heh, Master didn't hear how arrogant this boy's words were. He said that as long as he randomly took part in the test, whatever alchemy king and alchemy sovereign would be contending to S and ATCH him to be a disciple. Furthermore, he would even find it troublesome, Ren Dong said with a cold smile. When Wu Xian heard these words, his expression could not help darkening too. A puny little alchemy master uttered such wild ravings. Indeed, this person was unaware of how high the heaven was and how deep the earth was. You really said that before? Wu Xian asked in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan nodded his head, counted as admitting it. Actually, he just casually said it to use to placate Sky Maple, who knew that it just so happened to be heard by Ren Dong. But the words were already said. Yi Yuan naturally would not deny it. Furthermore, what he said was only the truth. How could those alchemy kings and alchemy sovereigns be worthy of being his, Yi Yuan's, master? Hehe, what an unbridled brat. Fine. Today, I'll help you guys be this witness, and I'll see if a puny little alchemy master really has such heaven-defying talent that can make me view him in a different light too. Yi Yuan admitting it so shamelessly made Wu Xian very furious too. Yi Yuan just shrugged when he heard this. He did not have the intention of disputing those words. The place for this test did not seem to be any different from back then when Yi Yuan was at the state of Qin. It was just that the pill refining rooms here were of much higher quality compared to the state of Qin's. All manners of decorations and equipments were much more extensive too. In the hall, one could likewise see everything in the pill refining rooms from the light screen projection. Alright, the test will begin soon. What kind of medicinal pill do you guys want to refine? Wu Xian asked. Yi Yuan had yet to speak when Ren Dong jumped in and said, Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill. Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard that, his eyes looking at Ren Dong rather strangely. Ren Dong clearly saw Yi Yuan's gaze too and thought that Yi Yuan could not refine it. He could not help saying delightedly, what? Can't refine it? Or completely never heard before? There's still time to back out now, but there has to be some punishment, don't you agree? Yi Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head as he said, alright then. Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill then. Yi Yuan's surprise was obviously not because he could not refine it, and even less because he never heard of it before, but because this Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was seriously too easy for him. He originally still thought that Ren Dong being so aggressive should have picked even more formidable quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Who knew that he actually picked one without any difficulty? However, Yi Yuan was a well-fed person who did not know how the starving people had suffered. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was already the highest-ranking medicinal pill that Ren Dong could refine. The Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was a high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, but it was also just an entry-level medicinal pill. It could at most only be considered slightly difficult among the entry levels. Most of those who came to join the alchemist test just barely reached this level. They would naturally choose other entry-level medicinal pills for the test. Ren Dong being able to refine out high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills at this age was already very impressive. To make him pick some highly challenging high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills was naturally something impossible. But Yi Yuan's expression in the eyes of those who did not know the inside story naturally thought that he could not refine it. But Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan, even Sky Maple, all of them knew that this should not stump Yi Yuan. This expression of Yi Yuan's could only say this medicinal pill was too simple. Wu Xian saw Yi Yuan's expression, and he could not help shaking his head secretly in his heart. This youngster's strength was decent, but his temperament was too poor. Unable to refine, then why he pretended to know? Even if a puny little alchemy master really could refine some quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, how could he possibly refine those high-level medicinal pills of the same tier? Now, the true colors were revealed, and the jig was up, right? Chapter 500. Alright. Since the two of you don't have any objections, then begin, Wu Xian said. Alright. Since the two of you don't have any objections, then begin, Wu Xian said. Hang on. Xiao Ruyan suddenly interjected. What? You this ugly girl want to go back on your words? Ren Dong said with a grin. The temperature in the hall instantly dropped several degrees. This Ren Dong really had no idea of death. Xiao Ruyan said with a cold smile, since it's an alchemy duel, there has to be some stake, right? Ren Dong could not help being stunned when he heard these words. The smile on his face became even brighter straight away. Haha. What kind of stake do you want? Just say it out. Just bet essence crystals then. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. Dare to wager? Xiao Ruyan had a compelling look. Once these words were said, everyone drew in a cold breath. Although Yi Yuan still had some wealth right now, to take out 100,000 essence crystals in one go, he really could not do it. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. No matter where it was a huge sum of money. After the shock, Rendong calmed down very quickly, and looked at Xiao Ruyan with a half-smile as he said, "Heh, you this ugly girl talk so big. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals, can you take it out?" Xiao Ruyan flipped her hand over. A storage ring appeared in her hand. There are 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals in this storage ring. Since this Lord Sovereign is the judge, let him confirm it. As she said, Xiao Ruyan very casually threw the storage ring to Wu Xian. Wu Xian was also slightly astonished when he saw the situation. He inserted his divine sense into the storage ring and counted them. Indeed, there were 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. This little lady, such a grand display of one's wealth. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals were not considered much to him as an alchemy sovereign. But to ordinary people, it was absolutely a tremendous amount of wealth. Even for Rendong as the eldest young master in his family, adding up all of his possessions, it was most likely just this amount too. That's right. It's indeed 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals, Wu Xian nodded slightly and said. Hearing the affirmative answer, Rendong could not help looking at Xiao Ruyan in slight amazement. This ugly girl's looks were far from attractive. To think that she was actually so wealthy. People really could not be judged by their looks. But Rendong naturally did not mind this as well. He only treated it as a little girl in a fit of pique. Hihi, with money, one can be willful, but one also has to bear the consequences brought about from being willful. Deal. I'll wager with you. Rendong likewise threw Wu Xian a storage ring and said, "Master, this storage ring has high-grade, middle-grade, and low-grade essence crystals. The total sum should be 100,000. I have to trouble you to do a check." Wu Xian briefly counted, and he then nodded his head slightly and said, "Only a few dozen pieces short. Not a big problem. Since both parties have agreed to this wager, then this seat will be the intermediary party. These two storage rings will belong to the final victor. Now, we can start the test." Yi Yuan and Rendong entered the medicine warehouse. They chose the medicinal herbs the Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill required, and then they entered the pill refining rooms respectively to refine the medicinal pill. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Xian pulled Xu Zihui to one side and asked softly, "What background does this boy have? Are you sure that he isn't here to cause trouble?" Xu Zihui had a bitter look when he heard that and said, This lowly one doesn't know either. Young Master Yi's talent in the martial path is unparalleled. But whether he knows how to alchemy or not, I really don't know." As he said this, Xu Zihui briefly recounted the matter of inviting Yi Yuan to join the Northern Domain's upper echelons meeting, leaving Wu Xian with shock in his heart. This Yi Yuan was actually even stronger than the three sects' head disciples. Truly inconceivable. But his complexion became dark very quickly as he said in a low voice, martial path talent being so heaven-defying, but at his age, how could he have the time to learn alchemy skills too? He's truly messing around. Xu Zihui clearly did not feel that Yi Yuan could refine out a high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill either and said with a forced smile, "Master Wu Xian, this lowly one has interacted with young Master Yi for several days, and more or less has some understanding regarding his temperament. A young man's character can be understood. Since young Master Yi has the badge that the Alchemist Association issued, he presumably isn't utterly clueless about alchemy skills. Since he wants to mess around, just let him run wild. Or else, if he really gets offended and walks away, City Lord, His Excellency, will flay my skin for sure when I go back." Wu Xian said with a long face, "This old man, an exalted alchemy sovereign, is actually accompanying two juniors to mess around. Seriously preposterous." Xu Zihui smiled obsequiously and said, "Who, at any rate, young Master Rendong's standards are not for show. To think that he can actually refine high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills so soon. At this speed, he'll most likely become our Wu Fang City's youngest alchemy king expert." After Xu Zihui mentioned Rendong, Wu Xian's expression became a little better as he said with a nod, "This boy's talent in alchemy is indeed exceptionally strong. The Ren family finally produced a decent junior again after Hongling that Laness's forget it. Today, I'll just take it as witnessing Rendong this boy's growth then." Wu Xian pair chatted for a while and were just about to go to the light screen to watch Ren Dong's refinement when the door of the pill refining room that Yi Yuan was in suddenly opened. Yi Yuan slowly walked out from inside. When Wu Xian saw the situation, his expression involuntarily darkened as he said, "Young man, alchemy skills are not as simple as you imagine. A day's work cannot refine out high-tier medicinal pills. If your strength can't compare to others, you have to accept it with an open mind. A momentary dispute caused by personal feelings will do no good for your growth." Seeing that Yi Yuan actually came out so quickly, Wu Xian already confirmed that this Yi Yuan was making a fool out of him, and could not resist lecturing a few sentences with a senior's capacity. Yi Yuan was disinclined to refute as well and just gave an apathetic awe and retreated to one side. Xiao Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she asked Yi Yuan in a whisper, "Master, what grade?" The composed Yu Mengli also could not resist moving closer at this time. But Yi Yuan made a mystery out of it as he said with a smile, "Leave a bit of suspense. Making it known now won't have any meaning anymore." After 2 hours plus, Ren Dong finally came out from the pill refining room. It was only to see him drenched in sweat all over, as if he was hurled out from a river. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill was still a little too forceful to Ren Dong. But Ren Dong's face seemed to be looking very excited. Clearly, the refinement succeeded. Ren Dong saw Yi Yuan sitting there calm and composedly, looking as if his soul force and essence energy both virtually had no expenditure. Ren Dong could not help giving a disdainful smile. Resigned yourself to your fate, right? Alchemy isn't as easy as you imagine. Quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills are not tier 2 medicinal pills that can be refined as long as one's realm is sufficient, Ren Dong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan just smiled and was not in the mood to argue with him. Before long, the employees submitted the medicinal pills refined by the two. Wu Xian already had no interest to look at the medicinal pill Yi Yuan refined at this time. He directly unveiled the vessel used to place Ren Dong's medicinal pill, his face revealing a satisfied look. "Not bad, not bad. Actually able to refine a middle-grade Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill already. Looks like you didn't slack off in the slightest recently," Wu Xian said in satisfaction. "Master Wu Xian is too kind. Little nephew is somebody who has the resolve to assault the realm of peak alchemy sovereign. How can I dare have the slightest hint of remiss?" Ren Dong was pleased with himself in his heart but spoke humbly on the surface. Wu Xian nodded his head and unveiled Yi Yuan's medicinal pill carelessly. His expression involuntarily changed drastically. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill. Hiss. "Young man, do you have a master?" Wu Xian asked. Chapter 501. Everyone was stupefied by this question from Wu Xian. What was going on? Everyone was stupefied by this question from Wu Xian. What was going on? Wu Xian was not talking about the medicinal pill's quality, but he asked about Yi Yuan's master first. But everyone understood it very quickly. Wu Xian was trying to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple here. Understanding this subtle question, Ren Dong's face was already black like a pot's bottom. He still clearly remembered that he just happened to be UMP into the sight of Yi Yuan saying that alchemy kings and alchemy sovereigns would be fighting to take him in as a disciple. Wasn't this scene right now exactly verifying Yi Yuan's words back then? But the problem was that Yi Yuan did not even expend much essence energy and soul force. How could he possibly refine out a high-quality Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill? Master Wu Xian, the medicinal pill that he refined? Ren Dong clenched his teeth and asked. Only when Wu Xian looked at Ren Dong did he realize his loss of composure. But very soon, he took pity on Ren Dong. Ren Dong's talent absolutely bore no complaints. But compared to this Yi Yuan, it was simply a world of difference. He said the medicinal pill to Ren Dong and said with a sigh, "You take a look yourself." Ren Dong received the medicinal pill in puzzlement and swept over the medicinal pill with soul force. His expression became even uglier. Transcendent grade. It was absolutely transcendent grade. A transcendent grade Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill. How was this possible? Yet, the reality was right before his eyes and not up to Ren Dong to believe or not. Everything in the pill refining room could be projected on the light screen and be recorded down. Yi Yuan's refinement completely could not be faked. Could it be that this boy's alchemy standards actually already reached such a monstrous degree? As an alchemist, Ren Dong was all too clear about the disparity between middle grade and transcendent grade. Comparing using a firefly and the bright moon was not overboard at all. Hihi, master is master. Indeed amazing. How is it, great young master Ren? Convinced now? Xiao Ruyan clearly identified the transcendent grade medicinal pill too, and she could not help striking down Ren Dong with a proud look. Yet, Ren Dong completely did not hear Xiao Ruyan's words. He was currently still battered out of his senses at present. The eyes of Yu Mengli behind Yi Yuan glimmered at this time, staring hard at Yi Yuan's back view. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. You're called Yi Yuan, right? I wonder if you're willing to enter this old man's tutelage? This old man will exhaust everything I have to aid you to reach the divine realm, Wu Xian also said somewhat agitatedly. Yi Yuan sighed slightly. As expected, it still went back to this topic. Is the test considered par S said now? Yi Yuan's reply avoided the question. Of course. Of course, it's par S said. Wu Xian was dazed for a bit and replied. Then, give it. Give it. Give what it? Wu Xian discovered that he completely could not follow Yi Yuan's thoughts. The badge. I came to take the test for high-rank quasi-alchemy king. Now that I've par S said the test, shouldn't you give me the badge? Oh, those 2 storage rings as well, Yi Yuan said crossly. In Yi Yuan's eyes, he totally did not have any awe towards an alchemy sovereign. Only then did Wu Xian come to a realization. He hurriedly instructed, come, men, make haste to produce Yi Yuan's badge. These 2 storage rings are yours. Yi Yuan, I wonder if. Master Wu Xian, actually, I have a master. If it's acknowledging a master, I think forget about it. Yi Yuan received the storage rings and interrupted Wu Xian's words rudely. This. Having a master doesn't matter as well. Wu Fang City is the alchemy holy land, and Lord Chairman is even a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse. If this old man isn't qualified enough, I believe he has the qualifications. With Lord Chairman coming forward, I believe that your master won't say much either. With your talent, with the Alchemist Association's fostering, ascending to the divine realm in the future is practically a shoo-in. Wu Xian was clearly unwilling to give up and still wanted to convince Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan felt his head swell up and he waved his hands and said, Master, his elder self treats me very well. I don't have plans to change factions. Lord Wu Xian, I still have important matters on hand, so I won't stay any longer. Brother Zihue, after the badge finishes manufacturing, I'll have to trouble you to send somebody to collect it and send it to my residence. Finished talking, Yi Yuan left without even turning his head back. In a tranquil courtyard inside City Lord Manor, an old man with a fierce glare was currently drinking tea in the pavilion. This old man was precisely the person with the highest authority in Wu Fang City. City Lord Ren Xingchuan. Opposite Ren Xingchuan sat a middle-aged man. Between the latter's forehead had some likeness with Ren Xingchuan. Yujie, these few days, Wu Fang City will have a meeting of wind and clouds. You have to be more wary. Especially those few old fellows from the 3 sects, they have to be entertained upon carefully. Best to not have any trouble occur, Ren Xingchuan said. Father, rest assured. I've already prepared everything. This time, the state of affairs is extraordinary. Those few most likely won't intentionally stir up trouble too, Ren Yujie said. Ren Xingchuan nodded and said, I really didn't expect that my endless world would actually suffer such an undeserved calamity. If those few old fellows still don't cease at this time, they will be the endless world sinners. Other than their 3 schools, have the others all arrived? There are still several people not yet here. But we've already received the news that they are already on the way. It's also a matter of these 2 days, Ren Yujie said. Then that's good. Oh right, that boy called Yi Yuan will be of vital importance to this meeting. What kind of strategy we take against the fierce Gale world will all fall onto his brain. I made Shu Zihue go and invite him. I wonder if he's here yet or not. Already here. I've already arranged for him to be at Fengya Pavilion. Speaking of this boy, he's really impressive too, Ren Yujie said with glistening eyes. Oh. Impressive in what way? Yesterday, Yi Yuan just entered the city. No idea how, he bu-mped onto Dong'er. The two of them actually carried out a pill fighting match. With this, Ren Xingquan's interest was aroused as he asked curiously, "Oh? There is still this incident. I heard that this boy's martial path is exceedingly formidable, even detaining Qin Hongtao's grandson. Could it be that he also has exceptionally high attainments in the alchemy path? What's the result of the two of their face-off?" Ren Yujie snickered and said, "Why don't father make a guess?" Hiss. Hearing your tone, could it be that Dong'er lost? Dong'er's talent is not at all inferior to Hongling's. It can't be to the extent where he lost to a boy from the countryside, right? Ren Yujie nodded his head, his eyes were clearly still carrying disbelief. How is it just lost? It was simply an utter defeat. When I heard this news, I suspected that I heard wrongly myself too. For this, I even specially sent people to the Alchemist Association to inquire about it from Lord Wu Xian, only to hear that this is true. Ren Xingquan briefly recounted the matter of Yi Yuan and Ren Dong battling on refining pills. Ren Xingquan drew a cold breath when he heard the story. Transcendent grade medicinal pill? Even if this boy started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's also not possible to be monstrous to such a degree, right? Ren Xingquan said in disbelief. That I don't know. But this youngster called Yi Yuan, his background is indeed filled with mysteries, Ren Yujie said. Ren Xingquan nodded and said, "This matter, I got it. You go and console Dong'er properly. He has been arrogant at heart and haughty in manner since young. He has never suffered such a setback before. If he make use of this setback properly, it will be a facilitation for him instead. Hongling is already thoroughly crippled. Our Ren family's future hope is all on Dong'er. We must make sure that nothing goes wrong." Hearing that, Ren Yujie's expression dimmed, wanting to speak. But he said nothing. Chapter 502. Whatever you want to say, just say it. Don't act like I'm a target for venting, Ren Xingquan said unhappily. Whatever you want to say, just say it. Don't act like I'm a target for venting, Ren Xingquan said unhappily. Ren Yujie heaved a sigh and said, "So many years have said already. The wood has become a boat. Father, you still can't let it go of it in your heart. You doing this, younger sister will hate you for the rest of your life." Boom. Ren Xingquan slapped a palm down. The stone table in the pavilion immediately turned into a pile of powder. Hongling was originally the successor of my mantle with outstanding talent, but she was abducted by that stinking brat. Now, Hongling became a cripple because of that stinking brat. How do you want me to not be angry? Ren Xingquan suddenly seemed to have become another person, stern in voice and countenance. Father, it has already been so many years since the incident. Our Ren family has Dong'er too. Brother-in-law brought younger sister back to apologize for their mistake. Isn't it good enough for our family to reunite together? Why must it be a life-and-death struggle? Ren Yujie said carefully. Although Ren Yujie already reached middle age, he still did not dare to talk loudly in front of Ren Xingquan. Ren Xingquan flicked his sleeves and said with a cold grunt, "It will be hard to vent the hatred in my heart for so many years without killing that stinking brat. Don't mention this matter again. After the meet this time Pares says, immediately carry out the death sentence on that punk." Ren Yujie shook his head and sighed again. Then turned around and left the courtyard. Yi Yuan, the four of them stayed at Fengya Pavilion. The next day, Sky Maple was too impatient to wait and left the house on his own to look around Wufang City. Of course, a part of the reason for him doing so was because he did not wish to hinder Yi Yuan and the two beauties' privacy. Him, an old man, always hanging around young people, it seriously could not quite be justified. "Master, let's go out to take a look too. Although this Wufang City isn't as big as our central capital, in terms of bustling degree, it's only greater and not lesser. Furthermore, I heard that just the alchemy sovereign experts here are close to as many as 10. This level of strength truly makes our fierce-scale world look up to it. Ever since Xiao Ruyan broke away from her family's fetters, her entire person became much more cheerful. This happy look suited her age more. But Yi Yuan did not have any interest in Wufang City. However, Xiao Ruyan, his eldest disciple, was in such a mood to enjoy things. It was not nice of him to brush off Xiao Ruyan's intention either. As for Yu Mengli, she had an indifferent look. As long as it was accompanying by Yi Yuan's side, it would do. The trio were just about to leave when Shu Zihui just happened to stop them. "Young Master Yi, this is your high-rank quasi-alchemy king badge. I sent people early in the morning to help you retrieve it." Shu Zihui already used honorifics when speaking. This trip here, he was already prostrating on all fours in admiration before Yi Yuan. At a young age, not only could he cross a major realm to battle in terms of the martial path, he could even refine a high-level transcendent-grade quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill. Such monstrous talent, just thinking about it made people despair. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and received the badge. The 3.5 stars on it twinkled. Because Quasi-Alchemy King was similarly a special realm, being in between Alchemy King and Alchemy Grandmaster, the Alchemist Association's badge had 3.5 stars on it. Yi Yuan casually threw the badge into the storage ring and did not have the intention of adorning it. When Shu Zihui saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Alchemists being so casual with their badges. It was most likely just this guy, right? In other people's view, after getting this badge, they would absolutely be like obtaining a supreme treasure, carefully pinning it on their chest and finding it hard to take it down again. But this lord actually spurned it. Yi Yuan kept the badge, but then he fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to Shu Zihui. He said to him, "These few days, I've troubled brother Zihui. Younger brother isn't able to refine tier 4 medicinal pills right now, so I can only use this medicinal pill to express my thanks. If brother Zihui has any son or nephew descendant, it can come in handy." These few days, Shu Zihui fussed around as if Yi Yuan was his master, serving him very meticulously. Although he came here because he received Wufang City Lord's orders, Yi Yuan appreciated it too. Moreover, Yi Yuan gifting the pill was naturally because he still had a request. Shu Zihui received the pill and took a look, and he could not help drawing a cold breath. Transcendent grade medicinal pill again. "Young Master Yi, this medicinal pill." Shu Zihui completely did not recognize this medicinal pill at all. Yi Yuan smiled and explained, "This is a sea-gathering pill. It can allow someone to advance one minor realm in the sea transformation realm unconditionally. If brother Zihui has any sea transformation realm son or nephew, why not let him give it a try? This medicinal pill is too valuable. I can't take it." Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Shu Zihui immediately realized just how precious this medicinal pill was and hurriedly said the medicinal pill back. But Yi Yuan did not take it and said with a smile, "Brother Zihui, keep it. I still have a matter to request brother Zihui." Shu Zihui struggled briefly but still could not resist keeping the medicinal pill. His son just broke through to the sea transformation realm. This medicinal pill came perfectly in time for him to use. Shu Zihui naturally could not bear to part with it and return it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was given with perfect timing. Then Zihui, "Thanks young Master Yi very much. My son just broke through to the sea transformation realm and could just happen to use this sea gathering pill. If young Master Yi has any request, just say it. Zihui is incapable, but I can still say a few words in this Wufang city." Shu Zihui was already shedding tears of grat. One tooed right now towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Haha, then I'll thank brother Zihui first. Actually, I wish to ask brother Zihui to help me find 2 people." "Who?" "These 2 people are a husband and wife pair. One is called Yi Hang. The other is called Ren Hongling." Ever since Yi Hang and Ren Hongling left after leaving behind the letter, although Yi Yuan did not show it, he kept it in his heart all along. Now that the Tranquil Cloud sect moved north, Yi Yuan naturally had to inquire about his parents' news. Wufang City's sphere of influence in the northern domain was Ma's Civ. Requesting Shu Zihui to inquire about his parents' news was perfect. When Shu Zihui heard Ren Hongling these 3 words, his expression could not help changing. But Yi Yuan took in Xu Zihue's expression into his sight and could not help but be surprised. He asked, "Is it possible that Brother Zihue knows these two?" Xu Zihue lowered his voice and said, "It's really a coincidence. City Lord, His Excellency, has a daughter. Her name is called Ren Hongling too." Yi Yuan's mind flashed like lightning when he heard that. His parents had never talked about their backgrounds. Was it possible that mother actually still had such a startling background? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan was even more overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Then where is that City Lord's daughter now?" Xu Zihue sighed and said, "City Lord's daughter came to a premature end long ago already. It's too bad for an alchemy genius." "Oh, why is this so?" Yi Yuan could not help becoming curious. Back that, City Lord's daughter had peerless talent. At the age of 18, she was already a high-rank alchemy grandmaster, greatly surpassing those of the same age. But sadly, the heaven is envious of the gifted. That Ren Hongling actually got inflicted with a terminal disease and left this world. City Lord, His Excellency, was even heartbroken over this for a long time. Listening up to here, Yi Yuan already basically confirmed that this Ren Hongling was not the other Ren Hongling. Because his mother did not have any trace of essence energy undulation in her body and was only a normal person. She naturally could not possibly be the City Lord's daughter in Xu Zihue's story. Chapter 503 Then it's really quite a pity, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Then it's really quite a pity, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Xiao Ruyan was a high-rank alchemy grandmaster at 20 years old and was already a peak existence in the fierce Gale world. An 18-years-old high-rank alchemy grandmaster was absolutely a peak existence in the endless world. Such monstrous talent, but Pares said away young, it was indeed quite pitiful. Yeah. But the heaven does not cut off all paths. City Lord, His Excellency, later got another grandson that is Ren Dong. His talent is similarly a top existence when looking at the junior generation, Xu Zihue said. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Regarding Ren Dong's talent, Yi Yuan did not have any disagreement. To the lower realms, Ren Dong's talent was already rather decent. Yi Yuan described Yi Hang's and Ren Hongling's looks and characteristics to Xu Zihue in detail, and he instructed, "These two people's news will be entrusted to Brother Zihue. If your son needs any medicinal pills, Brother Zihue doesn't need to be courteous. Just come and find me will do." Xu Zihue was overjoyed when he heard it and hurriedly said, "I'll thank young Master Yi on behalf of my son first." Martial artist's cultivation could not do without medicinal pills. With Xu Zihue's strength and status, he naturally did not lack medicinal pills. But just looking from Yi Yuan casually taking out the sea-gathering pill, his alchemy path strength absolutely could not be compared to ordinary high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. Xu Zihue was 9th level Soul Sea realm strength and had mingled in Wu Fang City for so many years. His horizons were absolutely exceedingly high. But he had never heard before a kind of medicinal pill which could unconditionally raise the level of sea transformation realm by a minor realm. This Yi Yuan's background was absolutely not ordinary. Building up a good relations. HI+P with a future peerless powerhouse like this was absolutely worth it. Seeing off Xu Zihue, Yi Yuan was just about to bring Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan out, but then he saw somebody was pacing around outside Feng Ya Pavilion's gates with a conflicted look. Looking closely, who could it be but Ren Dong? Great young Master Ren, it's not that you can't take a loss and want to take back the essence crystals, right? Xiao Ruyan said derisively. It was uncertain what Ren Dong was thinking about earlier and completely did not see Yi Yuan trio come out. Hearing Xiao Ruyan's words at this time, he involuntarily lifted his head and looked over. With this look, Ren Dong could not help drawing in a deep breath. This woman before his eyes was seriously absurdly beautiful. That exquisite face took Ren Dong's breath away. Taking a look at Yi Yuan's side again, Yu Mengli's beauty was actually a level above Xiao Ruyan's. Ren Dong's mind could not help short-circuiting. This miss, you are? Ah. You're not that ugly girl yesterday, right? Hey. You try saying that one more time. Xiao Ruyan's expression instantly became cold. Only then did Ren Dong come around to his senses and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "Ah, no, miss, I don't mean that. I was saying. Ren Dong thought for a long time and could not figure out how he should organize his words. Those two ugly girls yesterday actually became celestial deity-like girls today with a sway of their bodies. These two beauties before his eyes were simply even more gorgeous than all the women he had seen before added up. He was still criticizing Yi Yuan's taste yesterday. He only discovered now that he was the real blind man. Such remarkable beauties, being able to get one was already incredible fortune. Yi Yuan actually embraced one left and one right, enjoying the bliss of dual company to the maximum. Was this wanting to make every man in the world feel ashamed of their unworthiness? No wonder these two beauties changed their looks to that appearance yesterday. Turns out that they were afraid of trouble. Ren Dong did not know that his words yesterday thoroughly stimulated Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan. Going out today, the two of them refused to disguise themselves no matter what. Xiao Ruyan even took care of her looks today meticulously, appearing ephemerally beautiful. Such beauty was not what the mortal realm should possess. The other girl, Yu Mengli, was a born beauty. She just recovered to her original appearance, and that already made the entire city's women fade in color. Yi Yuan felt an endless headache too. Ignoring Xiao Ruyan, Yu Mengli's original disposition was very quiet and elegant and never cared about other people's view. No idea what wrong medicine she took today to actually mess around together with Xiao Ruyan. Actually, even Yu Mengli herself probably did not understand either why she would care about her image so much. Say what? You dare to say that you didn't say it just now? Xiao Ruyan pressed on the point to death. Ren Dong's forehead was covered in sweat. In front of Xiao Ruyan, he actually did not have that imposing manner yesterday. Sorry. It was me who have eyes but failed to see. To actually treat a mortal realm's absolute beauty like Miss as a commonplace girl. Truly a sin, such a sin. Enough. Look at how your eyes are glued. Knew that you aren't anything good. Must be an exceptionally lecherous person. Yi Yuan really could not carry on watching by the side, and he could only speak up. Alright, Ruyan. Yesterday, you guys altered your looks to that extent. Young Master Ren's misunderstanding is normal too. You don't keep harping on the matter. Xiao Ruyan pursed her mouth and actually did not dispute, retreating behind Yi Yuan unwillingly. Ren Dong was even more stupefied when he saw the situation. This woman looked to be so fierce and unreasonable, but she actually did not dare to say a word back to Yi Yuan. This Yi Yuan's methods to control women was truly remarkable. Young Master Ren, you aren't really finding me to ask for essence crystals, right? Yi Yuan looked at Ren Dong and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ren Dong hastily shook his hands and said, No, the essence crystals is just a small matter. That. Can we go in for a talk? Ren Dong looked around for a bit, his expression somewhat embarrassed. Said. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and knew that he was afraid of him losing face being seen by people, and he nodded his head. Coming to the inner hall and sitting down, Yi Yuan could not help being very helpless too. Looks like wanting to go out to take a stroll around wasn't very likely. What you have to say, you can say it now, right? Yi Yuan said. That, is it possible to teach me how to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills? Ren Dong rubbed his hands, appearing very embarrassed. Said. Evidently, these words took immense courage to come out of his mouth. But Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard these words. He could tell that Ren Dong was the kind of person who viewed himself very highly and was extremely haughty. To think that he would actually say something like that. Young Master Ren, according to what I know, your grandfather is a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse. Alchemy, this sort of thing, seems like you shouldn't be coming over to ask me, right? Yi Yuan said curiously. But Ren Dong shook his head when he heard that and said, even though my grandfather is a peak alchemy sovereign, he has no way of refining transcendent-grade medicinal pills when he was at your level. The way I see it, you should have some special skill that can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills, right? Hearing that, Yi Yuan's expression could not help becoming strange, and he said with a cold smile, even if I have ways to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills, why should I teach you? The process of us becoming acquainted didn't seem to be very merry, right? Ren Dong's expression was rather ugly. Him suddenly dropping in to find Yi Yuan to teach him alchemy was indeed very brusque. But he thought about it for an entire day after he went back yesterday and did not sleep the entire night. He was extremely curious about Yi Yuan's pill refining techniques. Today, not knowing why, he actually came to Foam Ya Pavilion at the behest of supernatural powers. Ren Dong looked at Yi Yuan and stood up abruptly. But this action gave Xiao Ruyan a fright. She hastily blocked in front of Yi Yuan, like a tigress protecting its cubs, and she said fiercely, "What do you want to do to master?" Ren Dong did not bother with Xiao Ruyan, and suddenly he kneeled down with a thud. Chapter 504. This action of Ren Dong threw Yi Yuan trio into a confusion. This action of Ren Dong threw Yi Yuan trio into a confusion. "What are you doing?" Yi Yuan asked in surprise. "I'm willing to acknowledge you as master. Please teach me how to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills," Ren Dong said with a stubborn look. This action from Ren Dong made Yi Yuan view him in a different light. He did not look down on Ren Dong because of this. Rather, he felt that only such a person was worthy of bearing the word alchemist. Yi Yuan could feel Ren Dong's intense thirst for knowledge. That sort of extreme desire, Yi Yuan himself had it before too. Alchemist was an occupation held in great esteem. Many people lost their original goals during the process of growing stronger, indulging in the opulence of the secular world and being unable to extricate themselves. Those kinds of people, even if overflowing with talent, their accomplishments would be extremely limited too. What if yesterday, I happened to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill by chance? Yi Yuan said. Of course, Yi Yuan would not take him in as a disciple so easily. Yi Yuan had always prioritized quality over quant. Tai when taking in disciples. Even if he did not take any disciples in his previous life, his followers were all carefully selected through a strict process. Regardless whether it was talent or conduct, Xiao Ruyan was a top choice. That was why Yi Yuan agreed. The first impression that this Ren Dong gave Yi Yuan was not good. Yi Yuan obviously would not relent so easy. Early this morning, I went to the Alchemist Association and examined your refining process yesterday. It's simply a magnificent work of art. Although we're both quasi-alchemy kings, your alchemy skills flung me more than several streets behind, Ren Dong said. The refining process that the Alchemist Association recorded, normal people naturally could not view it. But Ren Dong's ident. Tai was extraordinary. Wanting to check it was not hard. Master, who knows what intentions this fellow has? You mustn't fall for his trick. Xiao Ruyan slandered him by the side. You're really his disciple? Ren Dong suddenly asked. Otherwise, what do you think? I'm Master's eldest disciple, Xiao Ruyan said with a proud look. Xiao Ruyan was increasingly convinced by Yi Yuan when following him to refine pills now. This period of time, although Xiao Ruyan did not break through realms, her alchemy skills level had a qualitative leap, and her foundation was much sturdier compared to before. Hence, she admitted to being Yi Yuan's disciple now was without any pressure at all. In fact, she felt very proud. This master, she acknowledged correctly. Ren Dong mused for a moment and suddenly did a loud kowtow towards Yi Yuan and said, Master Yi Yuan, please take me in as a disciple no matter what. Ren Dong perceived some things from Xiao Ruyan's expression and strengthened his resolve to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master even more. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, I don't have any method that can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. So you don't need to acknowledge me as master. Ren Dong became anxious when he heard that and hurriedly said, Is master still blaming me for yesterday's incident? Me apologizing to you for my offense still won't do? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, You're thinking too much. I really don't have any technique to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. No alchemist has such a technique. But, I saw master's alchemy skills. Too amazing. There were many areas where I couldn't understand at all. Ren Dong said. Yi Yuan looked at Ren Dong and suddenly asked, There's already a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse at your home. Why do you go so far as to barter the trunk for the branches, and you come to acknowledge me as your master? Ren Dong suddenly heaved a sigh and said, Although I haven't learned grandfather's alchemy skills fully, I've already gotten 50% to 60% of the essence. What's left is just the polish. Plussing of time, as well as the accumulation of experience. Following the prescribed order like this, I believe that I can also cultivate to peak alchemy sovereign one day. Rendong paused a bit, and he suddenly became somewhat agitated, but I know that grandfather's alchemy skills are already at his limits and is incapable of ascending to the divine realm. If I walk along his old path, it's simply impossible to surpass him. All the way until I saw the image of you refining pills, then only did I know how great the gap between us was. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. This boy's ambition wasn't small. But if one could not even achieve ascending to the divine realm, where lies the talk of walking to the extremes of the alchemy path? Yi Yuan took a look at the Rendong with a face full of anticipation and suddenly said with a smile, "Do you really want to acknowledge me as master?" Rendong was overjoyed when he heard this. "Master is willing to take me in. Who, you want to enter my tutelage, it's not prohibited to. However, you have to pass my test. No matter what kind of test it is, Rendong will definitely accomplish it." Rendong was still fully confident in himself. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't you want to know why I can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills?" Rendong nodded his head fiercely but showed a difficult expression. If Yi Yuan's test was to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill, he could not accomplish that. "Haha. Don't need to worry. I'm not making you refine a quasi-tier 4 transcendent-grade medicinal pill. Lesser phaseless art, you should know, right?" Yi Yuan asked. Rendong was dazed. Lesser phaseless art was the most basic refining technique. Even for a puny little alchemy apprentice, it was impossible to not know either. Rendong was a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. How could he possibly not know the lesser phaseless art? Yi Yuan smiled, and suddenly took out a stalk of Tier 1 herbal grass, his fingers moving like phantoms. At this movement, Rendong's expression could not help changing dramatically. Refining pills barehandedly. This is lesser phaseless art. No, wait. His fingers' technique and seals are indeed the lesser phaseless art without mistake, but why can it be performed to such a level? Rendong muttered under his breath. It was only to see that the medicinal herb bounced up and down non-stop in Yi Yuan's hand as if it was alive. And the one who gave it life was precisely Yi Yuan. After 20 breaths, a tiny medicinal pellet appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. T transcendent grade. Using the lesser phaseless art to refine a transcendent grade medicinal pill barehandedly, even though it's only a Tier 1 medicinal pill. But, how is this possible? Rendong was in a complete mess, speaking incoherently. But the astoundment in his heart was written on his face currently. As everyone knew, alchemists all needed to borrow medicinal cauldrons and flames to refine pills. Refining pills barehandedly were completely forsaking these two, directing with essence energy and barehandedly refining finished product medicinal pill. The degree of difficulty of doing this was hard to imagine for ordinary people. Don't simply look at how Rendong was a quasi-alchemy king. To make him refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill barehandedly, he simply could not do it. I don't need you to refine pills barehandedly. You just have to use the lesser phaseless art to refine out a Tier 1 transcendent grade medicinal pill, and I'll take you in as a disciple. Yi Yuan's voice shocked Rendong awake abruptly. Only now did he recover to his sense. Surprised, he said, "Using the lesser phaseless art to refine a Tier 1 transcendent grade medicinal pill? How is that possible?" The moment he said that, Rendong wanted to smack his own mouth. Didn't Yi Yuan just refine out a transcendent grade medicinal pill just now? How was it impossible? Furthermore, Yi Yuan even used barehanded alchemy technique to refine it. Although it was a Tier 1 medicinal pill, the degree of difficulty in it, Rendong felt despair just thinking about it. Whether it's possible or not, that's your business. This is my initiation test. If you can't do it, don't mention this matter again, Yi Yuan said coolly. With Rendong's standards, going to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill, he naturally could refine out a transcendent grade medicinal pill. But to let him use the lesser phaseless art to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill, it was impossible to refine no matter what. The lesser phaseless art was the most basic refining technique, being extremely simple. There had never been anybody who could use such a simple technique to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. This test was too hard. Ren Dong's expression flickered, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll definitely do it." Chapter 505 Ren Dong immediately went back to practice the lesser phaseless art after leaving Feng Ya Pavilion. Ren Dong immediately went back to practice the lesser phaseless art after leaving Feng Ya Pavilion. Only after witnessing Yi Yuan's methods did Ren Dong suddenly become aware that he seemed to have found a different sky. He, a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, was too undeserving. This strengthened his resolve to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master even more. But with this disturbance, the mood of Yi Yuan and the two girls going out to sightsee dulled as well. Yet, right at this time, Xu Zihui came back after leaving not long ago. His expression was very ugly. "Young Master Yi, not good. Elder Sky Maple he got detained by exquisite Jade Pavilion," Xu Zihui said somewhat anxiously. Yi Yuan knitted his brows when he heard that and asked, "What happened?" Xu Zihui hurriedly explained, "Elder Sky Maple challenged the exquisite Jade Pavilion's 1,000-query wall. The result was that he failed. Elder Sky Maple was unresigned and disputed a couple of words with them, and he got detained by Exquisite Jade Pavilion. I went to Exquisite Jade Pavilion after being informed of the news to ask for him. Also don't know what wrong medicine they ate, to actually not give me face and held Elder Sky Maple in custody, refusing to release him no matter what. In this Wu Fang city, there are actually still things that your city lord manor can't settle?" Yi Yuan said curiously. This was Yi Yuan's first time here. His head was covered in a fog about Wu Fang City's forces distribution. In his view, although Xu Zihui was not a divine traversing realm powerhouse, a 9th-level Soul Sea realm expert absolutely could be considered a famed and prestigious character in Wu Fang City. Furthermore, Xu Zihui was even the City Lord Manor's first-class SS patrolling inspector. There were actually people who dared to not give him face. Xu Zihui forced a smile and said, "Young Master Yi is unaware. Although City Lord, His Excellency, is one of Wu Fang City's strongest alchemists, Wu Fang City's forces are intricate and complex. Some families, their forces are only slightly inferior compared to City Lord Manor, and can fully not give me any face." Xu Zihui briefly introduced the exquisite Jade Pavilion's situation. Yi Yuan became absorbed in his thoughts. This exquisite Jade Pavilion was a force belonging to Wu Fang City's Cow family. This Cow family's strength was exceedingly powerful too. The old patriarch in their family was middle-rank alchemy sovereign strength. While it was not as strong as City Lord Manor, it was also an extremely powerful faction in this Wu Fang City. If the City Lord or other divine traversing realm experts in the City Lord Manor came forward, Exquisite Jade Pavilion would of course sell them the face. But Xu Zihui's ident. One Tai was a little inferior. Except that it was kind of weird thinking about it. Even though Xu Zihui was not considered the City Lord Manor's upper echelon, if it were just causing some small dispute, the exquisite Jade Pavilion would not go so far as to be so domineering. In between this, there should have some other reason. How about I go to City Lord, His Excellency, to report it and request his elderly self to come forward? Xu Zihui asked probingly. But Yi Yuan did not speak and was pondering about something. Only after some time, did Yi Yuan look at Xu Zihui and ask, "What relations HI+P does the Heavenly Evil Sect and Cow family have?" With Yi Yuan saying this, Xu Zihui was dazed, and then immediately revealed a look of sudden realization. "Sigh. Look at this pig brain of mine. The Heavenly Evil Sect precisely belongs to the Cow family's sphere of influence. The Cow family's third young master, Cow Fang, has close ties with the Heavenly Evil Sect's Maro Yueng. Oh, Cow Fang is the person with the greatest alchemy strength in the Cow family's junior generation. He is just slightly inferior compared to young Master Ren Dong. He is also already middle-rank quasi-alchemy king right now," Xu Zihui said. Xu Zihui's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with admiration. He himself had yet to even think of this aspect, and Yi Yuan, an outsider, actually guessed to such an extent already. Yi Yuan nodded after listening and said, "What is this 1,000-query wall?" This 1,000-query wall is one of the Cao family's main attraction. Countless alchemists come to Wufang City, and many of them come for this 1,000-query wall. Xu Zihui explained. Turns out that in the history of Wufang City, the Cao family had been glorious before too, even producing many generations of city lords. Among them, one of the city lords set up a 1,000-query wall right in this Wufang City. The specific era was already unverifiable. The so-called 1,000-query wall was where alchemists placed their own queries on this wall, offering a reward for other alchemists to come and answer. Through so many years' accumulation, the questions on the 1,000-query wall were already more than 1,000 long ago. The questions on the 1,000-query wall, as long as it was answered, it would be removed from the wall. But the queries raised by alchemists were far more than the queries resolved. With the accumulation of months and days, the questions on this 1,000-query wall was already rather sizable. Furthermore, through the countless years of filtering, the difficulty of the questions on the 1,000-query wall also became increasingly greater. Many of the problems, even peak alchemy sovereign powerhouses could not answer them either. Challenging the 1,000-query wall, one first had to pay a certain amount of essence crystals. These essence crystals would belong to the exquisite Jade Pavilion, which was owned by the Cao family. If answered correctly, the alchemist would be able to take away the reward. If unable to answer, they could naturally only return empty-handed. Even the essence crystals from before were gone too. With so many years, the Cao family relied on this 1,000-query wall to earn countless riches. But even so, there were still countless alchemists advancing wave after wave to come to the exquisite Jade Pavilion to challenge the 1,000-query wall. One could say that the reason why this Wufang City could become the endless world's alchemy holy land, this 1,000-query wall's contributions could not be foregone. Hearing Xu Zihui's explanation, even Yi Yuan had no choice but to gasp in admiration at that generation's city lord's outstanding wisdom and resourcefulness as well. Such exchanges absolutely had tremendous advantages towards the heightening of alchemy skills. This 1,000-query wall could be said to be an immensely valuable asset left behind by that generation's city lord. Through so many years, many people who raised the query were no longer around anymore. Those questions naturally become ownerless objects. And these questions, each one of it being answered, had tremendously important meaning in promoting the development of alchemy skills. And the Cao family guarding such a treasure mountain could actually decline. It could be seen that this Cao family was really rotten mud that could not even stick to a wall. Want to challenge 1,000-query wall, one must leave their background on the contract. The contract won't be publicized. But the Cao family's people most likely have ways to see it. If this matter is really Cao Fang playing tricks behind, it's rather troublesome, Xu Zihui said worriedly. Looks like that Cao third young master dug a pit for Grand Elder to jump into. Hehe. Really thinking my tranquil cloud sect is easy to bully? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. When Xu Zihui heard Yi Yuan's tone, he knew that things were not good. The upper echelon meeting had yet to begin. Once Yi Yuan had a conflict with the Cao family, it would probably incur many unnecessary problems. Young Master Yi, how about? I still report this matter to City Lord, His Excellency. I think that in consideration of City Lord, His Excellency's prestige, Cao Fang wouldn't dare to not give you any face, Xu Zihui urged. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, City Lord, His Excellency, has to attend to a myriad of state affairs every day. This kind of minor thing, there's no need to trouble his elderly self. This matter, I'll settle it myself. Brother Zihui, bring me to exquisite Jade Pavilion right now. I want to experience just how incredible this 1,000-query wall is. As he said, Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly leaving Feng Ya Pavilion. Xu Zihui could not stop in time and could only bemoan and follow after Yi Yuan. Chapter 506. I wonder what does this sir needs? Medicinal pills, weaponry, martial techniques, cultivation methods. Our exquisite Jade Pavilion has everything that one desires. I wonder what does this sir needs? Medicinal pills, weaponry, martial techniques, cultivation methods. Our exquisite Jade Pavilion has everything that one desires. Yi Yuan walked into exquisite Jade Pavilion slowly. It was really befitting of its name. There was a dazzling array of beautiful exhibits here. It could really be said to have everything that one desires. Many things that could not be seen in the outside world, this place basically had it all. It was just that their prices were too outrageous. Yi Yuan toured for a bit after entering the door, and a very beautiful female came up to greet him. Within the words actually carried a slight bewitching ring. Yi Yuan virtually confirmed right away that this woman definitely cultivated bewitching arts before. Furthermore, her attainments were not low. Ordinary people who enter would probably suck. UMB to it unknowingly and willingly buy some things to go. Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably tempered. How could ordinary bewitching skills enter his all-discerning eyes? I heard that inside this exquisite jade pavilion, the most incredible thing is the 1,000-query wall. It's my first visit to Wufang City, but I came because of its fame too, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. When the girl saw that Yi Yuan's eyes did not have any turbidness at all, she could not help being very surprised. Such a young age and actually had such powers of concentration. Presumably, he was not simple. This woman had read countless people and virtually saw through Yi Yuan's uncommonness at first glance. So wants to challenge the 1,000-query wall. Linger could not tell. This way please, sir. Linger brought Yi Yuan straight to the rear hall. After a few turns, it actually became bright and open. An enormous temple was in front of Yi Yuan. And in this huge temple, the most eye-catching were several 100 feet tall racks. The shelves had a total of 7 levels. On each level, there were many tags sorted into categories. However, the further up it went, the lesser the tags on the shelves. Very clearly, the further up, the harder the problems that those tags represented. Yi Yuan swept simply. On the highest level shelf, there were only 100 over tags. Miss Linger, I wish to challenge this 1,000-query wall. I wonder if there are any restrictive conditions? Yi Yuan inquired. Linger smiled sweetly and said with 1,000 charms, challenging the 1,000-query wall doesn't have restrictions. As long as you have sufficient essence crystals, you can even challenge all of the problems. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said smilingly, then that's good. I wonder how much essence crystals are required to challenge once. Linger said with a smile, according to the different levels challenged, the fees are not the same as well. Oh. I wonder how many essence crystals does challenging the 7th level require? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Linger's smile could not help freezing. This boy had such a big tone, opening his mouth, and it was the 7th level right away. One had to know that those problems on the 7th level were all getting dusty, year in year out. Some problems were even placed there for several thousand years already. During these several thousand years' time, how many alchemy sovereign powerhouses had Wufang City given birth to? But not a single one of these alchemy sovereign experts could answer those questions. It could be seen just how perverse this 7th level was. Although Yi Yuan's strength was not bad, his age was too young after all. Linger did not feel that Yi Yuan could answer the 7th level's questions. Hee. It's not that Linger is belittling, sir, but it's just that the problems on the 7th level are a little too difficult. Sir is at the sea transformation realm. The corresponding ones are the 4th level's tags. If Sir wishes to challenge the 4th level, it's 500 middle grade essence crystals, Linger said with a smile. Yi Yuan beamed and said, I have essence crystals. Miss Linger doesn't have to be courteous with me. I came today just to witness the 1,000-query wall of the legends. Spending a few essence crystals to experience the most difficult problems, I'm willing to. Linger criticized him in her heart. This boy really has too much money with nowhere to spend, in a flurry to burn. But on the surface, Linger would not say it out. Deceiving a person on account of his generosity to spend unnecessary money, she would be more than willing to take them. Furthermore, Linger knew that while such extravagant wealthy people were rare, there was still that one or two who appear every period of time. The further up, it naturally becomes more expensive. But the rewards are even more plentiful as well. If it's the 7th level, 100 high-grade essence crystals per tag, Linger said. Even for Yi Yuan, his face changed when he heard it too. The 4th level was 500 middle-grade essence crystals, which was also 5 pieces of high-grade essence crystals. But, at the 7th level, the prices actually flipped 20 times over. This was simply robbing essence crystals. No wonder Xu Zihui said that the cow family was wealthy until they flowed like water. Such fees, it was hard to not be wealthy. He just won 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals from Ren Dong there. Adding it up, it was also just enough to exchange for 10 tags. It was really such a scam. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Linga was contemptuous in her heart. A Bu Empkin from the countryside. Scared silly by the price already, right? 100 high-grade essence crystals was not a small sum. Using it to take a look at the 7th level's problems was truly a bit too wasteful. But Linga had really seen before people throwing out money just for the sake of taking a look at the 7th level's problems. But very clearly, this boy before her eyes did not have that level of strength. Hee. I see that sir is a man of striking appearance. Maybe you can really resolve the 7th level's problems. How about you exchange for 2 to give it a shot? Linga's words sounded like flattery. Actually, it was a mockery. Although Linga felt that Yi Yuan was not ordinary, conversing to this extent, she already placed Yi Yuan in the ranks of Morans. Maybe only Morans would have no reaction to her bewitching arts, right? How could Yi Yuan not perceive the meaning in Linga's words? But he really did not care. If I answer the question, can I exchange for the reward on the spot? Yi Yuan asked again. Hey, this boy is an idiot, right? Really think that you could answer the 7th level's questions? But a wealthy fool, not earning from you would be a waste. Straight away, Linga smiled sweetly and said, that is of course. The owners of the questions deposited the rewards with our exquisite jade pavilion. As long as people can answer the question, the rewards will be theirs. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, then that's good. Give me 10 tags first then. As he said, Yi Yuan casually threw out the storage ring he won from Ren Dong. T10? That's 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Linga's brain was a little short-circuited. She had seen before alchemists who spent money just for the sake of taking a look at the 7th level's problems. But she had never encountered a customer who opened their mouths to ask for 10 tags right away. Wasn't such a way of burning money too profligate? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the essence crystals in this storage ring when added up should be around 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. You can do an inventory check. Linga inserted her divine sense into it and briefly did a count. Indeed, it was 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Linga could not help drawing a cold breath and thought to herself, extravagant. This was really extravagant. Earning 1,000 high-grade essence crystals in one go, the commission today was not small. Linga gloated to herself endlessly in her heart too. Linga beamed widely and said, sir indeed carries yourself in an imposing manner. Come over here first to register your alchemist badge, then you can choose the tags. Yi Yuan nodded and followed Linga to one side to register. When she saw Yi Yuan take out the high-rank quasi-alchemy king badge, Linga's expression could not help becoming stiff once more. Such a young high-rank quasi-alchemy king? Yi Yuan finished registering, and he seemed to have thought of something. He said to Linga with a smile, oh, right, forgot to tell you. Hurry up and notify the exquisite Jade Pavilion's manager to let him prepare a bit more essence crystals. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you all won't have enough to pay in a while.